Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 98 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the hip-hop whorehead snow plowing his way to the top of the game with his golden mic and his bullshit artist voice. The greasy podcaster, a.k.a. Mood 616. Next up, we have my hetero soulmate, the man who has officially taken over Dave Z for having the most podcasts on the airways at one time. Double Shot J, also known as Married with Multiple Podcasts. Next, we have the man that was asked to guest host on one show and kept coming back and back and back and back again. The Boston Brando, also known as Derek. And finally, we have the man that loves slasher films but hates more than he likes, claims he digs Chud 2 more than the original film, and randomly gets attacked by Nazis while doing live chats on YouTube. He is the retro slasher, also known as Andy Barkley in the motherfucking house. Yeah! What's going on, homies?
What's up, man?
Yo, Happy New Year, 2017, our first show of 2017. We have to be big. We have to make it big. We have two guest hosts in the house, including the retro slasher Andy coming back. What's up, dude?
What's up, guys?
Oh, man. My adrenaline was pumping doing that intro. I can't believe I spit it out in one shot, man.
That's a mouthful.
Like that shit, man? Married with Multiple Podcasts? I like that. It was good shit.
Yeah, that was funny.
It's good, man.
And
What's going on, guys?
I just keep coming back and back.
Yeah.
I couldn't think anything, so I was like, that'll be okay, though. I'll roll with the coming back and back and back. But, I like it, man. We love it. We love having you here, man, with your opinions and stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And Andy, welcome back, man. Welcome back to the show
Welcome back from retirement, man.
How many shows does this make it now, Andy?
This is number 3.
Number
third
3.
time? Nice.
You got the mass holes in here tonight.
2 mass holes, yeah.
So, before we get into the show, because we're not going to piss around tonight, guys, we got a ton of stuff to get to. Of course, the main event is the top 10 roundtable, but I did just want to plug this really quickly. We still are having the open contest for episode 100. Drop a voicemail telling us your greatest horror film of all time, and also drop a voicemail. That's 2 separate voicemails. The second one telling us just anything you want to say about the show, about it being episode 100, stuff like that. So please do that, and you can do so at 724-426-6665. And, I think we'll probably do a big drawing on episode 101. For all the different contests that we have going on and stuff. So
yeah, man, lots of prizes. We got lots of prizes to give away. So get your submissions in, your voicemails and stuff, and win some easy prizes, guys. It's all you got to do. Just take you can't take any more than 3 minutes on a voicemail. So, get those in, man.
Yeah, but also if you rate us on iTunes, review us on iTunes, that also counts as an entry. And tonight, later on, anybody who sent in a top 10 list will also be entered in some of those drawings as well. Got a ton of submissions, so thank you for that.
And good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Alrighty, man. Yes, this is going to be the year-end show, top 10 of 2016. My overall thoughts on the year 2016, man, I thought this was a very interesting year for myself. It started out really, really slow. I mean, the first 6 months of the year, 7 months were, in my opinion, a little bit lackluster. I mean, I think the majority of the good films that got released, in my opinion, again, were, in the latter part of the year. But, it was a polar opposite year for myself compared to 2015. I thought 2015 was a really solid year, but it was a different type of year in horror. I mean, in 2015, we had, a ton of horror comedies and stuff that kind of, they were all over people's lists and top 10 lists and stuff. This year, in my opinion, it's kind of like the year of the drama horror film, in a sense, or films or horror films that were kind of borderline non-horror and things like that. Not so many horror comedies this year.
You know what's funny, Moods, is I also noticed that right before we recorded, I was going over our awards section, and it was best horror comedy, and I was looking down through my rankings because I rank every film that I watch. So every film that I watched total is in that ranking, and it took me a long time to see a handful of horror comedies. And I was like, wow, I can't believe the lack of horror comedies that is this year. What did Andy? Did you notice any themes or anything this year?
Saying what Mooj was saying, I think this year was more of a thought-provoking year in the horror genre, more serious tone films, along those lines.
So basically, in my opinion, this year was it was more of an actual horror year. Last year there was there was a lot of comedic elements to the horror films. This year, and I literally have it written down too, a lot of thinking horror films, a lot of things you had to sit down and actually think about. They were serious toned. A lot of really kind of almost like a slow burn type year too. A lot of very slow burn atmospheric horror films that I've seen this year compared to last year. And one thing that really did surprise me though, because I said many, many times, even last year and in the beginning of 2016, I said 2015 felt to me like it was kind of like the resurgence of the slasher film. There was a lot of really solid slasher films that came out last year. And this year, I can't even make a top 10. I mean, I'm not saying that there wasn't good slasher films. There was 5 or 6 really decent ones, but there wasn't a lot. It's like this year's horror films just kind of got away from those basic slasher films and just wanted to do something a little bit different. And
I honestly only saw one slasher film this year. That's how slow it was for me. Human slashers.
I think I've seen a total of 7, all in general.
Yeah,
it was a big step down.
A handful myself. One thing that I noticed this year a lot was sort of parent-kid relationship horror. I swear I seen a good 10 or so horror flicks centered around a parent and a child, and I was wow, this is interesting. Which is, to Moods' point, more dramatic. It's a more dramatic horror film. Whether it was father daughter, stepsister, stepbrother in a motherly type role, or even mother daughter as well. Their son. I mean, all the combinations were there.
Did you guys feel that there was a lot of foreign films that kind of really stuck out this year?
There was definitely a lot of foreign films, in different countries too. Not just our usual France or Japan or Korea. There was a lot of those too, but there was also a lot from the Central America, Turkey and Europe and Spain and a lot of different other countries too.
Yep, absolutely. It's always nice to see different countries getting involved in the horror world. And I don't know if you guys thought that this year was kind of weak early on, but me personally, I went into this year. Actually, I went into this year pretty fast-paced. I remember just a couple months in, I already had double of what I watched the previous year.
Same thing, man.
Done.
Yeah.
And I will say that didn't keep up. I actually finished worse than I finished last year, which we'll get into how many films we watched in a minute. But early on, I thought this year was super weak, and I had no interest in it. It was like slogging through titles. People were telling me that it's a good year, and I'm like, I don't see it. Finally, towards the end, I did see it. I probably watched nothing but good films towards the last couple months of this year, and I did come around heavily on this year, and in fact, rating wise, this might be the strongest year in terms of ratings that we've done on this podcast, and that includes 1968, 2002, and 96, as well as 2013, 14, and 15. I was looking at some of the ratings that I gave from the previous years and the ratings that I gave this year, and I think this might be my highest rated year. I didn't do the math to check or anything, but I find that very interesting since I still don't think this year blew me away. Even though I think all the films that I've seen, all my top 10 is arguably better than previous years. To me, the biggest thing that I didn't like about this year is there was no hype on anything. There was 2 films that got big hype, maybe 3 films, and then there was no other hype. I was mentioning the moods the other day. I remember last year, Bone Tomahawk, It Follows, Good Night Mommy, A Girl Walks Home Alone, like Spring. People talked about Spring and Creep for months when they came out. The films this year, I looked down from my first ranked film to my 25th ranked film. There's really no hype around many of these films, and that becomes a problem to me in terms of just my excitement on the year. If there's no hype, if there's no excitement, then I'm just watching good movies, which is great. It's great to watch great movies, but it doesn't have the same impact as if at 2013 and there's the resurgence of the horror franchise with, you know, Curse of Chucky and all these films coming out, or like 2015 last year that just had hit after hit in the indie circuit that was just getting tons of love. And that's my general thoughts on this year. I do think it's very solid, but it just didn't have the hype for me.
I saw a few returns this year. I saw the return of like the Fulci Nightmare Logic came in, one film that I will probably talk about tonight, and a few like homages, like a lot of like love letters to Italian cinema again, and just a good like character study pieces too. Like certain films had like good like character like pieces and setting on certain characters. And we also saw the return of The True King this year, which I'll probably get in a little bit later on.
Yeah, man, it was I can't even stress how much I was really having problems with this year until, you know, the latter part of the year. But I'm really glad that I got to check out the most, you know, the films that I got to check out and stuff, you know, coming back to what we actually, well, we might as well tell the fans out there or the people listening that, and how many films that we actually got to watch this year. What did you guys get to watch? How many films did you guys get to see from 2016?
Who you want to go first?
Go ahead, Moods. You go first.
I ended up watching 131 films.
Damn.
My last one actually being today, which I won't lie was probably the funniest shit I'd seen all year. I was laughing from the first fucking minute of the film moment in the film. It was so damn funny.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I have to say the majority of the really great films, the really notable films that I seen was probably in the last like 2 months. It's really kind of crazy. But I 100% agree with JP about the non-hype. It's crazy the amount of good films that came out with no hype.
None whatsoever. There's certain films that I watched.
It really makes me wonder why, though. Why are none of these films being talked up before they were coming out? Because with the quality of films that we ended up seeing towards the end of the year, you think there would have been a little bit more buzz about this, you know, just on social media or, you know, just on the internet or wherever we're attuned with pretty much everything. I never heard of some of these films that I saw. I couldn't believe that people weren't talking about them. It really blows my mind, and it kind of scares me a little bit. Are people just not worrying, or are they trying to get away from hyping up things? Because, you know, in the past, you know, sometimes hype can be a bad thing for people. Something's overhyped, and then they watch it and they go, well, it's not really as good as people were saying it. Are people trying to get away from that because they don't want to scare off people from actually watching a good film? Maybe they can go into it all blind and kind of go, shit, man, I discovered this. This was really damn good. It kind of got me thinking all over the place. I didn't really know what to think.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think that it's a combination of not as strong PR this year. Films just weren't pushed as much, I think, before they were released. A lot of films had quiet releases that just came out quietly, and hell, it's out. Like a film, for example, just out of, you know, picking a random one, Under the Shadow, which was, I believe, an Iranian film.
Yeah.
So that film came out, and like, did anybody know it was out? Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I solely watched this movie based on reading a synopsis. I'm not gonna lie, man.
You would think that film would have generated more hype, simply because it's, you know, an Iranian film, or what, I don't know.
Well, you know, the funny thing about Under the Shadow is I got the new Rue Morgue magazine the other day, and of course it was the year in 2016 year in review, and that movie actually won for best indie film in the magazine. But this is like the first thing I'm hearing about it, like after the year's done. It's like, what? Like, where's the hype? Like, you gotta talk about something like that if it's winning shit.
A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night, which was a film last year,
Yeah.
similar, independent, foreign. I believe they're both from the same country, right? Are they?
I believe so.
Yeah,
And oddly enough, they're both Iranian/American productions, I think, is what they are.
So both of those films very similar in what, I guess not the story, but both quality movies that are from the same place. Last year, A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night had fucking tremendous hype. You couldn't go anywhere without hearing about that one. This film snuck, Under the Shadow snuck in quietly, and I almost missed it. I almost didn't even see it till the very end.
I think I know why.
Why?
It's just the U.S. distribution of the film. Kino is distributing the hell out of A Girl Walks Home Alone. Sony, who is distributing Under the Shadow, hasn't been talking about it.
Okay, so again, comes back to the failed sort of push by the marketing.
Actually, that's a good point, Derek, because Kino kind of makes a business of putting out lesser known films, more cult films and things like that. Sony, not so much known for that, even though they do at times, but they're a bigger product and they have bigger fish to fry, like they're bigger films and stuff like that. So they don't really get the name out there because it's just a minor release for them, where Kino that's what they specialize in. So that actually is a really good point.
Also the Netflix effect.
Yeah,
Girl
I
Walks
was
Home
thinking
Alone
that.
at Night was on Netflix, and
that is true.
Under the Shadow is not. But to continue on here with what Moods asked, he posed a question on how many films we watched this year. I figured I would go next. Very funny how it ended up. I started off way stronger this year than last year. Like last year, it was November, and I had only seen like 5-6 movies or something crazy like that. This year, I was in the 40s in November. And now I finished, and this is interesting. So last year, my entire, counting all films that I watched, not just 2016, all films, I ended up at 250 exactly. This year, I ended up at 251. So I literally watched one more film this year than last year. And then check this out. I ended up at 65 2016 watches this year. Last year I had 64. So I literally beat myself by one on both separate things. And I didn't even check to see I better, make sure I beat last year's. It literally just happened like that. I thought it was fucking hilarious. But so yeah, I watched 65 films this year. I do think that I watched, most of them are probably the best movies that came out. Just for a little example here, I have 5 films, actually 4 films under a 5. So out of 65 movies, only 4 of them are under a 5.
Wow.
Which, should speak well to the quality that I was watching. What about you, Andy? How many did you get in?
Well, coming off last year, I watched probably about 20 2015 movies. I said in the beginning of this year that I would make an effort to watch more, so I ended up with about 57 total, which is a big difference,
Yeah,
from last year.
That's really solid for somebody who doesn't even have a podcast, right? You just did that for the hell of it.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
What about you, Derek?
125.
125.
Really? Wow. Crazy.
Jesus.
Yeah. My goal this year, well, actually I never had a goal, but I remember Brandon saying he watched 119. I was like, you know what? I can beat that. So I ended up beating him by 12, but he made a point last year of beating me. I think I watched 149 or something, and he watched 151, but he did it purposely just to beat me. So I'm laughing, Brandon, and fuck you. I'm better.
I'm very glad that Andy didn't make it to 66, because that would have been pretty awkward if everybody beat me. And I'm the fucking co-host.
How many films out of your 125 did you have under a 5? Do you figure? It doesn't have to be an exact answer, but
maybe 6, 7, maybe.
Wow, that's crazy. What about you, Moods?
I definitely had more than that. I mean, like I said, in the first half of the year, there was quite a few films. I would say probably
maybe 2025. Still not. I mean, the percentage wise to how much I watched is actually quite low. It's probably under 20% of the films, but.
Oh wait, I wrote it down. Duh.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I actually had 15.
15 under 5.
Yeah,
I not too bad.
Yeah. Just a lot of really solid films. I mean, to be honest, if I was to if we were doing a top 20 list tonight, I think 17 of my films would be a 9 or higher.
Wow.
So
that's
I know.
Super crazy.
It's probably honestly the highest rated year I've ever had too. I mean, even
so you did agree with me that I said that it's arguably the highest rated year, but might not be the best in my opinion.
The funny thing is, I think I had two 10 out of 10s on my list last year. I will admit I don't have one this year, but that's interesting in itself. You know, I had these films that were so highly rated, and then I have just more 9s and things like that. But it's just a very, very solid year that it turned out to be, and I'm quite happy with it. Actually, I'm very happy with it.
Andy, do you know how many under 5 you had?
Just off the top of my head, I don't have my list in front of me, but I have like two that I know of for sure.
So pretty good. I mean, that it's always good when you don't have under 5s, right? Like so under 5s are bad.
Percentage is super low.
Yeah.
So that kind of proves, I mean, it depends on what the type of films you're watching too, but I mean, we were probably all over the place at times, and
we were all watching Legless Corpse films, don't lie.
Legless Corpse, man. Oh, lordy.
Yeah.
Let's just get it right there.
So kind of to get into a little bit of things that I figured we could talk about before we get into our actual lists here. These are the films that did the best at the box office, the horror films. So this is the top 100 films, and some of them are horror. So the first horror film we see pop up on the list is The Witch at 94, which made $25 million at the box office, which is pretty good considering it had a $3 million budget and it was an independent film. Produced and released by A24 Studios. The next film is at 92, which is The Forest, with a $26 million take. And then we don't see another one until Ouija, Origin of Evil, which is at 79, and that took in $35 million. Then we have The Boy at 77, which took in $35 million. So The Boy, I know some people were kind of indifferent on that one, but I liked it a lot.
And that is not that's the second Boy film that came out, like the doll one?
Yes.
Are we talking about? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right.
That should be duly noted because there was 2 films called The Boy, and they're both good.
Correct.
They're both good.
The Shallows came in at number 57, made $55 million.
Blake Lively.
Which is...
Dude, that chick, I just found out she's married to Ryan Reynolds. Oh, man.
And she's the kid.
She's so hot, dude. I watched The Shallows the other night, and me with my shark film. I love shark film. I just kind of put it off forever. Man, that was entertaining, but like, dude, what's with the ending?
That's my biggest problem with it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the whole movie's believable until the ending. It's like, are you kidding me? That just went all Roger Corman on our asses, man.
Blake Lively, best part of the movie.
So after that we have number 43 was Lights Out with $67 million. Can't believe Lights Out made that much money. That's pretty interesting. Had a $21 million opening. That's incredible. Then we have number 42, just one space up. We have 10 Cloverfield Lane, which hit $72 million, which had $24 million opening weekend. And then 2 spots up from that, we have Boo, a Medea Halloween, which made $73 million.
On here.
Like, boo.
Then at 36, we have Purge Election Year, which made $79 million. And then it's a little while before we see another one, which is this actually the best? Yeah, I believe this is actually the last one to pop up on the list, I believe here, which is Conjuring 2. Oh, actually, no, Don't Breathe was right below that at 31. Don't Breathe made $89 million. at the box office. And then above that, coming in at the best placement of a horror film, was at 26 on the box office, and it was The Conjuring 2 with $102 million.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty good.
love on this this solely box office just for horror films in 2016. It just has 27 listed, but I love the last one on the list. The one that I have, it says number 27, which is Satanic, and it's so funny. It made $252 and 29 tickets were sold.
Not bad.
Like one theater or something.
Yeah, Magnet usually does.
Just
like,
made me
limited
laugh
releases.
so hard. I'm like, that's hilarious.
Magnet put that out, right?
Yeah, Magnet did. Yeah.
Yeah, they usually do like a limited or very limited release on their.
Well,
titles.
it must have been one theater. 29 tickets.
It was like a screening or something.
I love that.
All right, and moving into the top-selling DVDs here, we have the first type of horror film popping up is the Hotel Transylvania DVD, which sold 305,000 units.
Sandler.
That's a given.
You know what? And I'm actually one of the. I have that. I got Hotel Transylvania.
And then check this out: Stephen King's It, which sold 356,000 units.
Damn, really?
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
yeah.
Wow.
Stephen King's It was at 59.
It's crazy shit, man.
Which kind of makes sense now to me, considering every time I go to any website where it's like most popular, it always seems like Stephen King's It is always up there.
Uh-huh. See, now this makes me more intrigued about, hearing about Arrow and Scream Factory sales. I mean, they're probably the two leading medias in the niche in like the niche world, right? I'd like to hear what they're selling.
Yeah, for sure. And then we have Jurassic World, which is at number 41, which sold 432,000 units.
Yeah.
Then we have Goosebumps at number 20, which sold 632,000 units.
Damn.
The Revenant, if that counts at all, sold 961,000 units.
Is that the Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hotel Transylvania 2, 1 million units. Then we had The Martian, which was 1.1 million units. And then like the next thing remotely horror, I guess, would be the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2, which was 1.2 million units. And those are the DVDs. Blu-rays have a separate list.
Wow. 1.2 million in DVD sales.
Yeah.
Who says DVDs are fucking falling off?
Stephen
man?
King's it's like $5 like in any like store,
Yeah.
so that makes
That's
sense.
crazy, man. Like, you're selling like platinum fucking DVDs.
By the way, I'm getting these numbers from thenumbers.com. I have not like fact-checked any of this stuff. Anyway, moving on to Blu-rays, number 73, Aliens with 126,000 units.
Damn.
So
What?
Aliens still
So-
selling well.
That's what I'm saying. That's crazy, man.
Blu-rays, also 10 Cloverfield Lane sold 192,000 units.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah. So, Goosebumps sold 373,000 units, 263,000 units.
Jack Black's just killing those fucking sales.
Yeah, right?
Fucking Jack Black.
Hotel Transylvania 2, 698,000 units. And that's kind of more the same right there. It's like Hunger Games and stuff like that. So, this list that I got, I've always been very iffy on these lists. That's why we've never talked about them before, but I heard some other podcasts doing it this year, so I figured I would try it. But I've always been really iffy on these lists because I don't know where they're getting this data from. Because when I get data, I like to fact check it. And if I can't find a way to fact check it, then I usually don't trust it.
Yeah, where are they getting it from? Like Target, Amazon,
Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting though, but so I would be curious to see what if a title like, The Fantastic Four sells 95,000 units.
Oh God.
What does a title like, fucking one of Vincent Price's movies that Scream Factory puts out. Like, how many units does that sell? 20,000? 10,000? 15,000?
I don't know, because they're like $50, aren't they? For the sets?
Well, I mean, I was just talking about a random.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I was actually thinking about it, like...
I've always wanted to know, man. I wish they would. I mean, obviously they would never release the numbers, but it'd be curious. It'd be interesting to find out. Because I mean, Scream Factory obviously is selling. I mean, the thing I'm actually curious about is the IFC titles.
I bet you those are their best sellers.
Yeah, I think they're in the stores.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's crazy.
I bet, but even then, right? Like, you're looking at a title like Finding Nemo, which sells 102,000 units. Does The Witch, I didn't see The Witch on here. Witch sold 119,000 units. So look at a film like The Witch, had a theatrical release in Walmart. Does it sell? It sells 100,000 units, 119,000 units. Well, what would a IFC title sell? Half that? 50,000 units at Walmart?
Depends if it's on sale or not.
Yeah.
I don't think that matters that much, though, because they all come out at the same price.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But the witch was one of those ones that was like on sale on Black Friday everywhere. So I wonder how many of those numbers were raised because of Black Friday.
True. Yeah, I don't know.
And how many people were bought The Witch because Dave Z held them at gunpoint?
So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll never really know until we see like official numbers. But I just thought that was interesting to kind of talk about really briefly. Before we get into our actual top 10 lists, does anybody have any sort of final things to say about the year?
It was a fun year. I had fun with it. It was like Mood said earlier. It was very slow in the beginning, then it picked up at the end. A lot of really solid films at the very end of the year.
Yeah, I say it surpassed my expectations. I thought it was going to be a down year after all these franchises pulled out.
Yeah, the franchises definitely pulled out, huh?
Yeah.
Moods, you have anything to final thoughts on the year before we go into our top 10? Anything else you want to say that we didn't talk about?
No, I don't think so, man. I think I covered it all. It was the year of the non-comedy film, man. That was one of the biggest thing I noticed.
All right, so the final thing that I wanted to note is how we actually decide these films. We take anything that has a theatrical wide, that's a wide theatrical release, VOD, or media, meaning DVD and Blu-ray region 1, in the year of 2016. So from January 1st till December, 31st?
Yeah.
31, anything that gets released in between those days of 2016 counts. So that's VOD. Because VOD is wide. That's a wide release. Wide theatrical or home video, because home video's wide release too. That means that the average Joe can see it. If the average Joe can see it, then
that's what it all comes down to here.
Yeah, so we didn't count things like The Black Coat's Daughter because or February, whatever you want to call it, because that film, although was supposed to have a release, never actually had an official release. It only had a festival circuit release, so that's why I tried so hard to convince Dave and Brandon to not put it on their list. But, they had their reasons why they did. They covered it on their show, which is understandable. It is understandable, but that they would want that it would be weird if they didn't say anything about it. And then film like Clown, for example, a lot of people were having that on their top 10 list. That didn't count for us this year because it did have a VOD release last year. A couple other films that didn't count for us this year was what was it? In the Deep did count because technically it did have a release even though it was pulled. Do you guys know of anything that didn't count for us this year that we wanted to kind of get off our chest?
The Hollow, because it had a release last year.
Okay. Moods?
Well, that was the only one because I remember us discussing that before, and I was kind of pissed off about The Hollow.
Yeah, we discussed a certain film too that I had issues with on a previous Skype session, so we're all good.
All right, so yeah,
we play that up.
Yeah.
So that's if you're wondering why you didn't see a certain release, it had to have had one at least of those three things that we mentioned within this calendar year. So that's why you won't see stuff like Blackcoat's Daughter, but you will see it next year. The similar thing happened to us with The Battery a couple years ago. It ended up not on a list at all because we didn't know that it came out a year before, and that's similar to what's happening with Clown right now for us because we didn't know that it was released last year, and then it was too late to use it this year. Just to kind of say, though, Clown would have made my list last year for sure. So, yeah. With that said, I believe that's it. We can get into the actual top 10 now.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so who wants to go first?
Who wants to volunteer? Fuck it, I'll do it.
All right.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
What is your number 10?
Number 10, I have a film that might be a little higher on some other people's lists. I'm not sure. I have the film Darling from this year.
Nice.
Very interesting film. I saw it early in the year. I got to revisit it. It kind of lowered a little bit, but I still enjoyed like the atmosphere and like the black and white setting. This film has like a lot of like great homages to like Roman Polanski's like the Tenet series, like Rosemary's Baby, Repulsion, and of course the Tenet. And it has like amazing performance by the lead actress in it, Ashley Lynn Carter, who does a phenomenal job in her role, and a lot of like good like character actors in this one too. Of course, Sean Young and Larry Fessenden make appearances too, which of course they starred in Jugface with Ashley Lynn Carter also. So it was really cool to see their faces and their interaction, and I see like this group of people working together as actors again. But I really enjoyed like the setting and like how the story dwelled and the atmosphere from the black and white. It was really interesting. And I just like how the whole film was set up, and I give it like a 8.5 out of 10. That's my final rating on that one.
Nice.
Nice. How about we go with moods next?
All right, man. Coming in at number 10, 2016, is a Spanish film by the name of Sergio. I don't know how to actually fully pronounce it.
Sergio Diabolico.
Sergio Diabolico.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, man. I really, really enjoyed this film, man. Adrian Garcia Bagalano, man. This guy seems to be putting out nonstop credible horror films in the last few years, man. I mean, he is slowly becoming like one of my favorite directors, man. The dude just kills it with everything. Of course, a couple years ago, he put out Late Phases. He did Here Comes the Devil, Penumbra, Cold Sweat.
Late Phases? All right.
Yeah, and he did 36 Steps. He's done a lot of really credible horror films.
Cold Sweat, yeah.
Yeah, and like, film like horror films, man, really good stuff. This one right here, man, Sergio Diabolico. I just love the premise, man. Like this guy that's just kind of down on his luck, man. He's just getting passed over at work and shit like that. And then just kind of snaps, man. He just kind of starts taking it out. He kidnaps this girl and kind of takes it out on her and things. And then shit kind of goes haywire from there. I like this whole premise, man, but it's the way the film is executed and the performances really sell this film off as being like totally awesome. It's totally awesome. It just comes off as being so great. And that's what really, in a film like this, you need to have great performances. And that's what you got. The direction was awesome. I love the ending of the film was fantastic. It just never faltered me. And it's funny because the very first thing I heard about this film is that it was considered like a comedy horror film. I think this movie's more horror. It's got dark humor in it at times, but it's not a fucking comedy. I read one review that someone said that it was like more of a comedy. I'm like, no, it's definitely not. A lot of these type of films have dark humor in them. So don't read that bullshit or don't read into that bullshit. But Sergio Diabolico, man, it's executed right from the opening scene to the end perfectly, in my opinion, man. It's really, really good. And that's why I made the list. And, like I said before, I had a lot of 9s. And that's what I give this one. I give this one a 9 out of 10. So I kind of had to pick and choose what I was putting here in the 10 spot. And that's what made it. Check it out, man. It's great. You're going to have to read it. It is subtitled, so.
Interesting. That's actually one of the films that I did not get to see. I had a handful of foreign films on my list that I never got to see towards the end. and that was one that I just decided not to go with. I was kind of putting off a lot of the foreign films because just my schedule that I was working and stuff. I was so tired when I was getting home, and I didn't want to have to fucking read.
It was one of the last ones I watched.
Oh, was it, Andy? So you did see this one. Did everybody else see this one, Derek?
Yes.
All right. Interesting though. I will put it on my short list since it did make your top 10. Usually, I think pretty much always I go back and watch everybody's top 10 list after the year's over. But go ahead, Andy. You want to go next?
All right, so coming into my number 10 spot, I actually had to change it because a previous mentioned film doesn't count for this year, that being The Black Ghost Dollar. So I came down to two different films here, and ultimately I went with this one because I personally found it more entertaining, and this is just going to prove how different each one of our lists are probably going to be. And my number 10 film goes to The Bunny the Killer Thing.
Whoa.
Yes.
Oh man, just such a good, entertaining, fun film, man. I literally never laughed so hard watching a film in my life. It's best going into it not knowing much about it, so you won't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely a good film. I definitely recommend everybody checking it out. It's not a film though for everybody if you don't like sex comedy and stuff like that. But yeah, it's definitely a film that you should check out if you're like that kind of humor.
And it literally has one of the most bonkers third acts I've ever seen in a film too.
Totally.
Like things just start happening and you're like, what the fuck? This is crazy, man. It's a lot of fun. It's a great ride. It's a great
fucking
ride.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just that's another one that I had it on the queue and I was like, should I really give this one a shot? Is it have a chance to make my top 10? I didn't think that it did, so I just skipped out on it.
That's a future Netflix and chill show.
Totally. That's actually not a bad idea. I might have to do that. Is it on Prime?
Oh my god.
I'm not sure.
I think it's on Prime. I think it was on Prime. Maybe it's on Prime. I don't know. So what did you rate that, Andy?
I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10 for Bunny the Killer Thing. Oh man, that was a hype film that I had just because it looked so ridiculous when Exploitation announced it. Unfortunately, you got that shitty release. But you know, rounding out the 10s here, the number 10, I have my number 10, which could potentially surprise a lot of people where it is, but I'm gonna go ahead and announce my number 10 spot as Train to Busan. This was, nice. I believe, a South Korean film.
Oh my god.
South Korean? Is this South Korean?
Yeah.
It was.
All right, South Korean, Train to Busan. This is, when I was watching it, I was like, this is what World War Z was supposed to be. Right, like this is kind of like the mega scale disaster film that World War Z was trying to be. Only this film did it a little bit better, and this was a very entertaining, solid watch from front to back. It keeps you captivated. You're really feeling the situation that this father and his daughter are in, and it has very emotional high and low points. My biggest only complaint with that film, why it didn't rank higher, was there were so many like cliched like action moments that I can't stand, and it was actually taking me out of the film at certain points. Just as an example, there's a character who's under a train and it's coming, you know, it's like tilted and there's all kind of zombies or infected, whatever you want to call them, on the inside of the train. And the windows are slowly cracking, and wouldn't you know what happens? All the windows crack at once, and the guy gets swarmed. Like stuff like that annoys me. It's like, why would all the windows crack at once when you just showed that previously that they're not all connected? You know what I mean? Like, it's just that action type moment that I hate. And there's a lot of that in this film. But if you know, some people love that stuff. I don't. I actually hate it. So that was the only problem I had with this film. Otherwise, it was very, very good. You know, very well acted. The performances were good. The little girl was great. There was a duality there where it came to like, should we be banding together or should we be fighting for ourselves? I'm usually the type of person that would be like, I think I should fight for myself. And it turns out in this movie that it seems like it should be more, we should band together. But then there were a few moments where it's like, well, if you would have looked out for yourself, that wouldn't have happened. So I don't know. It's that duality that's constantly there when you're talking about these survival situations, these zombie films like this, these infected films, whatever you want to call it. But the scale of this film is huge, and the story's good, and there's some tense moments. There's also some very like sort of black comedy that maybe some viewers might not catch. At least I assume it was supposed to be comedy. But Train to Busan, gonna go ahead and give that one an 8.5 out of 10 for my number 10 spot.
Nice.
Q?
Okay, it goes back to me now.
Yes, sir.
All right, number 9. You guys ready for this one? American Guinea Pig Bloodshock.
Wow.
I
Crazy.
followed this film through like its early stages. I funded with the old Indiegogo.
I didn't see your name in the fucking credits.
Yeah, we talked about this.
I didn't see your name in the credits. Is it in there?
It's not. It's probably just a mishap from whoever typed the credits.
Is it though, or did you actually donate?
No, he donated.
I donated. I have
So
Indiegogo.
hold up. We need to get Marcus Koch on the phone and figure out where your goddamn name is.
Oh, so I've been told by Dan Ellis it's actually Cook. It's Marcus Cook.
Well,
I was
that's
told
dumb.
by-
He should just spell his name the right way to begin with, and we wouldn't have that problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Just
told
like
by
to
Mark
make it.
that was Marcus Cook by himself.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Derek's got the Indiegogo edition of Bloodshot too, don't you?
Yeah, I have it signed
Yeah.
by Burrow and Cook.
I said, Kyle's name was the very first name that popped up. How about that?
I know. That's
Oh
funny.
no,
That's
hilarious. And he doesn't even do reviews anymore.
He said he
He does-
wanted to come back eventually.
He's gonna do Facebook reviews like he did for Observance. I like this.
That was the best shit ever.
Sounds like me.
But getting into American Guinea Pig Bloodshot, when I was first getting into this film, I was hearing a lot of mixed things, like from like the festival circuit and people that saw it in like the festivals, and of course the thing that the first bouquet of gore and blood, like, is it going to be like the same stuff, or because a lot of people have mixed feelings on that film. This film is a totally different like film and like style and sense of like the way it is told. It's more about like the physical and mental stability of pain through our main character of Dan Ellis, and he does a terrific job in performance in this film as this guy who's going through like all these experiments through like this mad scientist and weird like sort of scenes. And I like the black and white aspect of this. The black and white in this film reminds me of like I was telling Moods this in our talkings about the film, like it was filmed a lot like Japanese cyberpunk, the subgenre of that, like Tessio the Iron Man and Rubber's Lover, which I know Marcus, because I talked to him on the Horror Amino chats. He was actually a big fan of like cyberpunk films, so he took that like filmmaking style and used it to his advantage with like this stylistic setting. And this film works for its abilities with the gore, because it has like a lot of like good atmospheric scenes with its gore, but it's not a lot of like full blown gore like the first film was. It's very subtle and it takes doses, because then it goes from like the padded room back to the experiment table back to the padded room, and you just feel for this guy's pain, and you're wondering what's going on with him throughout it. And then it has like this amazing ending that I really enjoyed and was very shocked, and it has this tantalizing
Were you
soundtrack.
blood shocked?
I was just gonna say, were you blood shocked? Yeah.
I was blood shocked. They got me.
They
So-
got me. I was blood shocked. They got me.
So I
You know,
really
Yeah, I mean, it completely makes sense though, man. I never even caught on to the cyberpunk thing, but it does, man. All those films like Tetsuo and Rubber's Lover, those things were shot in black and white. It does kind of make sense that he took that style from there and just kind of incorporated into there. I never even really put two and two together, to be honest. So
it's not as weird as those films too.
it's definitely not as weird. But the thing I like about this film compared to Bouquet of Guts and Gore is that this one kind of it breaks itself a little bit, between the psychological elements and the physical abuse. In the first film, it's straight up torture, man. This one is just like, it's balls to the wall torture. This one kind of gives you those breaks and allows you to kind of absorb things and think about what's actually going on, and almost create, while I was watching, I was like, man, I think this movie is a big metaphor for, blah, 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 and I was coming up with like all these kind of ideas and things like that. And that's interesting in a film like this, because you generally wouldn't, sit there and be able to think about, what is this movie projecting on a bigger scale? And I was coming up with all these ideas and thoughts and premises of, these metaphors and shit. And I don't know. I mean, who knows if they're right or correct? It doesn't really matter, but I took a lot from the film.
Yeah, you know what?
The ending was really shocking to me, and I literally shut the movie off and went, damn, that's really good. Really good. Like, it's crazy. I wish more people give it a shot, because if you're thinking it's exactly like American, the first one, it's not. It's a lot different. And I have to admit, though, I was expecting it to be a gory mess because of Marcus Cook's fucking, being effects artist. That's what he's mostly known for. He's worked on the films. Like, I mean, he's directed 4 or 5 full-length films, but him, being so established as a makeup artist and effects artist, I was expecting it to be crazy amounts of gore.
There was a ton of gore. What are you talking about? There was a ton of gore.
No, there is a ton of gore, but I mean, compared to the first one, it was a lot lesser. And I heard that from a lot of people, that it was one of the biggest complaints. Like, man, this one didn't have any gore, and the black and white elements of the film took away from the whole, the whole aspect of the blood and gore, because it doesn't have that same effect. And I was like, that's bullshit. It had the same effect to me, because if you look at the film, the way it's presented to you and the way you're supposed to look at it, it's quite effective.
Yeah, I think that it was much better than it deserved to be. And I don't mean to sound like a dick when I say that, but I'm just saying, like, these films, the guinea pig films, were not really like serious movies almost. Like, the first one's like a 15, like, isn't the first one like super short, and it's like the Asian guinea pig ones, it's like super short, and it's just this girl being like bound and tortured, and then
it's something like 60 minutes or something like that.
Yeah,
but
like 60 minutes. Like, they shouldn't require thought, is what I'm saying. And like you said, there was a little bit more to this one than somebody might think, and especially myself, right? Like to me, these aren't really the types of movies that I go after, and I ended up actually enjoying it as well, and I thought that it actually was way better than anybody would probably think, including myself.
I like what Steven's doing with this series, because he just took the first film as like a homage to the original, and he's doing his own thing with it. Like, the next one's gonna be a possession film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to sort of be interested in this little franchise.
Yeah, because it's going to be like a whole like different thing. But they might go back to like what the first film was, of course, and like some of the further sequels. Who knows?
Well, the original Guinea Pig franchise, I mean, fuck, dude. What is it, like the third and fourth? They're like straight up comedies. They have the most different tone than the original, the first ones and stuff. Yeah, they got like super comical and stuff. So I'm kind of hoping that they don't do that with this one. But I like the aspect of them doing something like a possession film. I mean, that's completely out of left field and different. So,
plus,
if they're planning on doing that in these films,
like an indie actress. She's a really good indie actress. So I'm very looking forward to. Plus, we got like Jim Van Beber in a role as a priest. So who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But like I was gonna say, like when Marcus Cook is his films, I actually reviewed all 3 of his previous films on my YouTube channel, like beforehand, like when I first started YouTube. And there's this film called Fell that he did, which is very in the same vein as this, very psychological, very mental. It goes into the mentality of its characters, and this film dwells more into that than like 100 Tears would. You know what I mean?
So what did you rate this?
I give this one a 9 out of 10. I rated a little higher when I first rated it, but I was high on painkillers at the time, because when I reviewed it.
Wait, you mean 9 out of 10 isn't the high rating?
No, I originally rated.
Jesus Christ! Enough said. Whose turn?
I guess that's my turn, right? Okay, so coming in at number 9, and this is, man, seriously, a little bit of a spoiler alert, but this is kind of the surprise of the year for myself. This is a film that obviously has been talked about for a long time, and I didn't really know what to expect from it because I was expecting super type indie film and being, good, a decent film. But what I got was an overwhelming, wow, for lack of a better term, I was just like, damn. The film in question here is The Barn. Wow.
Nice.
This movie was really spectacular, man, on all levels. This is honestly one of the best Halloween films of all time. Yeah. I'm going to say that right there. This is honestly one of the best written and executed horror films of recent memory. And this is an indie film, you got to remember. But it does it very well. There's so much damn good script in this film, and so much mythology behind all the characters that are in this film and stuff. It's simply about a group of friends that were basically going to this concert, and they stop off at this small town, and there's this whole legend about the barn and all these characters and things like that. And if you go and knock on the barn, it'll kind of set this evil free, and then you'll kind of be fucked kind of deal. And that's essentially what happens, and it sets off these characters. But what we get here is a lot of mythology and a lot of really clever writing, how these characters that you're introduced to, like the monsters, how they work together, and combined with the mythology of Halloween and the main character's ideas of Halloween. Because our main character in this film is someone that's obsessed with Halloween, and he's got his own set of rules and stuff, and he essentially has to use his own rules to kind of beat these monsters and stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's really fantastic how they did this, man. It's really fucking cool. Like, you got Hollow Jack, you got the Boogeyman, and you got the candy corn scarecrow. And these are these three monsters that are set free from this barn, and then they go and terrorize and do their thing and stuff. But how they do it, like Hollow Jack is got a pumpkin head, and he can't see, just on his normal body, but his eyes are all the pumpkins around the neighborhood, so, and shit like that, and like how everything kind of interconnects with itself. Really well written. It's set in 1989, so it kind of has this 80s feel, but it's one of these movies that doesn't have to constantly remind you that it's from the 80s and stuff. It's just naturally done, and it feels like the 80s. And my only complaint about the film, some of the acting at times kind of falters itself, but it's really easy to overlook because it's so entertaining. It's very well paced, really good story, really amazing story. It was a fucking massive surprise. Like, I literally finished the film and I wanted to watch it again. I was literally going to watch it again if it wasn't so late at night. And that's very seldomly done, with films. I mean, we're always trying to watch as many films as we can, but I wanted to watch this one back to back. It was that good. It was so much fun. Really great idea. Music was fantastic in the film, all over the place. Really fantastic soundtrack. I thought it was shot really well, edited really well too. For an indie film, the transitions and everything was really well done, and not really a lot of plot holes and stuff. I mean, obviously things that you're going to have to kind of set yourself away from a little bit because it's a kind of a monster film a little bit, but it's like a monster film / slasher film with amazing mythology. Awesome. Couldn't recommend this one enough. It's just fantastically done.
Damn,
this
you Postman.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one.
This one is going to make a great Halloween companion from years to come. Mark my words on that. I think once more people get a chance to see this film, they're really going to enjoy it, man. Really enjoy it. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm just thinking about the third actor now. It's really good stuff. But 9 out of 10. Definitely check out The Barn. It's really fantastic. It's fun.
Fuck.
Wow, that's interesting because The Barn is produced by Pittsburgh natives, like made by Pittsburgh natives, and it was actually I've seen it in a few spots, like little advertisements for it and stuff like that, like even locally. And one of the drive-ins that we go to 2 times a year, they was doing a screening of it. A couple back in like October, I think, and they would always show the trailer, and honestly, like I thought it was cool looking, but I just didn't think that it was going to be that good. So I mean, it's a far trip anyway, but that wasn't solely why I didn't go see it. But it just didn't sell me enough to go way out of my way to go see. But now I guess I will see it. So damn me.
I can't wait till my
chance.
DVD comes in tomorrow.
Yeah, mine should be here this week.
I was so fucking pissed.
You kind of hyped me on it, man, because like I had very little hype for it, and it did pop up on one other person's list.
Really?
That sent them in. Yeah, the listener submissions that we had, it popped up on one list, I think.
I think I know who it was.
And
I'm wondering if a lot of people didn't get a chance to see it, because I think if more people got a chance to see this film, they would probably think a little bit different. You might have saw it on more lists.
Do you know if Brandon and Dave and those guys got to see it?
No.
I never actually asked. I was going to actually ask Brandon if he'd seen it or not, but no, I did ask. No, Brandon didn't see it. Brandon didn't see it.
Because those guys kind of seen everything this year. They did a really good job. So if they didn't see it, ha 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 ha.
I might have slipped one in there.
Yeah. So go ahead, Andy.
All right, so coming at number 9 is one of these films that number 9 is The Green Room. I guess it's kind of relatable now to me, I guess, since Nazis are after me, I guess.
Yeah, I did say that.
Overall, I thought it was just like a fantastic, I don't know what kind of horror film you would label it as.
Survival.
Yeah, just really well done. It's actually pretty scary to me. I couldn't imagine being trapped inside a bar with Nazis trying to kill me. But it's a fantastic film. That's really all I have to say about it.
All right, so we got The Green Room. What was your rating on that?
It's an 8.
What was it?
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
Nice.
All right. So
Back.
to
it's your
me.
turn? Okay, my bad.
So my number 9 is another foreign film, actually. This one also, I believe, from South Korea. I'm not sure, but I think it is The Wailing.
Nice.
Is this from South Korea, guys? I'm bad with
it. Is.
Locations.
Yep, it is.
Okay.
It is.
So The Wailing, man, this movie was just very unique, dude. Like it just didn't have it didn't have like a beat for beat like any type. Like the whole time I'm like, what the fuck is like this, And that's good. That's good to have in a film. This film has so many like cool aspects, but of like things that we know in America, but it also has a nice twist on it where it seems like there might be a cultural disconnect with certain things. And actually, I did hear, I believe Elric from the Shockwaves podcast, he talked that when he's seen it, I believe he's seen it with people who were from South Korea, and some of the things that they interpreted was like sort of different than what we did. Like they kind of knew more about the mythology. It was like common things to them. So it's like it seems like it has a ton of like interesting things that we might not pick up on in it as well. Mm-hmm. My only complaint on this one, really, I know you shouldn't really have complaints on a top 10 list, but I just felt like this one was just fucking too long, man. It just really was for me. I think it clocks in at like 2.5.
You know what? Honestly, man, I 100% agree with you on that one. I mean, it's not very often we watch a horror film that's 2.5 hours, but considering the almost simplistic storyline that's presented to us, I mean, it's not overly confusing or anything, but you probably could have done it within 120 minutes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
it's
just 2 hours and 36 minutes, dude.
But I will say though, man, one thing about The Wailing that really kind of intrigued me, because it's been minor complaints on films like Krampus and other things like that, where the tonal switches kind of jar me to the point, dollar in the jar. They kind of throw me out in left field a little bit with the tonal switches. This film right here, at first I wasn't 100% sure if it was supposed to be a comedy or not. The first 30, 35, 40 minutes of the film where we're getting introduced to all of our characters and stuff, there's a lot of comedic elements to especially with our main character who's the cop. And, I wasn't really 100% sure where this thing was actually going to go, if it was going to keep that same comedic elements going on. But I love the way they developed the character, because they show the lighthearted side of him. And I really understood by the end of the film why they did it, because it really it's a nice companion piece. You show the lighter heart lighter side of this guy. You know, he's a family guy, blah, blah, blah. He's kind of goofy and stuff. He's a cop. But when shit needs to go, or when shit starts going down, he becomes that real cop and he becomes real serious and stuff like that. And I thought the tonal switch in the film was done perfectly, unlike Krampus. This is a way better film. And they did it properly, even though the running time is a little bit too damn long. I think it's an amazing film. It's an amazing film with a really cool third act.
Yeah.
So,
and, you know, one thing that I will say about, you mentioned the third act, I feel like this film almost throws away the 3-act narrative that we're used to and kind of just does its own thing. Like it really doesn't feel like a 3-act film. You know what I mean? It feels like it kind of has more acts, maybe because 2 hours and 36 minutes, but it just feels very weird. Like, I love the mythology, like the concept of like this stranger coming into this little quaint village and like wreaking havoc. It kind of reminded me a little bit of like Stephen King's Storm of the Century and certain other things. Great, like sort of exorcism type stuff in this one. You know, honestly, even though it is a very long movie, it's very hard to critique it and say like that there's a ton of bad things about it. It's terrifying at times. It's got tense moments. It's really good. You know, I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, nice. Derek.
Okay, back to me. At number 8, I have The Witch. Clickety clackety.
Nice.
Yeah, New England horror, one of my favorite subgenres of horror.
Look how unbiased he's being right now. Representing New England, he's like, this is number 8. Good stuff.
You know, it's a really good film. It has a lot of like great atmospheric moments in it. I love like the characters of the main girl in the film. I can't think of her name off the top of my head. I should have wrote notes on her name. But I really enjoy her performance in the film and the dwelling of her character throughout, with her family going through like this madness that ensues throughout it. I really enjoy like how we get to meet like Brandon's lover there, Black Phillip, and how he dwells into the story and what he really is in the story. But I'm not gonna really, if no one has seen the film yet, which of course if Dave Z was on this, he probably fucking made everyone go see it by gunpoint by now. But yeah, it's a really well made film. It has one little nick in it that I can't get past, and it's the very end of the film that has my little set rates of problems. But it's still a really well-made atmospheric film. So I'm going to give it a solid 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. 9 out of 10.
The Witch.
Moods.
All right. So coming in at number 8 is a, I think this is, what is it? I think it's actually an Argentinian film.
Mm-hmm.
It's Italian film. Released by Unearthed Films, and it's Francesca.
Finally, a movie I've seen that Moods lists. I was starting to get scared. I was like, "Oh shit! Like seriously, am I not going to see his entire top 10?"
Yeah, this movie right here actually blew my socks off. I couldn't believe it, man. I think if you showed this film to the average film goer, they would honestly believe this one was made in the 70s.
Yeah, there's no way. Like, I wanted to almost test that theory on my friend from work, the one that I do the new podcast, Netflix and Chill. Just plug that in there real quick. But you know, I was gonna test that, and I 100% guarantee she thinks it's from the 70s.
Oh, I wouldn't even question it, for sure. You know, it's it's like a freaking Argentinian giallo film. It's really, really crazy, man. You know, it's so well executed too.
Yeah.
In style and in story. I actually read one brief review where they said Francesca is everything you want from an Italian giallo. It's a great love letter. It's done to a T, except for the acting is too good. It actually kind of made me laugh. And, you know, I was like, wow, that's funny. I mean, because that's kind of one thing that, you know, Italian films are known for, not really having the greatest acting sometimes in their films and stuff, but this one just has it all, man. It has that very kind of simple story. that are, you know, these detectives are trying to solve this story or solve this case about this missing girl. And then, you know, there's a lot of twists and turns and shit in this one and stuff. Great soundtrack, but it's just the way it's filmed and edited, the music, everything. It's so fucking good. It even has creepy ass dolls in it. I mean, you can't go wrong with this film, man. It's just really fantastic stuff, man. Watched it a couple times, and you know, the second time around, I was looking for, you know, things that would kind of give it away that, you know, it wasn't set in the 70s, and I can't find anything, man. The set pieces used, the locations, everything, the clothes.
Yeah.
It's just really well done. This is a really good. I don't really like to use the word homage this. I think it's just him. He's a big fan of Italian giallos, and this is, you know, his film. You know, this is what he's doing. So I couldn't recommend it enough. My only gripe on this film, and the reason why it's a little bit lower on my list, is the fact that the very end is kind of unbelievable a little bit to me. And, you know, it doesn't ruin the film at all because it's such a great overall product that it's my one little minor gripe. I obviously can't say anything, but that was one thing that just kind of like, what, really? Like, no, I don't know about that. I'm still a little bit unsure about it, but I think it's great. I think this IMDb rating of 5 out of 10 is just ridiculous, but I mean, maybe it's a lot of people that don't watch giallos are rating this film. I don't know, but I couldn't recommend this one enough, man. If you're a big fan of 70s films, giallos, Italian style, check this out. This is very, very unique. You don't come across a film like this very often that is that representative of its genre that it's trying to mimic. You know, it's unbelievable. It really is actually unbelievable and stuff. So 9 out of 10, Francesca. The ending, a little bit of problems with, but overall, a really fantastically done film. I can't wait to see what he does next, man. I mean, this is the second film that I've actually reviewed.
Oh, I already know what he's doing next. He's doing an 80s, like a full-blown slasher next.
Nice.
Is it what, The Water's Left Behind?
Huh?
The Water's Left Behind?
Yeah, it's a slasher film.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, his first film, Son of Profond, that I reviewed on here, was more or less like a silent kind of giallo film. But this guy's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, Lucio Natti, really nice guy. I actually talked to him a few times.
Just this guy's one of those up and comers, man. I'm just really, really feeling their style and their fucking love for cinema, man. You know, the fine detail that's put into these films is just enough for me to, you know, to notice, and that's good. So big ups to him, man. Francesca in at number 8. Fantastic film. Check it out, peeps.
Awesomeness.
I really enjoyed that one as well. Andy.
All right, so my number 8 one might be a little bit of a shocker, but it's a film that definitely benefit from a rewatch. Because originally I didn't have this film in my top 10 at all after my first viewing, but after a second view, it goes to Fender Bender, a slasher film.
Nice.
You know, I will say right off the bat, Fender Bender is my favorite slasher film of the year.
Same here, man. It was just so well done. If it wasn't for the modern technology that they used in the film, the way this film was like shot, it definitely felt like an 80s style slasher. Mm-hmm. Just fantastic film all around. I had a blast watching it. It definitely benefits from a rewatch though.
Andy, this one I completely put out of my even watch zone, just because I thought it was just gonna be kind of lame, but what is it actually about? Like, what's the storyline? Is it road horror?
Well, Fender Bender actually is a very good title for the film, man. By Andy,
it's very creative how they tie that.
It is. It's original. It's honestly, you could put this into a conversation of the most original type setups for even like a slasher film. Like, who's ever done this before? Nobody.
Yeah.
Man, no, I want to see it.
Honestly, yeah. But basically, it's just about a guy. He goes around causing these car accidents, and whatnot, and then he stalks these people that he gets into accident as they're exchanging like information with him. Just like Mood says, it's a real original thing. I never had seen anything like it. The kills pretty good.
Yeah, sorry, Andy, but the idea is so amazing because it flushes out all those plot holes of where these people. You know how like sometimes in slasher films are like, how the fuck did he end up at this house and how did he know where they live and stuff? Well, they showcase this because he's literally on the road after he gets into an accident with people, and he's getting their information, so he's finding out where they live and stuff, and that's how he stalks them and shit. It's fucking great. It's totally awesome.
And I must say, he's a pretty cool looking killer myself. His getup, I dug it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I give that one an 8 out of 10.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have to say, man, I agree, man. Even though some of the characters in the film are a little bit cliched, the group of friends and stuff like that,
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
the main girl in the film, I thought her performance was fantastic. I thought the killer was great. His outfit, the way he killed people, just the whole aspect of having a car had like this kind of minor death proof, kind of influence in it and stuff like that. But the ending of this film is what sold it. And I thought the ending was so powerful. I actually went, oh my God. I was like, holy fuck! This is why
a cop out or anything.
This is why sometimes when you really like your characters and stuff like that, that it can be so fucking powerful, man. It can be so goddamn powerful, and definitely the best slasher of the year.
That's cool, man. That's Scream Factory produced.
That's one I missed too. I just haven't had a chance to pick it up.
Yeah, I definitely recommend it.
Huh.
It's really good.
What's interesting is Mark Pavia directed that. The guy who made Night Flyer. Yeah, but if you look at his filmography, dude, he did The Night Flyer, nothing till 2010, where he only has special thanks credits from 2010 to 2012. So the dude literally hasn't produced, wrote, did anything since The Night Flyer in 1997, and then he directed that film in 2016. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Like, technology probably completely changed. Like, I don't even know if you'd know your way around anything.
Let's put it this way, man. Scream Factory is looking for somebody they could hire for cheap to direct the script that they came up with. And Buddy hadn't worked in a long time, and he probably took a cheap paycheck. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, or he probably just, maybe they were like, hey, this guy hasn't worked since the 90s, and we're trying to make an old school slasher. Maybe he can make it feel old school or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who knows? But that's pretty cool. I'm going to have to check that one out. I really didn't expect to be that many films on this top 10 that I didn't see. It's starting to annoy me now.
Well, that's what I said to you the other night, JP. I said, man, are you sure you've seen everything, man? You might be surprised.
I'm gonna have to go hard on 2017. I say it every year, but damn it, I'm doing it next year.
We're going hard.
So coming in at my number 8 is a film that got released pretty late in 2016. Actually, like final couple weeks, and that's why a lot of shows that were already posting their show, looking at you, Exploding Heads, didn't even get to see this film. And in fact, one of their hosts actually retroactively went and changed their list, so they should have waited.
That's the complications of doing your show too fucking early. If you wait till the year's over, then you have no excuses.
Yeah, but they know as well as I know, if they put their show out first, then they're going to get the height of the numbers, the downloads, because everybody's going to download it. But you really should wait. You really should wait. Don't be a whore. Anyway, so continuing here, we have my number 8, which is The Autopsy of Jane Doe. Now,
nice.
Damn, I'm surprised this made your top 10. Crazy.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay. The feels that I got in the first 45 minutes or so of this film are very close to being second to none for this year. Like, I was 100% with it. I was just like, what the hell's going on? This is interesting. 3 people in a room, one of them's dead. You know what I mean? That's my type of movie. And there's this big mystery, and the practical effects were great on the body. The actress herself, who was laying there, fantastic. The 2 characters, father and son duo, again sticking with the same sort of. I think now 3 of my films had sort of a father or a
family
mother,
connection.
A family connection. Yeah, very interesting how that played out this year. But I like their dynamics back and forth. It was just it was fucking original. Just this concept of this body came in late at night, working late, having to do this for the sheriff or whatever, figure out what happened to this girl. Very mysterious. It's like, how are these things happening? Like, how are they possible? And you're really wondering the whole time. It's like, I think he said there was one fucking metaphor that he used, like to how, like, he said finding a bullet in the brain with no sign of entry or something like that. You know what I mean? And that's what this whole conundrum is with this body. Like, how are these identification marks and these different things on her without having any evidence of how they're there. And a lot of people say that
internal
damage, smoke
damage that was going, like her lungs were fucked. There was organs that were all fucked. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool.
I was just really into it. And as they were getting further, because they start with like regular autopsy type shit, and then they go further into it and they're cutting things open. It was like really making me squirm, because for some reason like an autopsy does that to me. And a lot of people say that once a certain point in time, the film shifts a little bit into a different territory. And okay, I'm with you on that it isn't as good as the other stuff. But once the reveal happens, I'm 100% fine with it. I'm like, where did you fucking expect for it to go? You know what I mean? That's what it is. That's the story. It isn't as intriguing, of course not, because the first part they've never done before. The second part has been done a few times, but it's combining the two together that I thought worked really well. So I was happy with the ending. I was happy with the final reveal, and it actually was a little chilling to me once you found out what was happening. I was like, oh my god, it fucking makes perfect sense, of course. And I really, really loved the Autopsy of Jane Doe. To me, it was not disappointing at all. I'll take those first 45 minutes of like squirminess and interest, and still have that to me is more important than maybe the 20 minutes of dullness that has been done before, and then the final ending, which is super sharp to me. So to me it works out. It's a great movie. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Do you think these endings are becoming super prevalent in today's world? Like, I mean, 25 years ago kind of thing, like these type of endings never really went down a whole lot. Like, I mean, especially in studio films, they were just like, nah, you can't really do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You see it a lot more now. Do you think it's starting to lose its kind of punch, or it's still to the point where you're like, fuck yeah, that's good. It's kind of good.
Depends on the situation.
Yeah, it really does film by film for me. But yeah, I don't know, man.
But I really enjoyed this film.
This is a hard film to talk about without spoiling it, because there's an obvious kind of word or whatever, but man, this is a good film, man. I don't know what the hell Brandon was talking about, being all cliche and shit. I thought the ending was great. I thought the reveal was awesome.
I
thought it was very, very atmospheric. It's one of these almost contained horror films. I mean, they're stuck in this area.
I love, man. That's the type of movies I love.
There's a couple moments.
Another thing that's great about it is it's from the director of Troll Hunter, and you're like thinking to yourself, like, wait, this is from the director of Troll Hunter?
I thought Derek. This is a completely polar opposite type film.
I can't wait till what he does fucking next, because it's going to be fucking awesome too.
I hope he does another film based on some type of mythological, creatures and type stories and things like that. It's cool, man. Good job.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's cool, man. I'm proud that you had that in there, JP.
Yeah.
Good stuff, JP.
So number 7, Derek.
7. Okay. A film that was just talked about earlier, Francesca.
Yeah.
So our first repeat.
Oh yeah, Luciano and Eddie, amazing job. I fell in love with the fucking cinematography of this film the first time I popped in the Unearthed Films release of it. Amazing cinematography, what he did with this film, and he also composed the film, which is very mind blowing. It has an amazing, very Italian-based composer. It's very reminiscent of a lot of of the old school composers of our time, like the DeAngelis brothers, Ennio Morricone, Goblin. There's a lot of hints and tones of their soundtracks from the past in his score, and it's amazing. I love how this film dwells into the giallo, and Mood said earlier, with all the setups, like the J&B bottles on the table. It's just a little nice touch. If you're a fan of giallo's films and you see those, and you're in a giallo film.
It's a staple drink of a giallo.
Yeah.
You gotta have the J&B bottle in there. I know.
And it doesn't take that much more money to make that happen either.
No, those are the subtleties that make this shit so damn good. And only people I don't want to sound retarded or not, but people that watch these type of films on a regular basis, we notice shit like that. And that it's just perfect, man. It's perfect to me. It's great.
Yeah,
it shows the love for it, man. And when you watch a film like this, you totally understand where they're coming from. You can connect with it so hard. It's great, man.
And
It's
like
really,
all
really
of like the doll references from like Deep Red and like
exactly
different like it works for me. And unlike you, because I actually did really enjoy the twist in this film, because I wasn't expecting it at all to happen, and because I kind of let the beginning scenes like as a side note, just to give a little thing what happens, but it really fucking blew me away. Like when my mouth actually dropped when the twist happened. I'm like, holy shit!
But does it make sense?
It doesn't make sense, but I enjoyed it because
no, it doesn't make sense.
No, but I enjoyed it because I like that because it threw me off guard.
So as long as you just come up with the most random ass thing ever, and then you're gonna make Derek happy. It doesn't have to make sense at all.
No, it doesn't. But it just I really enjoyed it because I'm used to like giallos are like the most generic endings ever, like of the ones I've seen anyways. Like I said previous in certain other films. And this one did something a little different, which I did like that they try to do something different. That's all I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So So I'm at the same at 9 out of 10. Really enjoyed Francesca a lot.
Okay,
really
one
good.
little note that I have here. So far, all of Moods' top 10 has been 9s.
Yeah.
And Derek only had one that wasn't a 9 or higher, I believe.
I had a lot of 8.5s. It was the year of 8.5s.
And then Andy and myself have yet to hit a 9.
That's interesting, man. Yeah, like I said, I had about 15 9s in my 131 films, so this was it was tough. It was tough to cut films. I wish the top 10 could have been a top 15. Would have been great.
All right, Moods.
All right, man. Coming in at number 7 is officially the second repeat of the night, and that is The Wailing.
Nice.
A film that, man, dude. If you haven't seen this film, you got to check it out, man. I know the length of this film might kind of defer people from checking it out. I mean, honestly, it's not really that inviting when you see a film that's 2 hours and 36 minutes. You're like, shit, man, this isn't fucking shiny. Come on, this is ridiculous. But
yeah, you know what, Moods? There's another film that I didn't watch for this year, and it was based on the running time.
Wow.
Every time I forgot to pop it in, every time I went to pop it in, I'd look at the running time, I'd be like, oh, fuck, I forgot. And it was Masks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Because
Interesting.
that one runs just under 2 hours, doesn't it?
Dude.
Something like that. It's like an hour.
It's 109 minutes.
109 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, The Wailing, man. What hasn't said before, or what wasn't said before, I don't know, man. It's just one of those films. It's a very beautiful, captivating film with lots of twists and turns and stuff. And this one had me guessing a lot. You know, I was really intrigued in the story, and I think that's what sells this film. I mean, even though the running time is so long, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because it was still interesting enough with what they were trying to do. But, you know, with that said, I mean, I think they probably could have cut some of it out. I mean, that's probably my one little gripe, but the story's interesting. It's really cool. It's another one of these films with, you know, that family bond, you know, father, daughter, you know, shit that's going on and stuff. And I really like for this one, man. There's something about South Korean films that are just captivating. They really make some damn good films, man. They're really invested in the story, and it's sold so well. Like I said before, man, this has one of the best tonal switches I've ever seen in a film in recent memory. And it sells it so good to me that when you get all these twists and turns and all these type of things that are going on in the film, you're just like, fuck, man. Like, what a great setup to the film. What a great goddamn setup, man. And I feel sorry for people that didn't watch this film this year who made a top 10 list because it needs to be on there. So
yeah, dude, South Korean films, man. I mean, I say it all the time, but they work for me like 9 times out of 10, like more than Japanese. When
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
talking about Asian cinema, like South Korea has not done me wrong.
I think the thing about South Korean films that really sells to the Western audience is that, as much as we like our comedy and things like that over here, at the same time we like our seriousness of films and stuff like that. And sometimes when we're searching out of our comfort zone, which is these westernized films and stuff like that, when you see a film like The Wailing and it has these great kind of transitions from tonal switches and stuff, these are the type of films that we can come invested in and still have replay value and stuff. With some Japanese films, the translation and the comedy a lot of the times isn't what we're looking for. I know JP, you have a hard time with Japanese comedy and the type of films that come out of Japan a lot of the times. I mean, there is some serious ones, but there is a lot of they just make different type of weird films.
It's like the Noboru Gucci films are not for JP.
Oh yeah, Gucci films, man. I find that South Koreans, man, are more appealing sometimes because they do make those type of more serious type tone films.
Yeah,
maybe it's because they don't have a sense of humor because they can't have one because they're worried about North Korea. I don't know.
I mean, I've definitely seen funny South Korean films like Thirst, which is the guy who made what the hell is
Park Chan-wook.
Park Chan-wook.
Yeah, for sure.
Which I really like that one as well. I don't know. It's just I seem like there's less of a cultural disconnect, or at least what there is, like I find fascinating, than instead of just weird, right? Because a lot of the cultural disconnect with Japanese is just weird to me, and
it's kind of ironic too when we sit here and compare or talk about South Korean films with Japanese and stuff, where one of the characters in this film is actually the foreign Japanese character.
John Cameron,
from The Wailing. So it's cool, man. It's cool, man. I really enjoy this film, man. I think everyone needs to check it out. It's a beautiful, toned, awesome film, man. I couldn't recommend it enough. It's another 9 out of 10.
9 out of
So
10, the year of the nines.
yeah, the year of the nines for me, man. But yeah.
All right.
What you got, Andy?
All right. So to keep the repeat train rolling, we got a film here, The Witch.
Clickety-clackety.
Yeah. To be honest, I've never really ever seen a film like this before. It's just not like a type of film that I usually seek out to watch, but this movie totally blew me away. Just they nailed the time period, to being from that part of the country and whatnot, knowing a little bit about the witch trials and stuff. I just think they executed that aspect of it well. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's kind of it's not to steal Moose's word, but like a jarring film.
Yeah.
It's quite unique and different, and it's really got me interested to seek out other period piece horror films that have like a slow burn type effect to it. Do you like
period pieces, Andy?
Honestly, I'm not really too familiar with period pieces. I haven't seen too many.
Yeah, there was one we reviewed on here. I can't remember. The Doctor and the Devil. Check that one out. That's a period piece.
Freddie Francis film. Really good stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
What was your rating on that?
That one is 8.5.
8.5 out of 10. All right. Back to me, I believe, which is, what are we on, 7? All right. My number 7 is a film that made quite a huge splash on Netflix this year, and it is Hush. Hush, to me, is a great horror film. It is that from the very setup where you have this deaf girl as a slasher killer just happens upon her, notices that she's deaf, and then decides to fuck with her a bit because, hey, she's deaf and I'm a slasher killer. Slasher killer guy got on a pretty cool mask, but he takes it off. And
way too soon.
I thought maybe way too soon, but I kind of almost liked it because I was like, all right, you're creepy, but I guess you don't really care about that because you're gonna just kill this chick. Just this film to me is the most exciting final chase scene in a slasher into one film. The whole film is that final chase scene, and it's like as exciting as it can get. Cat and mouse the whole time, just very, 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 she gains the upper hand, she loses the upper hand, she's, rises above it all, she sinks below it all, like, just ups and downs, like, a very, very, very likable lead girl. Who directed this? Flanagan?
Yep.
Yeah, Flanagan does a great job. Just a super simple premise for a slasher that just works really well. It just they nailed it with just the idea of this deaf girl home alone, and they set up her character well. They do fantastic character development with her, and then it's mainly those two, but then they do sort of introduce other characters, and they introduce them excellently, and it adds to the tension and drama. Just a super tense filled film. Absolutely loved Hush. 8.5 out of 10.
It's funny. I always considered Hush to be more of a home invasion film than like a slasher film.
Yeah. I mean, technically, it is a home invasion film, but a lot of home invasion films are also slasher films, in a way. And I don't actually mean that this is a slasher because the body count's low. Just to me, the whole film is like the end chase scene of a slasher film. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, all the bodies are already dead. People, like, it's like they just took the final act of a slasher film and then, expanded it into an entire movie.
Yeah.
At least that's how I seen it.
So the lead girl in the film, Derek, what's her name? I'm sure. Oh, you actually don't know, really? Okay.
No.
She did a good job, man. She did a really good job.
That's Flanagan's wife.
Is it really?
Okay.
Yeah, she wrote the screenplay with him.
Oh, nice. But yeah,
that's why it felt
so maybe she was already invested in the film a lot.
Kate
she knew
Siegel.
the character, she wrote it, so that kind of makes sense why her performance is so well done. Crazy. Cool.
Awesome.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Derek here.
Number 6. Are you ready for this?
Oh, y'all ready for this?
Baskin.
Nice.
Yeah. That's...
Ken Everall. You can tell this guy fucking loves movies, man. Fucking, he has like that sense of like, this film brings back like the Lucio Fulci nightmare logic of filmmaking.
Oh, that's what you were talking about. Okay, now I'm with you.
Yeah, this film isn't told in like real logic. It's told in nightmare logic. It doesn't tell like, it's not like a film. This is what people were getting confused. Like, I've been hearing a lot of negative things about this, like in like the festival circuit, and I could see why that like this film would get negative reviews, because it's not like a basic film that gives you like a full like length story and feeds it to you like a normal film. This film is told in like the like a Lucio Fulci like phantasm, like a dream logic, where there's things in it that kind of are confusing and jarring in a way. But I enjoyed that about it because it brought back like the reminiscence of like all those like old school horror films that I loved and grew up with, like Phantasm and like The Beyond and City of the Living Dead. And it has like that vibe, and the soundtrack's fucking amazing. It just creeps, and the soundtrack works with like the creepiness of its moments. And I like how he like has like all these like Argento blue and red tinges throughout it. And it's just a fucking mindfuck of a film. This film is like a visual nightmare, and it's a masterpiece in my opinion. It has like these visual like land sites and landscapes, and it has like a little reminiscence of Apocalypse Now in a way, with like the father character that comes later in the film. Very like
wow, crazy.
Like Marlon Brando's performance in Kurtz even does like the water patting on his head, like Marlon Brando did in that film. Of course, Marlon Brando's here. So, yeah, I really fucking dug this one, man. Really great film from Turkey. I enjoyed it from top to bottom. 9 out of 10. Awesomeness.
I really dug Baskin, but I was probably one of the people that spoke a little negatively about it, that you were referencing, because I know you listened to the podcast that I talked about it on. To me, I felt like I understood what the whole, like, I know what the ending meant, right? Like, I'm not going to spoil it, but I know that it does the thing that Moods doesn't like, where something happens earlier in the film, but it does it in a different way, so he probably didn't mind it. But I just didn't think it was that cool. I was like, okay, but that's been done a bunch. And
it's actually it's almost been kind of done on a film that we reviewed on this show before, and actually Andy was even on that show.
Yep, I remember you talking to me about it. You messaged me saying, "Doesn't this
Right?
remind you of it?"
Because
I was like, "Yeah, it totally does."
I finished watching the film and I went, man, does, when you watch it, just kind of put two and two together. It's like the same thing.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
But so that, and to me it was like it had like cool nightmare logic and stuff, but it wasn't in the film enough. It was like, okay, now we're gonna show you all this nightmare logic shit, but it just, by that point I was just like, it's kind of cool, like, you know what I mean? It felt like Hellraiser. It was like a less good Hellraiser.
But to be honest, man, you have to admit, like, that character that's in the film, if he had pins in his head, it would have been like, Pinhead. Dude, that was creepy as all living shit, though. And I don't know. I think you said
I would have
something.
maybe gave it an extra point if I knew that was his real skin and he wasn't wearing makeup.
Is that dude? That's one creepy looking dude, man. Like, for legitimately creepiest character of the year goes to that one right there. Yeah. Bonafide. Yeah, good stuff, man. All right. So what'd you have on that one? 8.5?
9 out of 10.
Oh, 9 out of 10. Okay. Coming in at number 6 is probably going to be a little bit of a shocker to some people, because I know this
shocker
one.
Time. Is it shocker? Is it shocker? Wes Craven's shocker? That would be a shocker.
2 fingers and a pinky right here, man. 2
pinkies and 1 cup.
Yeah, 2 pinkies. Yeah. Because I know this one topped a lot of lists this year, man. A lot of fucking lists. I mean, it's in the top 10. I watched 131 films. Come on. So, whatever. In at number 6 is The Neon Demon.
I knew this was coming.
Man,
this conversation.
This is in my opinion, a little bit of an unfairly hated on film. I don't know what it is with people. I mean, okay, I'm going to try and not be rude, but sometimes with films like this where you have to be overly patient and actually kind of read between the lines and, kind of figure out things and figure out all the metaphors. Neon Demon is just filled with them. It's actually a really good expression of what the story that they're telling in this film. There's a lot of different elements to that story within the film. I mean, to me, it's basically Beauty versus the Beast. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is, obviously our main character is the Beauty. The Beast is everything else that's in the film. It's from her 3 friends. It's Keanu Reeves, the shitty hotel owner. It's the whole machine, which is the industry. It's the model industry. It's the fucking it's Hollywood. It's California. She's a foreigner. It's Beauty versus the Beast. This is what the film's about.
They took an industry, right? Much like the acting industry, which we saw with Starry Eyes. They took an industry that is highly competitive and has a set of rules and regulations that are known between the people within that industry, that just list of rules and stuff. And then they created a film out of it and made everything a metaphor. Like it was great.
In a sense, if you kind of broke it down, it's almost an anthology film with all the things that are going on. Her friends, all these type of things. There's so many. The way that the metaphor is being shown in this film is in different levels, and it all comes to the end, and it literally shows you how the machine, the industry, chews you up and spits you out. That is the whole point of this fucking film. It's really amazing. Cinematography wise, it's shot beautifully. I thought it's acted well. I think the whole composition of the movie is amazing. I like these slow burn type films. I do have the inevitable patience to watch these type of films. Unlike some people, they just can't dig the slowness. They need a little bit more, they need a little bit more what they call substance to the films. I think this one has almost too much substance. It's crazy. There's a lot of things that are going on in here. I'm really baffled and blown away by people that just can't stand. I know, Andy, I know you're not a big fan of this film, but like, I mean, is there anything I'm saying that's making sense to you? Because this one right here, man, on a whole level, after I finished watching, I went, fuck me. It sat with me for days. I thought about it. I literally wrote 2 pages on this film,
and it's only number
after
6?
I watched it on my thoughts. It was crazy. I'm just like, I started my writing with Beauty versus the Beast, and I just went off on it. And I could talk about this film for like an hour. I swear to God, it was so good. It was really, really damn good. And I mean, visually wise, this one's influenced by, obviously it has all the elements of Italian films and, things like that color wise. And there's shout outs to tons of films in this, tons and tons of films, The Shining, tons of films. I don't want to ruin everything, but it's crazy to me that this is a film that people are going, no, this is shitty. And I'm not just referring to you, Andy. There's lots of people out there that didn't really care for this one. Has been very polar opposite on the spectrum of good and bad for the 2016 year. Personally, I don't want to sit here and dick ride the film and suck its cock, but at the same time, I think it's a really damn good film. I'm a big fan of the director. I loved, I'm probably, in the minority that loved Only God Forgives. I love that film. I thought it was really, really good.
I enjoyed it.
But yeah, I don't know. Didn't understand the hate, but I like these type of films where it makes me go, shit, man, I can think about this. I can really kind of look into it and, kind of analyze the film. Hence, the 2016 year can be summed up by The Neon Demon. This is the film that represents 2016, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think it's really, really good. I think at times it's almost exploiting its metaphor a little bit too much. That's my one kind of complaint with this, because I'm understanding what they're doing, and it's it's in folds too, right? Because there's all these different type of elements in the film. It's just a minor gripe. I think it's a really, really good and beautiful film.
Well, apparently they didn't explain it enough for most people, though, right? I mean, that's one of the biggest complaints, is there's nothing there.
I don't understand. See, these are the type of films that you're going to see. I guarantee if you take a film class in 10 years, Neon Demon's going to be shown in your film class, and you go and write, and your film teacher will explain the shit out of it. This is what's going to happen with this film. I mean, they won't do it now because it's so new. They never show new films in film class. Trust me, I've been in them. But this is the type of movie that represents the year. It's the thinker. It's the metaphorical film that just accentuates the artistic value of the story. And I loved it. I thought it was really damn good. I love the whole thing. It summed up Beauty versus the Beast in multiple ways. Keanu Reeves is great in the film, man. I thought he was fantastic.
He's a fucking asshole.
He's just such a little dirtbag, and he plays the character perfect, because this is what we need in the film, because that's one element of it. There's so many shitty characters.
He's like an older version of himself in River's Edge.
Yeah, just it's really good, like how they introduce these characters, and the guy that presumably would probably be the scumbag, the guy that's picking up the girl and stuff, and her kind of offshoot boyfriend or whatever, but he turns out to be like a really good guy, and it's like,
he's like,
I like this kind of contrast. I like this contrast that they had in the film and stuff, and I thought all these type of characters were introduced perfectly. It shows those big wig fucking asshole industry type people that are just like, there's brilliant dialogue in the film too, where they even say like, oh, she was 20 years old and she's totally over the top and shit like that. And it's just like, damn, that really is reality in that world, in that industry. It's cutthroat to the point where it's kind of a prelude to what's happening in the film later on, chewing you up and spitting you out and shit like that. And I will say, man, I mean, those scenes are amazing. The third act is really good. It's really, really damn good. And I think what happens in the third act is just like, it needs to happen. So without going too far, without ruining it, I think it's a beautiful, executed, awesome film. And I'm not just riding on this train of lovers and stuff. I really honestly thought this movie was great. The wife fell asleep because she's brain she's brain dead too. She had a long day and she got home. She didn't really want to even start the film, but she fell asleep. She's like, what happened? I'm like, you gotta watch it.
It was like the Jason marathon all over again.
All the good parts, but like, but no, Neon Demon, man, good shit, man. It's good shit. I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10. I think it's a really good film. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
All right. Nice. So, Andy, do you care to say anything about it? Because now's your opportunity, because you were not high on this film. You said that it was good. Nothing?
No, what I said is it's a snooze fest, in my opinion.
I mean,
but I won't deny that it's a beautifully shot movie. The acting's good. It has little teasers of greatness, in my opinion. You know, with the certain scene involving a lesbian act and a couple other things, but it just didn't do it for me. I kept constantly looking at the running time on it, see how much time is left. It just felt really long. I couldn't really relate to anything that was going on in the film. It's basically kind of like the same problems I have with other films like this, like Suspiria and films like that, and Black Swan and things like that. But it just didn't work for me. I found it utterly kind of boring, to be honest. I know it's kind of a bad word to use, but when you're trying to talk about a film, but it's just what it was to me.
Okay,
I get why a lot of people like it.
It's interesting too, because, you know, a lot of people have compared this to Suspiria that I've read, you know, and they're saying, oh, this one's just, you know, more style over substance. But the thing is, man, this movie, and as much as I love Suspiria, this one dominates in substance. It's such a better film in substance than Suspiria, because Suspiria doesn't have all this huge metaphor. It doesn't have any of that right there. It literally is, and I've said many times, Suspiria is a lot of style over substance, but the Neon Demon, yeah, it's got a lot of style, but it actually backs up with the substance. You just have to find it. You have to see it in what it is. It's a good movie. It actually really is. But I understand, you know, the slowness and being boring and stuff like that. I mean, if you're not connected with it right away, it's probably one of those films that's going to be tough to stay with through the, you know, hour and 10 running. I don't even know how fucking long is this movie. It is pretty long. It's 2 hours. It is 2 hours. So you're checking the time because, yeah, it's 2 hours long. To me, I was just like, I literally was sitting up watching the movie, like on the edge of my couch, because I get like that. Like I can't wait for the third act. I want the reveal. Like I want to find out what's going on, you know, kind of figure it out and stuff. But I mean, different films for different folks, man. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, not everyone's gonna like, and this is what makes these type of shows so interesting, is when people completely don't like a film, they find a snooze fest, and other people are like, man, really, like I found this, I found that, and stuff. But this is why we talk about these films, man. Yeah, you know, so
it's not that I don't like slow burn films and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure there's a movie on my list that will justify my like for it, but it's just the payoff for it didn't work for me. You talked about Starry Eyes. I felt like the payoff in that film definitely worked, and it was probably my favorite film of that year. This one just didn't pay off for me. I didn't really care for the ending. I kind of saw it coming.
To me, what it sounds like, Andy, is all the stuff that me and Moods mentioned that we liked, like the sort of metaphorical nature of the modeling industry. Like, to me, it just sounds like you just weren't interested in what that was.
Yeah, right. I guess that's the way you could sum it up.
All right, so Andy, back to you, buddy.
Okay, well, speaking of let me say this: it's a movie that was reviewed on the show that I was part of. I knew that was going to come before you guys have a heart failure. It is not the Blair Witch.
Oh,
although I did like that film, that movie did not make my list.
He's like, before you guys have a heart attack.
I liked it.
But not the last show I was on, which was the Blair Witch show. We all reviewed Don't Breathe.
Bullshit artist.
Oh man, I thought, just touch on things we talked about before. I thought this movie had everything going for it. The whole sequence in the basement when it went pitch black, totally creepy feeling. The blind guy, I'm blanking on his name or something, but he delivered a great performance. The whole turkey baster scene. Didn't really find it to be like stupid or anything like some people didn't think it fit the film. Overall, it was an enjoyable film, and honestly, I never even noticed the bathroom window thing until JP pointed it out. But
no, that was me that pointed it out.
Oh, it was you, yeah.
If you're gonna all the damn fucking windows in the house, man, why leave one?
I explained it away. It makes sense to me.
Yeah. Let's see.
This movie works on all levels for what it is. It's a home invasion that kind of flips into a reverse home invasion film. I rated it 8.5 originally, and I stick with that rating.
You know, my biggest problem with the phenomenon of Don't Breathe is how a lot of sites and a lot of reviewers out there keep classifying it as the most original horror film of the year, or one of the most original horror films, just in general. I'm like, what do you mean, man? I mean, I can think of 2 or 3 films that even came out last year that had this type of reversible home invasion type story. And I'm like, did you not see these? Or because it's not like they were like completely underground type films and stuff. I mean, I'm not trying to discredit.
He's blind.
Yeah, I get it too, man. But I mean, there's other time. Is that really the big fucking? Yeah, I guess so.
Don't smell.
I guess. But I mean, there's been a couple films with a couple other. I won't say them or whatever. But I mean, the general idea is there. It's just I don't know.
Yeah.
That's not my biggest problem. I just think that the film is good. I like Don't Breathe. I think it was really well done. I just had a couple minor quacks with it, but good shit though. Good shit.
It was an enjoyable film.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the villain in this film, man, he fucking.
He's mean, man.
Great actor, man.
Scary. He actually was scary. Like the size of him, it was great casting. That was one thing that I did say about the film. It was perfect casting.
He always plays like one of those great menace and like villain roles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like Don't Breathe a lot too. So much, in fact, that it does make my number 6 spot. Don't Breathe to me was my favorite theatrical experience this year because I did see this one in the theater, and I loved it. It was scary to me. I love the setting, the Detroit setting, which I wish more films would use. We saw it last year with It Follows. It just has a sense of like desperation, right? All 3 of these characters are just desperate. They don't have anything going for them. And maybe the lead male character might have something going for him, but because everything around him sucks, he's pulled into that suckness, which is the other 2 characters trying to find a better life for themselves. And if that means robbing and stealing, that's what it means to them. And I like the dynamic of, well, who the fuck do I root for in this film? Because everybody has these lead characters are criminals. They're stealers and robbers, and they're fucking with this old man. And then you have this old man who should be the character that you feel bad for, but he's also a piece of shit too. And I like that. I love that dynamic because it shows that you can feel bad for somebody who is a bad person, and you can feel distaste for somebody who is a good person at heart, because everybody has sort of these different dynamics to them. Nobody's cut and paste, good or bad. And I've always felt that way. And I feel that way with myself. Like I've done bad things in my life. I've done terrible things in my life. I've done amazing things in my life. And it's not, and I don't let those one single moments define me, because you can always move on. And I saw a lot of that in this film. Not to mention that the concept was cool as hell. Fede Alvarez does a damn good job directing. Once we're inside the house, and the first shot is these like swooping shots of it trying to be quiet, and just it looked beautiful. The stuff in the basement was filmed good. I love the sort of twists and turns involved in the film. The killer was actually terrifying to me. There would be moments where we'd be looking at through the character's point of view, and he would just turn to the right, and the dude would just be standing there. But he can't see you because he's blind, but he's standing there, and he can hear. So you better be goddamn quiet. Like, that to me was terrifying. I will admit that there are some fuckery moments in the film. The window thing, I can explain it away enough, but what I can't explain away is the alarm system. Completely ridiculous. Did not care for those,
which leads right into it, right?
Yeah, the way that
they get through that system. Unexplained window, and then they unexplainably get to that alarm and turn it off. It's like, come on. It's a little far-fetched.
So I agree. That is the one sort of negative that I have on this film, and that's why it's not higher on the list. To me, I just really like the nature of the characters. I love the duality between them, and I love what Brandon said he didn't like was the fact that he didn't know who to root for, is exactly what sold me on the film most of all, because I don't need to fucking root for somebody. I can watch this story play out and like certain aspects about this character and like certain aspects about this character, and understand that the world isn't perfect, and sometimes bad people meet bad people. and sometimes good people do bad things, and sometimes bad people do bad things. It's always all over the place, and it should be, because that's life and that's what it should be. So I love this movie. I fucking, besides the few little negatives I had for it, some people said the turkey baster stuff, took it into a stupid direction. I thought it was great, because it seems
I enjoyed it too.
I didn't really see what I guess people said that it just seemed unrealistic that this guy would.
That was some of my favorite
doing
stuff.
This, but
Mine too.
I'm like, why the hell not? I mean, he's crazy. He's fucking, like he seems like a weird old dude to me. So yeah, I love the story. Good stuff. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
God, still in the 8.5 is crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting. That was number 6, man. It's crazy.
Honestly, is
so you only had like a couple 9s or higher for the whole year.
Well, the thing is, right? Like last year, I think my list started at 8s. Right? This year, it actually started at 8.5s.
Wow.
Nice.
Crazy.
Whose turn? Back to you, Derek.
Okay, number 5. The Whalen.
So that's
Three-peat.
Our first three-peat.
Three-peat. Yeah. We're Chicago Bullsing it up right now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Whalen. Yeah, fucking... What else could I say about this film that has been said? This film is really a lot of based on like faith and like religion and like certain aspects of like certain characters that come throughout it. And I like how the director expresses that stuff about religion and faith and what you believe in. And it goes into the character of the stranger, who's a terrific performance by a Japanese actor, John Kanemaru, who have I seen over the years in a few other films. I know he was in Sonia Sono's Why Don't You Play in Hell. He was the mob boss in that film. And he does a fucking terrific job, because he could go either way with his character, and I like the way that his character does go. But it's a mystery, his whole character throughout the film, of what he's really all about, and it's just an amazing and stunning performance to watch on screen. And not to say like the main character of the film, the cop, is any good. He's really great too. Like his character shifts too. Like he's one of the character that we follow throughout the film. For most of the film, there's a lot of like sub characters that come throughout it. The length of it is a little problemsome, but I don't mind it as much, because I'm used to watching films this long. To be honest, I watched tons of like 4-hour and plus films in my past, like
because Derek watches Godfather like every odd week.
Sonia Sono's Love Explosion is 4 hours long.
Yeah. I still haven't seen that one, man.
Yeah, and Heaven's Gate. If you survive Heaven's Gate, then you can survive anything. It's like a 5-hour western.
Damn, that's a long ass western, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, Michael Shinamo. Yeah, fucking insane. 5-hour western. If you can survive that, you can survive any movie.
Shit.
So, yeah, The Whalen. Fucking loved how atmospheric, and I loved how this film built. 9 out of 10, like everyone else. Awesomeness.
Cool, man. Nice. Yeah, Whalen, man. So 3 out of 4. That's not bad. So, dipping into the top 5 here, is a film that this is not a repeat. This is new to everyone's list. Where's this one from? I always forget, man. Was actually, I don't really know about that, but anyways, it is The Eyes of My Mother.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, no one else likes this film. Man, I thought this movie was, oh, dude, it was really, really fucking tantalizing, man. I love this movie. I thought it was a great character study of this unfortunate girl, man. You know, she lives in this isolated environment, and she witnesses her mother being killed when she's young and stuff, and it just kind of escalates from there. You know, it kind of shows the growth of her from, you know, a young child into like a teenager into an adult, and it's done in steps in the film too. It literally kind of breaks it into like, you know, parts and stuff, and it kind of follows her her character and what she's been dealing with and stuff. She was obviously kind of like, well, whatever you want to say, homeschooled. She's been at home her entire life, and eventually, like, she has to deal with more tragedies, like her father passing and things like that. And it's just this really kind of dark character study of this person that, unfortunately went through these tragedies and then turned into that type of person, and kind of leave it at that and stuff. Shot entirely in black and white, amazing cinematography. I thought this movie was it was tantalizing. It was short and sweet. It only runs about 76 minutes long. But I thought it was just fantastic. I know, I think it was Brandon said he hated this movie.
Yeah, he did.
I really don't understand how you hate this movie. I thought it was fucking phenomenal. Love this movie. Right from the very start, I was intrigued by it, and just everything that was going on. Like, she was so disturbed, with and I shouldn't really say that, but yeah, just eventually what she does and what she becomes and things like that. This is it's kind of it's a heartbreaking story because she probably shouldn't have been like this, and then due to these unfortunate events and stuff, it creates this monster, I should say. But all in all, man, it just kind of fits together, and I thought it was really brilliantly executed, man. It was really well done. I heard from some people they thought the ending was kind of like whatever and stuff, but to me it kind of made sense. It really did kind of make sense of how it went down. I mean it could go either one or two ways, and either way would have been fine, but this one I thought was excellent. I thought the lead character's performance was phenomenal. I thought she just did a great job. Like amazing stuff. So I really don't know what to say about this film without ruining it or kind of giving away spoilers and stuff, because it's so short, man. It's so short you don't want to kind of reveal everything. But The Eyes of My Mother, beautiful, black and white film, another modern day black and white. Well, I shouldn't say masterpiece. It's not like completely masterpiece, but it's another one of those modern day black and white films that really kind of sticks out.
A lot of black and white films this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And this one,
I enjoyed this one.
It's just it's such a sad story that I like these type of movies, man, where I'm so invested in the character. I'm just like, oh my God, it's just so brutal, man. Like she's like an anti-character, she's your main character. She's not good, but she's mentally ill, and it's good shit, man. Eyes of My Mother, check it out, man. I really enjoyed this one. 9 out of 10. Again, thought it was fantastic. Short and sweet.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that film. I had to rewatch that one again.
All right, Andy.
Yeah, so it's the country of origin for that one was USA, but like it's totally done in it says language in Portuguese. So yeah, I don't know.
It would be Brazilian
or Portugal.
Something like that. It's probably an American funded film, but the movie is subtitled.
Yeah.
By the way, I kind of consider it a foreign film, which is, according to my calculations here, this is 1, 2, 3. This is my 4th out of my top 5 films that have been foreign films. So.
I have a bunch.
Yeah.
So far, yeah.
All right.
Nice.
Andy.
All right. Well, continuing the theme with Don't Breathe, another home invasion film with the genre that's usually pretty hit and miss, and with a lot more misses than hit. Number 5 is Hush.
Nice.
Nice. It's kind of noticeable too that the two best home invasion films this year, both the victims kind of suffer from disabilities.
yeah. It's like it's a perfect double feature, right? Hush.
Totally.
And Don't Breathe. Like, it is the best double feature.
One is deaf and one is blind.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
What I think somebody mentioned this film before, right? It was JP.
Yeah, it was number 7.
Yeah, like I said during his thing, I said that the guy removed the mask a little too soon. I can see why they did it. I understand why he could just kill her at any time, so it really didn't make a difference. But I don't know. I just found it creepier if he would have left the mask on closer to the end of the film, so we don't really know what he looks like or what his deal is.
What, Andy? I don't think they wanted to make it a reveal, like a big thing, since had they waited till the end to take the mask off, it would be like, well, what the fuck does that mean? Who's that dude? You know what I mean? So,
that's a good point.
I think I think the idea was like, this guy is not wearing a mask to protect his identity. He doesn't feel like the type that really cares about that. He's just wearing the mask because it's fucking cool. And then he feels like taking it off, so he takes it off.
Now, it's been a while since I've seen this one, because this is one of the ones I watched in the beginning of the year. But before he took off the mask and whatnot, I was thinking, because she was texting her ex-boyfriend or something, so I could see I thought they were going to try to play off that, like maybe he's out to kill her.
Yeah.
But that was my biggest complaint. But I'm glad it kind of wasn't that, because then that would have been kind of lame and predictable.
Yeah.
This is just some random guy torturing people.
What did you think of his crossbow? He's just walking around with a crossbow, all like it was neat how that he couldn't. He knew that she couldn't hear after a couple minutes, you know, and he's like, oh.
Yeah. And I definitely like the crossbow thing. They kind of took that from Your Next, but I think it worked in this film. I thought it was pretty creepy. Just some of the visual shots of him staring through the windows and whatnot, and psychologically fucking with her. I thought it was a good film all around. I'd give that one an 8.5 out of 10 too.
Wow.
Still in the 8.5s.
It's kind of crazy too, though, that 2 home invasion films made my top 10. Usually you wouldn't see those type of genre in anybody's top 10.
Yeah.
Home invasion is legitimately frightening, though.
Yeah,
I
like
like
Home
times on
Invasion
this
a
show
lot.
that it fucking, that's like the ultimate thing that freaks me the fuck out. It's crazy.
It's kind of a noticeable trend this year
Well,
too.
you
There's
do
a lot
have,
of good ones.
You do have like thousands of dollars in CDs and DVDs that you have, so you might be a little
For sure. But it's just the whole notion of, like, you know, when you're in your house, you honestly feel comfortable.
It's your safe.
You know, and if someone was just like breaking at any time and be like, fuck, like, you would never fully be prepared for that.
Yeah,
it's frightening
and you
to me.
do live where it's hard to like own guns, right?
No. I mean, the average person around here owns like 10 guns.
Oh,
Everyone,
okay, so you can.
so everyone has guns in their house. It's just we have stricter handgun laws. Everyone has high-powered fucking 300 rifles and shit, which is way more damaging than a shitty handgun. But you know,
not
I mean,
as
guns
concealable.
is not an issue, but it's harder for us to get them. I mean, in Canada, we have laws where you have to have your guns locked up in a certain area, and you have to have your ammo in a completely different area locked up. You can't have them together. So
Yeah, but what
it's
if you
fucked up.
need the ammo because somebody broke into your house and they're coming into your bedroom?
Well, the thing is, in Canada, I mean, if someone broke in your house and you shot them dead, you would probably get charged with murder.
Oh fuck!
I know, I know that's kind of fucked up. I mean, especially if you shoot them in the back and stuff, because it looks like they were running away, kind of thing. I mean, there's a little bit different things here. It's you can't get away with it as easy as the U.S. But
Listen, no shit, dude. I'm not even joking. Last year, my friend, like one of my best friends, went to somebody's house, knocked on their door, opened the door. They shot him in the stomach, and he almost died.
Jesus
nothing
Christ.
happened to that dude. Nothing. It tore 4 holes in his colon. This happened like 2 years ago.
There's a word you wouldn't hear if Jeremy was on this show right now.
yeah, you would have been charged with something here, man. That person definitely would have did sometime.
Yeah, my dude was laying up in a hospital for like weeks, you know, with holes in his colon, and dude just got off on like a accidental thing, which they were friends, so I mean, you know.
It was like a Dick Cheney incident.
Yeah. But, so anyway, getting into my top 5 here, to round out the number 5 spot, I have, a film that I was super hyped to see. Like, I remember early in the year, one of the first films that I went to see showed a trailer for this film, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta see that. Not to mention, it had festival circuit hype from last year, so I was like, this is probably going to make my top 10. And I watched it, and it did not disappoint. Arguably not a horror film for some people. This is one of the hotly debated films, but I consider it a horror film, and it is The Green Room. So, The
Nice.
Green Room is... it was a really good watch for me. First of all, I love the idea of having this, like, punk band, right? It's you know... It's this punk band who's like traveling like show to show. Like it just gives it a great fucking feel right away. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like I'm not super familiar. I was not like a punk or anything, you know, but I knew people that were in that scene. And from an outsider looking in, it feels like they nail it. And I've heard some people who grew up in that scene say that they nail it. So I'm going to just say they nailed it. You know, I'm going to just go with that. And to me, it's like it's such a cool sort of world to look into because I'm not familiar with it. And to see them sort of go to this show, and there's like these skinhead Nazi dudes there, and shit just gets out of hand, and then they're stuck in this building, and it's just pure violence. Great acting, great performances. Anton Yelchin, like rest in peace to that dude. I think that dude was just gaining traction in the horror genre, and he was going to be a huge star that people were going to, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, be standing at a booth getting his autograph and shit like that. And it's unfortunate that he died in such a terrible way, but he was great in this film. And I actually liked him even before. I've always talked good about the Fright Night remake, as much as you guys talk shit on me, like, and he was one of the reasons that I liked it. But
he's also in he's in that Burying the X too, that Joe Dante film.
Yeah, you said he was an alpha dog.
Yeah,
which is another movie that I absolutely love.
Me too.
Absolutely love Alpha Dog. Fantastic. Not horror, but very dark. But The Green Room, love the setting, love the style to this film. The like neon painted walls and shit. I love like the sort of crime under tones to this film that once you find out what's really going on, it's like, oh, this dude's like a piece of shit. Good performance by the lead villain.
Patrick Stewart.
A film that just pulls no punches. It just feels like it's gonna be hardcore from the start to the end, and it is. It's hardcore. It doesn't feel like it holds anything back, which is what I always I want to watch a horror film and feel like anybody can die at any time. Because if not, then what the fuck am I there for? You know what I mean? Like how can I care that this person's going to die if I know that they're not? If I know they're not going to kill them, then how can I care? And if it's a film that's focused on caring about the characters, I need to know that they're expendable. And this film, it felt like that. Violence on every character. Like any character can receive this graphic level of violence. And I do think that the abnormal violence that's in this film is what creates it and causes it to then cross over into the horror threshold instead of just the thriller or dramatic piece film. I do think that because the violence and the level of and the type of violence.
It's so funny. I was watching this movie, man, and the wife came downstairs and she was doing laundry, and she walked in at the part where I think it was the part where the dog gets shot or whatever, and she's like, "Oh," she's like, "That's fucking mean." And I was like, "You just saw that completely out of context right now. Like, you would not believe
what that dog was doing."
It was so funny. I burst out laughing. I was like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah,
it was just so jarring to me to see that, like, to hear her have, to say that to me. I was like, "Oh my god."
That's like Adam Green has said a billion times in his podcast that he would never kill a dog on one of his films because it's just something that he wouldn't do, and he's like, it would really have to be in the right context. And I feel like maybe if he saw this film, it would be in the right context. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And then she watches yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, then I was gonna joke around like Mood's wife watches the rest of the film. Oh, they killed Professor X. What assholes.
Yeah, well, I just find that funny. She always walks in at like the funniest parts on films, and shit like that is like, "Oh, they killed the dog. That's mean."
They killed Jean-Luc Picard.
But yeah, I absolutely love this film. For the longest time, this film was actually in my number 2 to 1 spot. Early in the year, it did drop a little bit, but I loved this movie when I seen it. I just love the level of violence in it, and to me, it's just a great story, and the setting and the music and everything about it. I just dug the setting and the characters and stuff. I gave that one 8.5 as well.
Nice.
Okay, so I guess it's back to me.
It is back to you.
Nice. Number 4. Are you ready for this one? I don't think this one's been said yet.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Masks.
Nice.
Yes. Right. Film that was kind of... Because technically this is a German film that was released in Germany, and 2011 type deal, but
Isn't that
it was-
crazy? That's like the biggest gap when like technically a film was made and released. Like I think of what All the Boys Love Mandy Lane, which was like made in 2006 or something, and it got released in 2012.
Cabin in the Woods. That's another one that had like a big gap between it.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
And fucking this film just fucking blew me the fuck away. Andre Michel, like there was a quote on it that said he was like a German Dario Argento, and he fucking lives up to that. It's fucking amazing. It opens up with this amazing fucking theme song in this film. It's some of the best music out there. It's like the second best soundtrack out of the year for me. It's fucking amazing. Like the main theme of this movie is fucking outstanding. It just gets a hold of you right there and then. And you follow like this very interesting story. Like, of course, this film takes place in like a girls' school for acting.
Suspiria.
Of course. And it has all those motif like giallo things that happen. And the cool thing that the kills are actually fucking awesome in this film. There's one kill that's fucking really like gripping and leans onto like the killer like stabbing somebody in the face with it, and it's fucking awesome. It's like one of the best kills that I've seen all year. It's fucking really mesmerizing, gripping. This is a really fucking awesome film with its mesmerizing green tinges and its mesmerizing cinematography. It's an outstanding film. If you're a fan of giallo cinema, this is a film you have to really see. 9.5 out of 10. It's fucking amazing.
You know what? I love when Derek gets excited about a film because every second word out of his mouth is fucking. It's so great.
And
you can legitimately tell that he was super excited to talk about this. He was like, it's fucking awesome. Cinematography is fucking awesome.
These harpoon beers are taking effect, guys. It's going to be a real Massachusetts massacre in here. So.
Yeah, I agree, man. The soundtrack to Masks is fantastic, and you know, thank God that a company like Real Gore Releasing actually put it out with the soundtrack. Kind of like Grindhouse. The same type of thing. They put the slipcase soundtrack in there and stuff, and it's fantastic. It really, really is. I mean, who would have thought that films like Masks and stuff like that would be on our list of this year, these older type films that just get the releases and shit like that. But in Francesca, I mean, these kind of shout out films to Italian cinema,
Yeah, you know what?
I mean,
man, Masks
that's on our list, so it's crazy.
I was really bummed not to see it because even Jason Lloyd kept hyping it and telling me to check it out, and I think it was on Christian's list on their top 10 show. And I swear to God, man, I told you
to watch it, man.
Last night I go to pop in the Blu-ray. And
your Blu-ray
it pops
player
up
does
that it's 2 hours long, and I was like, dude, no fucking way am I watching a 2-hour movie.
I'm telling you, man, this movie doesn't feel like it's 2 hours at all.
Listen,
once you get
it was so late because I was marathoning movies and I watched football. And I was just like, I literally looked at the TV, I swear to God, and I was like, there's no fucking way I'm watching a 2-hour movie right now.
You should have got some adrenaline from the hospital and shot it.
And I pulled it out and I put in Under the Shadow, the Iranian film, which was an hour and like 24 minutes, and I was like, this is more like it. But I swear to God, I looked at the screen, I was like, there's no fucking way I'm watching a 2-hour movie right now. I didn't know it was that long, and then I was like, oh yeah, that's the reason I didn't watch it the other month. But man,
shit.
Drop the ball this year, guys. My bad.
How many films now is that you haven't seen? That's crazy.
It's a hand. It's more than ever has been before. I'll tell you that. When we did
crazy.
2002, 96, 2013, 14, and 15, I'm pretty sure I've seen. There was only like 2 or 3 that I hadn't seen on all lists combined.
Wow. Crazy shit. Would you get that one, Derek? 9.5?
Yeah.
And that was your number 4. All right, so coming in at my number 4 here is another foreign film. What a surprise.
Yay.
This one is representing... it's like an Iranian film, I believe. I think it might be I think it's an Iranian UK production, I believe, or something like that. And of course, it is called Under the Shadow.
Oh shit! We were just talking about this one.
Yeah, Under the Shadow, man, is probably the first film in a while to actually terrify me while watching this film, and it was due to a couple different elements, man. Basically, what this film is about it's set in the 80s. It's set like kind of in the late 80s, I believe, or something, post revolution and stuff, and in Iraq, in Iran or whatever it is. And
you know what, I always hate that I don't know the history to these countries, because like they do give a little backstory, and I was like, man, I wish I knew a little bit more about this, because I feel like it would hold a little bit more weight. But I found it very fascinating anyway. The only thing that I'll say, Modes, I want to ask you this before you get into your review. Was your subtitles moving really fast, like more fast than normal, or was it fine?
On Under the Shadow,
Yeah.
I think this one might have been pretty normal. I think the only subtitle issue I had was it The Wailing? Or I watched some film this year and they were like behind. And it was so frustrating to watch, man. I think The
It
Wailing
was
might have been fine.
atrocious.
I feel like this film,
Atrocious, yeah, that one was, oh.
they talk so fast in this film that I don't know if it's just that language, or what it is, but it's felt like I would miss like the very like last two words a couple of times when
I don't know.
the
It was
characters
weird
were
of
talking,
my
and it was
copy,
annoying me.
how I watched it, because when I put it in like full, like on the computer, I watched it and it was on like full screen. The subtitles didn't even come up when I had like all the menu on the whole screen. It was weird, so I had to watch it like on minimal screen. I'm like, fuck.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
carry
believe
on.
Eyes My Mother actually had weird subtitles too. It was funny because it's shot in the kind of like letterbox, widescreen or whatever, right? But the subtitles were actually, where the black bar on the bottom was, they were down there.
Yeah.
It was like so strange. I'm like, that's so fucking weird. It's like it wasn't on the picture. It was so bizarre because I was like looking down, while reading the subtitles.
We're so used to watching them on giant screens.
Well, no, I watched all these on my big screen and stuff. Like,
Oh.
just plug it in, just the HDMI right into my computer, right? And
Yeah.
but anyways, Under the Shadow, man, it's another one of those kind of family type, not family type films, but about a mother and a daughter. They're living in this post-revolution type era, and basically, she was a aspiring doctor at one time. The mother was aspiring doctor and stuff like that, but she's kind of living in the shadows of her husband a little bit, because her husband actually is one, and he keeps getting stationed at different places out of the country and stuff. So essentially she's at home now, raising her daughter.
He got drafted.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah. So he's out there doing all that type of stuff. And, unfortunately, she kind of got kicked out of school because at one time in her life, she was, part of like this revolution and stuff. And I guess in those countries, they don't look upon that as being a good thing.
And then
So
she tried to go back to school, because it'd been a while since she stopped her studies, and she tries to go back, and they're like, you'll never, ever be able to come back.
Yeah. And she was, not accepted again because of her history with, the revolution stuff. And, so, yeah, she's at home and the husband leaves and they're living in this war zone. And this is the most scary thing about the film, is that, throughout the film, she's trying to raise her daughter. She's very pissed off at the world and things like that. And every couple minutes you hear these sirens. And what that means is that they have to go downstairs into this bomb shelter to get away from the potential bomb that might hit their building. And it was fucking terrorizing me. I was just like, oh my God, I couldn't imagine living like this. This is crazy.
Yeah, it really is a beautiful look, like beautiful in sort of a negative way, of like the different types of areas in the world. Like this is real. Like people had to do this.
Yeah, it's a very political film, but this is very true to what was actually going on at this times and stuff. And it kind of showcases this bond between this mother and her daughter and stuff. And she kind of doesn't really care for her daughter a whole lot, and is kind of got this whole thing going on, which kind of adds to the element of the film and stuff. And essentially what starts happening is, their building gets bombed and they start getting haunted by this jinn.
Yeah, I guess jinn is it's almost like more like our mythological type of witch. in the Middle East area. A lot of folklore with like a jinn, which I guess is like a genie, right? But like an evil one.
And apparently it travels and it haunts certain things by exactly how this happened. This bomb hit this place and it kind of traveled in like that way and stuff, and it allowed it to get in there. And they start getting, haunted and stuff, and then they kind of got to deal with that stuff. But it was a scary, scary film, and I was very surprised because at first, when I first, read about Under the Shadow, I wasn't 100% sure on the film because I was like, wow, it's PG-13, and I was like, I don't, a lot of the times PG-13 is just kind of a red flag to kind of bypass. If you're in the crunch here, you're watching a lot of stuff, it's like, am I going to check out a PG-13 film? Is this really going to actually make a top 10 kind of thing? I'm really glad I did because I thought the performances were excellent. This was an actual terrifying film. It scared me. I was like, if you put yourself into their position, it is absolutely horrifying. I mean, they're not only being terrorized by, their surroundings, the political means of, the wars and things like that, but now you're being terrorized by this unapologetic, demon. And it's like, holy fuck, man. Like, what else could go wrong for these people? You fucking feel so sorry and bad for these characters, man. You're just like, oh my God, this is awful. And then everything that kind of happens from there and stuff it's really well done. It's shot beautifully. I thought the score in this film was really good. I thought the acting was phenomenal. I thought the mom was excellent in this film. She was really, really good.
Dude, I loved her a lot. She was
a great performance.
Oh, she's so good, man. I just love how they even, they throw in the aspects of, she's doing the Jane Fonda workout tape. And you got to remember, this is taking place in these countries. They weren't allowed to own VCRs, and that's a real thing. Yeah. And and she even gives her daughter shit at one time. She's like, you don't tell anybody that we have a VCR, blah blah blah. But the mom is,
you can really feel her like oppression that women face in that territory.
The oppression is, I mean, it not only becomes prevalent within that though, but also the time where she's trying to save her family running out of the building. But in those countries, they have to be covered. Women, if they're outside in public, they have to be fully covered up. So at one point in this film, she actually gets arrested for being exposed, which is just her natural skin. So it has all these elements. You're just like, oh my God, it's so fucking frustrating to watch because we live in the Western world. This is not the case. Oddly enough, I do see Iranians even in where I live, they're still covered up and stuff. And I'm like, that's like your country type thing. But it's so bizarre to see people like that still, in the Western world. It's really crazy. But when you're watching this, it's scary on so many different levels. There's so many political undertones. Not undertones. I mean, they're overtones. Really, it's a very political film. Yeah. Performances are fantastic. It's scary, and the setting along with the story that kind of underlies the bond between this mother and daughter. It's a really fantastic film. I this is the type of film I can't believe that didn't get any hype.
I was super surprised that this film didn't get hype. And I don't know, do you know if the Exploding Heads crew watched this one? Because I was surprised that this didn't make like Brandon's list. This seems like something that Brandon would like.
Man, you know what? So obviously didn't make it into the list. That's amazing. They apparently did not watch it because they should have.
Because they did their list too late.
So good, man. So good. Like, this is a really amazing, heartfelt type film that, just because it's PG-13, don't let it, what Jeremy always used to say, what he said, what did he call
garbage for under 13 or something. He literally messaged me that today. He's like, Bye Bye Man looks pretty interesting, but I can't, something about a pure garbage for 13. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I've watched a handful of PG-13 films this year that was solid. I didn't actually even know that this one was. That's how, I didn't notice it.
I didn't know that until after, when I was on IMDb, it says PG-13, but I mean, unfortunately, he would miss something like this. It's a really, really damn good movie, and it has a great conclusion, and it's scary. This is one of those films that actually terrified me. I was on the edge of my seat the whole thing. I'm just like, fuck, man, like bombs like hitting buildings. I'm like, oh my, it was terrifying me. I couldn't imagine living like this. It really hit me in a place where I was like, I just feel blessed to be living in the Western world and don't have to deal with this type of thing.
Yeah, again, with the family dynamic, the mother-daughter, pretty interesting.
Exactly. Another one of these type family films, and
I really enjoy this one. This is one that I might not be a little less higher than you are, but I did enjoy it. It's one that I might see myself rewatching time from time when the DVD comes out, and it will grow on me more.
Oh,
Just the time that I watched it.
yeah, I thought it was just it was an agonizing watch to me, man. It was brutal. I loved it. It was crazy. It sat with me for days and days. Not
just one last minute, like at work. 10 out of 10?
9 out of 10.
9. Oh, okay.
Yeah, again, it's same level as the other films.
Andy,
but
did you see that one?
I did not.
oh, it's good. Good film.
It is a good film. I gotta revisit it more because it's just the time that I watched it.
Actually, Dylan actually texted me the other day and he said, "Hey man, you got any films that I definitely did check out and stuff?" And I gave him a bunch of films. And he was like, "Yeah, I watched Under the Shadow," but and he didn't sound like overly overwhelmed by it and stuff. And I'm like, "Really? Like Under the Shadow was amazing." I tried to sell him on. He's like, I don't know, but that happens, I guess. But check it out, peeps, man. Really, really scary stuff. Scary stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, we're on number 4, right?
Correct.
All right, so my number 4 one is a film that I'm surprised hasn't been mentioned yet. It either means you guys didn't like it as much as I did, or you liked it more. And it's an anthology film called Southbound.
Yeah.
This was just a fantastic anthology film. It appeals more to me because I like the anthology style when the stories kind of just intertwine each other and more of like separate different stories with a narrator. But all around, I enjoyed every single story in this one. I love the setting. I was set on this highway and everything just clicks together. All the different characters and different stories appearing and whatnot. Really, really fantastic anthology. The best one of the year out of the few that came out. The only other one I saw was Holidays. I know you guys didn't really care for that one too much, but yeah, this one was definitely way better than that one. And this one is an 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
I would probably say Southbound is my favorite anthology film of the year too.
Yeah.
It's really, really done.
I would agree
Good
with
stuff.
that. Yeah,
It's got the voice of Larry Fezzik in it, so that gives it
Yeah,
credibility.
the forehead voice of the film.
All right,
Great
so
stuff.
coming into my number 4, a film that has gotten mixed reviews, but I think the people that like it really like it, and I'm one of the people that really like it. And I mentioned earlier when watching a film that popped up earlier on my list that I got the feels. Like, this is the other one that I was talking about where I got strong feelings while watching this film, and that is The Invitation. I absolutely loved this movie from start to finish. I was so invested in the characters that when things start happening, I was I felt something connection towards like the main character. And every conversation that happens in this film is almost like whispers. Like, everybody is talking in these like reserved sort of tones, and I'm just like, this feels like real life to me. I don't know. It felt like the characters' interactions with each other were genuine. All of them, whether they were negative or positive, were probably the most genuine I've felt in a movie this year. They didn't feel manufactured or script written. They felt genuine. And to the type of story that this follows, again with the father child dynamic, the mother child dynamic, it just had these great themes of loss involved in it. In many ways, it had themes of loss, not just the main theme that you notice, but like other themes like relationships, dying relationships, getting older, like different things that you lose connection with, where somebody you can know and love and be best friends with can be a different person one day out of nowhere, and how that affects you and how that affects them. And it just had so many cool themes to it. And the actual story, like what's happening, I loved it. I was like, it was intense to me. I was on edge. It's probably the most thrilling film that I've seen this year. It just had me on the edge of my seat and just so uncomfortable. And man, I just really liked this one. And I thought the final shot in the film was fantastic. It really put the icing on the cake of this movie. The performances, everything about this movie was good. It was shot fantastically. The setting was great. This sort of Hollywood Hills vibe that it gave off. The performances by every single character in this movie were fantastic. Absolutely loved it. Give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Damn, you're still in the 8s now. Fucking nuts, man.
An 8.5 is a great rating, dude.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much where I'm in with this one too. I felt honestly it was a little predictable in itself.
I heard you say
and that was
Moods.
the thing.
But this film wasn't like it wasn't about like what they were. Like that's obvious from the get-go. The only thing is,
well, that's the problem, because I thought that they were showcasing that aspect of the story, as a, almost like a deploy to like put it somewhere else, but it actually ends up kind of being exactly where it started off as. And I thought it was going to go somewhere else and have like some kind of crazy twist within the characters that were within the story, because it's not really you could do that within the story because it wouldn't be a plot hole, because they're already there. I mean, all these characters in that setting have a story. You just need to exploit it and kind of put it into the mix a proper way. I just felt like if it had gone somewhere like that, it would have been like, holy fuck, that's awesome. But I just thought maybe I think I was let down because I was like, well, it's gonna go this way, and it did. And I was like, oh, really? Like, I was totally expecting something else.
There was no point in this film where you might have questioned, like, well, maybe this all could be in
of course. But they do that. They do that with the Asian guy, right? Like, I mean, they kind of question.
Yeah, and that was a good because I didn't see that coming, and I was like, okay, that was a good enough derail, but I did not want it to go that way anyway. So I was like, thank God it didn't go that way, because that would have been like every other fucking movie that tries this.
Exactly, but that was the one attempt, and that was the one deploy away from the narrative that was like, well, okay. But
I felt like all you needed is one, though.
I didn't have a huge problem with it. It was just I thought that just the way it was presented, I was like, I wanted it to kind of develop into something else. I mean, could you imagine if it just developed into like a creature feature?
Yeah, but the entire
like a giant,
film was
like
resting
he
upon...
walks behind the rose, just comes out of the fucking ground.
History of cinema is From Dusk Till Dawn. It's like this film, and all of a sudden it turns into this vampires. I mean, when you watch that film for the first time, it's like, holy fuck, it's crazy. That's so amazing.
This movie is about relationships and loss, dude. The whole main aspect of what's going on at the end, like, it's not really about that. I mean, it adds to the tension, but
there's a lot of moments where it actually is, though. It theoretically kind of is, but it isn't at the same time. Yeah, there's more to the story than just this.
Yeah, but the whole reason why it's happening is from loss. It's somebody who couldn't handle loss. And that's what was powerful to me about the film, because it's like certain people just can't deal with this type of situation. They just can't. They look for other worldly things to fall into to sort of heal their wounds. And it did kind of work, but it didn't kind of work. Like,
I'm not
there's
sure.
a lot of that aspect to it.
I think one time when I was actually watching the film, and I was 20, 25 minutes in the film, and I mentioned in our group chat, I said, just randomly out of the blue, I said, don't drink the Kool-Aid. And
I got those vibes right away. As soon as they stepped in the house, and then they're like, I'm like, okay, that person's weird. That person's a little too weird. Like, I knew right away that that's what it was, but it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me because like that is the story. So I don't know. I think that the intention was to let you know right away that something's wrong here, and then throw you for a loop a little later to maybe second guess your judgment, which did work, because I did second guess. Turns out I was, once it is revealed.
The end of the film was cool. The end of the film was cool.
It's haunting. It's chilling.
I'll give it that. Yeah, and that's one thing that redeemed, and that's the reason why, that film is going to be on my other list. But no, I really, I thought that was a redeemable quality to the film, and I was like, yeah, that's actually really cool. So
plus it has some cool performances, like Logan Marshall Green and John Carroll Lynch. They do terrific jobs.
Derek went his fucking names. Knows everybody.
Who was the girl, the ex-wife? She killed it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy Blanchard.
I loved her, and I love the lead guy. I like
Logan Marshall Green. Yeah.
I don't know, man. From the very beginning of the film, where they're just sort of in this stupor, they're just going through life in this just sort of numb. Numb fucking. It just works.
There is this tension that is hard to ignore in the film.
Mad,
and it's very appalling too. You're just like, God, and it's uneasy and shit like that. And that's actually one of the biggest selling points of the film for me, is because it's kind of like that. But I'm like, I kept thinking to myself, like, is it going this way?
The one it's definitely it's an 8.5 for me too. It's why it's not on my list, of course, but it's going to be in my top 30 list later down. But John Carroll Lynch's he plays the girlfriend, the ex-wife's husband's friend that comes and visits. It's him. Of course, he's from a Zodiac and Drew Carey show and.
Yeah.
Drew Carey's brother.
I love that show, man. Cleveland rocks.
But when he's telling the story about what happened to his wife in the film, it's like very dark and fucking this guy killed his wife and then he went and murdered that guy, and then he's like, what the fuck?
Okay.
It was very dark,
don't drink the Kool-Aid. In this case, wine, but yeah.
Derek, you're next. What you got for the top 3?
Top 3 time, top 3, baby.
Top 3. Number 3, The Neon Demon.
Oh, wow. I'm actually surprised you had it on the list. I thought you were going to hate on it and be like, it sucks.
No, I fucking love this film, man.
Pick up any time, man. Let's go.
I don't understand the hate for this film at all. It's a visual, stunning masterpiece, and it has a lot going for it. It has a lot of character development with its psychological aspect of Ellie Fannon's character.
I missed what you said, Derek. What was it?
Psychological.
No, the movie.
The Neon Demon.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, and with Ellie Fannon's character, who goes through her everyday life, and it's her against this modeling system and the characters that are surrounding her life, like Keanu Reeves and her boyfriend and the other models, Jenna Malone. And I like this is one of those casts that works very well together. I like Jenna Malone. I watched her growing up in other films, different, not horror films, but other films. But it was just really surreal to see all these characters together, and they work well with the situations and what is going on in the film. It's like Mood said earlier, with the beauty versus the beast, and it's really tells that story well with the aspect that goes into its ending. And the soundtrack's outstanding in this film, and with its neon colors, and it's very Italian influence.
Even the fucking posters look amazing for this movie.
Yeah.
Yep. Is it wrong that I jerked off 4 times during the Jenna Malone necrophilia scene?
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know why Zach doesn't like that. It has
dude, that shit was shocking to me. I was like, oh my god.
I would have too if they threw in some incest, but.
Dude, when she threw her tongue into the mouth, I actually puked in my mouth a little bit. I was like, oh, but I was jerking off, so I was like, I'm enjoying this. It was so wrong. That was a fucked up scene, man. That was a fucked up scene.
That's the what the fuck moment of the year for me.
Yeah, pretty much.
So awesome. Yeah, so I fucking love this film, man. 9.5 out of 10.
9.5 out of 10. All right.
Fuck you, Zach.
Mood, back to you. Number 3.
Shit, man. So into the top 3, man. This is a film that has been brought up already, and it is, of course, The Witch.
Clickety-clackety.
Clickety-clackety. What is this? Wait, all 4 of us? 3, 4? I don't know. Yeah, man, The Witch. What an immense slow burn awesomeness this film has, man. It's so great. The one thing about this film that really sold me was the fucking dialogue, man. The dialect used in this film was mind blowing. Someone had told me before I watched this film, like, man, keep the subtitles on, kind of thing. Good thing I did when I first watched it, because I wouldn't be able to understand anything that old, kind of 50 or 17th century type talk or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, dude, it was so amazing. I give him mad props just for writing that shit. I don't even know how the fuck you spell those words, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me, man. But I thought the whole dialect and the whole approach to the film, being a period piece, was done so well. The cinematography is second to none. It's by far the best shot film of the year. Acted. The story is fantastic. It's a great slow burn. It just, the way it develops is like almost like a perfect film. My one little gripe is the end of this film a little bit. It was kind of a little bit disheartening, just kind of the way it went down. But it didn't ruin anything for me, too much. But The Witch is a fantastic, fantastic film. It's one that I don't really like to talk about a whole lot, because you can't really say a whole lot about it without ruining things, because it's just that type of, it's such a slow burn film that, like, when something happens, that's a major thing. It's like, but I do like the story, man. I like the whole banished, family. They're out here, they're doing their thing and stuff, but really, really amazing stuff, man. Haunting score. Yeah, fantastic stuff, man. I give this one another 9 out of 10. The ending was kind of a big thing for me. It was like, oh, fuck. I never fully wanted. I didn't really get it too much, but not get it, but I just wanted, something else. But, even upon rewatch, I was like, same thing. Beautiful film. Really good stuff. Deserving to be, in everyone's top 10 list, in my opinion. But
besides Zach's,
The Vivitch.
Listen, fucking drives me crazy when people type it out as VV itch. Drives me fucking nuts. All right, it's not what it is. Okay, I listened to the commentary, and even the director points out that, like, it's kind of annoying because it's just a font. It's an old looking font, and like it's not V's. Okay, it's a W.
Especially when the Exploding Heads guys does it.
The bitch.
Especially when those Exploding Heads guys do it.
I heard Ryan Tierek say it, that, like, he's like, man, journalist, like, seriously, you don't have to type it VV itch every time. And I'm like, I'm with you on that, bro, because it was annoying the hell out of me too. Like, little stuff like that gets under my skin. Go ahead, Andy. What's your number 3?
All right, my number 3. It might be kind of shocking, I guess. It's a film that's got a lot of mixed reviews. I didn't really hear anybody say they didn't like it. They just didn't think it was as good as the first film, and that is The Conjuring 2.
Oh, I actually forgot about that one.
Personally, I might be the only person on the planet to say this, but I actually enjoyed this one more than the first movie. Quite a bit, actually.
Probably not.
What happened?
You're probably not wrong, man. You might be the only person.
No, I've heard a bunch of people say that. I feel that way, too. I didn't enjoy it much more, but I did enjoy it more.
Oh, by the way, JP, I actually went back. Last show, you said that I gave the original Conjuring a 7.5. I actually gave it an 8. Hence my rating on this one, which was lower. You're like, hey, you gave it the same rating.
No, I thought I said you gave it an 8.
No, you said I gave it a 7.5. You're like, hey, you gave it the same damn rating. Because remember, I was talking about, I gave it a 7.5. You're like, how could it be? Because you said you liked the first one more. I'm like, I did. I gave it an 8.
So you went back and listened to the top 10 show?
I did not. I went back and checked out the top 10 page on our website. It's 8 out of 10 on there.
Yeah, I could have sworn that I think you're talking about a different film, man.
No. You were like, because we were talking about it on the show, and you're like, no. I was like, what did I rate the first one?
Yeah, it was during the What We Watched when I reviewed it.
Yeah, that's right. When he reviewed it, and you're like, you gave it a 7.5, and I was like, I give the part 2 a 7.5. You're like, you give it the same thing. I thought you liked that one more, and I'm like, nah. But turns out that I gave the first one an 8.
Are you sure you didn't just give this new one an 8 as well?
He might have said 8
I think
on
you
the
gave
show.
this new one an 8
I have it
as
written
well.
down in front of me as 7.5. It's literally sitting in front of me as a 7.5.
I'll have to
Yeah,
check
that-
the audio.
That fucking CGI dog scene still pisses me off in that.
I actually thought it was probably entertaining when they did that. But
It's 7.5, but whatever.
No, there's
But-
a lot of. This is one thing I like in the CGI realm is real animals.
yeah, I guess. But I get what it was trying to do. It was appealing
Yeah.
to things that would scare kids. You know,
Yeah,
it
I
was-
guess.
yeah. I don't know. I just found this one to be extremely creepy and atmospheric. I love the characters of the Warrens. Whether or not you believe their stories or whatnot, it's based on their events and
Yeah.
their stories. So I think they executed it pretty well. I love the nun thing. I think the nun's really a cool character. Hopefully it spawns a better spin-off movie than Annabelle did. But I'm looking forward to it. So, but yeah, I give this one a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Nice.
Sweet. Sweet.
Still a good film. I enjoyed it. I gave it like an 8.5, I believe, on that episode.
I gave it a 8, I believe.
And I'm the lowest at a 7.5. Yeah, there was a couple moments in the film that actually made me laugh out loud, but like not in a good way.
Patrick Wilson singing Elvis.
No, I mean that is what it is, but like there was just a couple scenes, and I don't want to give them away because people might like them, but it was just like, are you like I burst out laughing a couple times. I actually watched this with the wife.
Oh,
And
I,
then
know
she-
what you-
she
I
like-
think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got you.
She actually liked it more than I did because I asked her what you'd rate, and she's like, I give it about an 8, 8.5, and I'm like, whoa, shit.
It's a really, really well done sequel.
Oh, it's a good sequel, but
All right.
yeah.
So, breaking into my top 3 to round off the top 3 here. Honestly, all 3 of my top 3 kind of went back and forth a bit, and it wasn't until it wasn't until like I don't know, maybe a day ago that I finally settled. My number 3 is a film that has not been mentioned yet, and it's also a film that a lot of people debated on whether it's horror or not. I thought it was horror enough to sneak into my top 10, and that is The Good Neighbor. So yeah,
Wow. Nice.
I absolutely love this movie. First of all, just the concept, you have to kind of be with it or against it right away. Like if you're against it, you're obviously not going to like this movie, but you have to believe that these characters could set up these cameras in this guy's house. And the only reason I gave it a pass was because they broke out and told you what kind of camera they're using. They broke it all down. They were like, we got a PB876 to go over here. We got, and they, broke it down like exactly what kind of technology they was using and how it could work. So I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a pass. And basically the very concept of this movie is they're going to plant a bunch of shit in this dude's house and then film his reactions to it. And if he, see if it has an effect on what is his beliefs or not, his beliefs on the paranormal. And I'm like, you know what? That's a dumb enough fucking idea for a 16-year-old to do. Like, I was like, you know what? Like, a 16-year-old me could be convinced to do that shit, right? Think it's just a harmless prank. It ain't going to be a big deal. Never mind the B&E charge. And I was wondering, where the hell is this film going to go? Where the hell is this film going to go? And I was liking where it was going. And they did something that Mood sometimes has an issue with, is where they showed scenes at the end of the film, not at the end of the film. And I don't, almost like a...
Well, at least these ones weren't in the beginning of the film.
Yeah, they were sort of towards the middle-ish area.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine.
What sold me on this film 100% and what bumped it up for me was the ending. The ending 100% pays off. And at first, when the first main end part happens, I was like, oh, damn. And then it plays out exactly how it probably would in real life, where you have these kids in way over their head. And, then at the very end, I was like, well, depending on what happens to everybody will determine if I like this or not. And at first I was like thinking that it should go this way and that's the satisfying ending. And then when it went the other way, I was kind of like, oh wait, that's even worse. Like it's even more of a downer ending, when I thought that if it went the other way, it would be the better downer ending. But turns out both ways would have been downer endings, but this one's kind of even better of a downer. So I was like, all right, I'm 100% with this movie. Don't want to spoil anything, obviously, because the ending is key to this movie. It just, to me, it seemed like the perfect mixture of just like, where the hell is this going? To when it got there, I was like, sold. You killed it. You hit it out of the park. That's exactly how you end a movie like this. And I just loved watching the two characters be teenagers and sit in a room drinking beer. The mom reminded me of like tons of my friends' moms who was just kind of there, but not kind of there, let you get away with stuff, let you do what you kind of wanted. Like, that's how I grew up. My family, my friends' families, they all kind of just let us do our thing, and sometimes that would cause us to get in trouble. And I was like, that's what these kids are doing, but they just took it to the next level. And loved it, man. Great psychological, awesome. Just didn't know where it was going. Great movie.
I'm not gonna lie, man. This movie right here actually made me cry.
Whoa.
The end of the movie actually made me tear up, man. I was so involved in this film, and I was like, the wife's watching me. She's like, "Are you crying?" I'm like, "No." Fucking wipe it. I'm like, this is fucking. The end of the movie was so damn sad to me. I was like, what the fuck, man? If you think of it as a whole, my God, dude, it's so brutal. It's so brutal. I was like, I fucking was wiping this tear away. I was like, what the fuck just happened to me, man? I loved it. It was so good.
I actually rewatched it again after I reviewed it. I actually enjoyed it a lot more the second time around. It's like one of those films where a second time view is good for me, because it might have been just the mood I was in when I
literally watched it the night after you reviewed it. I remember when we did it on the last episode there. I watched it this night and I was like, oh my God. I was like, Derek's review fucking is making me cry more.
So who's the actor? James Caan?
Yeah, he's fucking terrific.
Does a great job, man. To me, you ever watch one of those like kids in prison, or like any sort of these documentaries on like people, and every once in a while there's these kids who just kind of fucked up, like they just kind of didn't know that something was gonna get that out of hand, and it's like now they're fucking paying for it with like life in prison type thing. It reminded me kind of that, and I was just like, just fucking damn, man. And this movie was like a great watch for me. I gave it a 9 out of 10, so that's my first 9.
Good stuff, man.
Damn. Yeah, I loved it, man. It's just, I mean, I couldn't tell you how many horror films of recent memory have made me tear up.
Yeah, right.
It's like, you get so invested in it. It's a damaging story.
Did you see that ending coming at all?
No. I mean, honestly, if I had have, there's no way I would have teared up, man. There's no way. But I was like,
it's so like subtle too. What happened?
I felt like a little girl with a skin knee and shit, man. I was wiping the tears away.
Once you find out what happened, you're just like, oh shit, that's very simple.
It is, man. It's simple, but it's so damn effective, man. I mean, yeah, really good shit.
One little thing that happened just caused this catastrophic event.
Yep, that's true. That's true.
So, back to you, Derek, for number 2.
Number 2, are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Bam.
Sergio Diabolico.
Wow, damn, number 2. Wow, shit.
I fucking love this fucking movie so much.
Derek's getting drunk.
He's getting a boner.
Adrian Garcia Bolgiano, one of my favorite directors. I love every single one of his films that I saw to date. Of the ones I've seen, there's a few of like his earlier films that I haven't seen yet, so I can't comment on those. But I'm a big fan of I'm the big fan of Cold Sweat, Penumbra, Late Phases, Here Comes the Devil, all solid films. And
have you seen 36 Steps yet, or 36 Pesos?
No, I still gotta grab that one. I heard good things about that one.
It's still good, man, for low budget indie film. Fuck, dude's good, man.
And this one kind of goes back to his roots, because it's kind of like a basic, low budget film.
Yeah.
It's just a simple story because he just came back from doing Late Phases, which was like a werewolf film. If you haven't seen that, it's pretty obvious from the title.
I believe that actually made my number 2 of 2000.
You're looking at his filmography and you think of Late Phases, and it's kind of like an offbeat film for him. you know, he hasn't like he changes up quite a bit, but like I mean that one is just out there for him. You know,
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's just like the story of like this business guy, and he's just getting shit on every day, and he decides one day I'm gonna get back at them and do something for me. So he does this thing, the event that happens, and it ends up causing like these catastrophic events that leads to this fucking chaotic ending. This ending blew me the fuck away. Like it was just outstanding, and just the lots of good like stuff. There's even some gore in this film. A lot of like dark, humorous moments with like, and a lot of hot girls. I have to say, a lot of like hot, naked Spanish girls in this film, which is fucking awesome. So that's always a plus. And yeah, I just fucking love this one. Hit it out of the park. Amazing soundtrack with a mixture of like up-tempo music, and the sound designer, ironically, is Les Ortega, who directed Atroz. He was the sound designer. He was the sound designer on this film.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like cool like sound designs and moments in this film where you hear like certain sounds, and it works with like the ability of like jump scares, and it works for like the tension of the scenes and certain scenes that happen in the film. And the endings is fucking awesome. Love this film for a passion. 9.5 out of 10.
Baby. Yeah, man, he does like amazing work. He really does.
I'm excited for his new film. It's about a possessed vinyl.
Dude, you can't get any better than that shit,
and
man.
It's set in Sweden, and it stars Christina Lindberg.
Oh, dude, that's amazing. Thriller, baby.
And it's produced by Synapse.
Jesus Christ, stop.
He said, Jesus Christ, stop. He's like, I can't take it.
He's getting a boner. Just listen.
That's fucking awesome.
Number 2.
All right, man. Getting into my number 2 here is one that has been mentioned here. But man, I love the shit out of this one, and that of course is Masks.
Yes.
You know, the oldest film on the list, you know, kind of thing.
Getting the cobwebs.
This one all around was just, to me, was almost a masterpiece, man. Like, I mean, it's like, I don't know how these films are still being made like this. It captures everything you want to see from a giallo, but it's, you know, it's a German film. But when you think of German films, man, you think of like German splatter films and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what they're known for. But like when I hear a giallo coming out of Germany, I'm just like, what the fuck, man? This shit blew my mind. It's a great story. It's very influenced, of course, by Argento's Suspiria, you know, the whole school thing and stuff. But this one is executed in my mind almost perfect, man. It's very suspenseful, lots of great kills, but it's got this amazing pace to the film. There's never really any downtime. I mean, that's one thing I always hear from people about Suspiria. It's very slow and kind of melodic and stuff. This one right here has a lot of really good shit going. It develops really good characters, a lot of characters that you just love to hate and things like that. But when it gets kind of into the nitty gritty of the film, it just works so well. It delivers so much in its aspect. It's psychological.
Oh, the killer's weapon's fucking amazing.
Totally, man. And it's got some great twists and turns and stuff, man. This one delivers it all with a fantastic score. Cinematography is amazing. The acting is fantastic. The lead girl is beautiful and awesome. She plays it off so well in this one. This one doesn't really have a lot of faults to it at all. You know, it really doesn't, man. I think maybe, you know, it's minor fault. It might be a little bit tad too long, but this one kind of ripped along at a pace where it didn't really matter to me too much, but you know, it probably could have been cut down a tad bit, but you know, it's a giallo, man. You can't give details without ruining this. Everybody needs to see Masks. It's fantastic, man. This one for myself is a solid 9.5 out of 10. It's almost perfect. Check it out, man. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
I agree.
Right.
Loved it. I loved every minute of this film, man, really. And you know, the funny thing, upon rewatch, I was just like, oh my god. Watched the film, popped in the soundtrack after. jerked
I
off
played-
a few times to the soundtrack because it was so damn juicy. Oh, it's good, man.
I was walking by the stoplight at night with the soundtrack going because of the green
Man.
tinge.
It's so good, man. It's just got so many good elements. I love how they introduce characters and what's happening and stuff. And it's got really good twists and turns in this film.
Yeah.
Really good stuff that's going on. It's like, yeah, I like it. I like it.
Andre Michel, awesome job.
Yeah, awesome. Germans are making the giallos, man.
All right. So,
All right.
number 2.
All right, so my number 2 film might surprise you guys in particular. I don't know about the listeners, but it's a film that I've kind of been hyping up pretty much all year long. It's a film that I feel like I talked about too much and want to shut up about, and it is Darling.
Wow, holy shit!
I thought Darling was going to be your number 1. So
Yeah, that's why I thought I would surprise you guys. Nah, this film all around is just great. The atmosphere. First time I saw this and I reviewed it, compared it to like a film like Rosemary's Baby with the atmosphere. Not saying it is as good as Rosemary's Baby, of course not. That's probably one of the best horror movies ever made. But just fantastic all around. The psychological aspect of this film is mind-boggling. It fucks with you. The side story about what's potentially behind that door. I'm kind of a little disappointed they didn't really dive into that more. But really, really good. The only real negative thing I had to say about this film, something I didn't even know if people would even really notice. But there's a few scenes when they're outside and she's walking around. The confusing thing about this film is you're not really sure what time period it's set in. It leads you to believe like the style of the film and the way she's dressed, that'd be like the 50s or 60s. But when they're outside walking, you notice in the background some modernized cars. I don't know if that's just due to like the budget of the film or whatnot, but I thought they could have tried to edit that out or whatnot. But that's my only real gripe with the film. The one Killen's film is fantastic. It's kind of just totally mean-spirited and kind of fucked up.
Yeah, there it is.
All around, just a fantastic film. I give this one a 9.5 out of 10.
So exactly when is it supposed to take place? Anybody have any ideas on that one?
I have
JP,
no
seen this
idea.
one?
No idea, man.
Because I kind of thought about the same thing, and with the modern, a little bit of the modern stuff in there. Sometimes that happens in these budget type films. They just kind of they can't avoid using.
Does it specifically say when it takes place?
No.
Oh,
No, it doesn't.
It
doesn't.
When I watched it, like it was a modern film that just felt old school, similar to like It Follows.
Is it one of those cases where just being shot in white is kind of obscuring our thoughts on the time period? It's meant to be old, but it's actually not. I don't know.
It totally confused me. That's the only problem I had with it. I wasn't sure when it was set.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point though, man. But Lauren Carter, man, she does fucking.
Oh yeah, it's great performance. I'm sure I'll mention that
man.
again when we get into the awards.
Yeah. I mean, you might hear her name a few times tonight there. She's the girl that was in Jugface. Jugface was a film that I fucking loved from 2013. It was just probably, honestly, it's one of the best horror films of the decade so far in my
There's
opinion.
actually a lot of actors from Jugface in this movie, like I mentioned.
What? So what kind of? Yeah, they must have some kind of weird connection.
Sean Young and Larry Fessenden.
Yeah.
So, what was your rating on that, Andy?
9.5.
Oh.
9.5 for Darling. All right. So my number 2 film has been mentioned a couple of times, I believe. It is The Neon Demon.
Yes.
Yeah,
Number
I really love The Neon Demon. A lot of people before I ever even saw it, it was getting reviewed. Even though I got a press copy, so I got mine early, and I didn't wait long to watch it either. But even like the reviews that I heard out of the festival circuit and stuff like that, was style over substance. That was you can pretty much find many articles, reviews titled style over substance, or like plenty of style, no substance, stuff like that. And I never ever once saw this film as that, because it has style, of course. Maybe style is emphasized over substance. That might be true, because the style, no doubt, is is the emphasis of the film. But there is definitely substance to this movie, 100%. There's plenty of shit going on in this movie, tons of stuff going on in this movie, and I'm not going to go into it too much because we've talked about it 3 times now. I just thought it was fantastic, start to finish. I loved the things that were going on in the film. I 100% love films that are set in like an industry like Starry Eyes. Like, honestly, Starry Eyes probably would have been my number 2 had I redone my 2014 list, because it was really good. And this film is this year's Starry Eyes, and I think this one is probably a little bit better than Starry Eyes, but not by much. This one, I love the colors in it. I love the look of it. I loved just the moments in the movie. Like, there was these isolated scenes where I was like, that's a brilliant scene. Like Mood said, it's a movie that could be taught to classrooms, because you can take individual scenes, like all great movies, and analyze each scene by themselves. And that's what I liked about it. I love that you can do that with this movie. That's why it didn't feel long or slow to me, because each scene I was so engulfed and invested in what was happening, and I was like, oh my god, that scene alone was so brilliant. Like, the director, very smart, like his choices, or hers, I don't even know who did this film. I like Keanu Reeves as well. Honestly, like,
yeah, he's such a piece of shit in this movie.
Yeah, there's so much themes going on in this movie. I actually got my rating talked up during this review. It was going to be a 9, but during this podcast, rather, I've bumped it up to a 9.5 because of Mood's great conversation on it, and it just got me remembering why I liked it so much, and because I didn't rewatch this one. It's been a few months since I've checked it out. But
oh my god, don't you know what that means?
Dude, yeah. I really put a lot of thought into what I wanted to say about it, but I could have talked about it forever. But
yeah,
wow,
it would have been a great film to cover on a featured review. But yeah, 9.5 out of 10 on the Neon Demon.
I literally said that to the wife too. I said, "Man, it's such a shame that we never got to cover this film as a full-length review, because it would have been fucking fantastic, to talk about this film for an hour and a half. It would have been great. But yeah, I can totally understand where, even Dave is coming from. He said he could talk about the Neon Demon for an hour, kind of thing. I'm like, I
you better talk about the witch. Clickety clackety.
You could talk about the witch for probably 5 hours, but yeah, I don't know. Good stuff.
All right.
Derek. We number one time.
Is it time for drum rolls?
Drum rolls. Put those in post production.
No, I won't.
Okay. All right. My number 1 film of the year. You probably already know what it is. Shin Godzilla.
Oh, I almost choked.
Did you?
It's actually literally taking it.
You know what's funny about Shin Godzilla is when I was doing the definitive top 10 that we'll get to in a little bit, one person out of all of the participants had Godzilla on their list, and they had it at number 1.
Wow. I think I know who it is too.
Who is it?
Dylan.
Yes.
It
was Dylan.
Yeah, it's a good film though, man. It really is. I don't think a lot of people saw it though, so let's be fair.
First off, I'll get into like the aesthetics of the film. This film is directed by Hideaki Anno, who this is actually his first full feature directing film. He's mostly known for being an anime.
What was that?
Is he gnome? Is he really short and sits in the garden?
No, mostly known.
That's not what you said.
It's mostly gnome.
I heard moan.
Moan? No, he's mostly known for being an animated director. He only directed animated films in Japan before. He's known for creating Evangelion, which is a very fantastic series. He directed every series for that up to this point. He's still directing and this is something that he wanted to do for a while, is make a Godzilla film. And finally, Toho trusted him to do this, and he wrote the screenplay. And what he pretty much wanted to do with this film, instead of like Godzilla 94, what 84 did was it was pretty much a sequel to the first Godzilla film, but it excluded like everything that happened after Godzilla 54, and then Godzilla 84 was a sequel to that one, and then everything else was a sequel to the original Godzilla. This one rebooted it to the very beginning. Godzilla 54 never happened, and it was never meant. This is the first Godzilla that ever appeared in Japan. And I gotta say, what they do it for the time period of what Japan is going through with like all its nuclear waste that is being dumped into the ocean, the radiation, the tidal waves. It's all being told through this metaphor of Godzilla, just like back in the 50s when it was told from Hiroshima and the history of like atomic abuse and that has happening throughout the world. And it's just phenomenal. The visual
that's a good point.
The visual aesthetics of this film are phenomena, and a lot of like of the things that I were hearing like negatives of this film like online after I watched it, and even Mr. Jason Lloyd even had negatives about this certain thing, is the characters of the film, which the characters, what they do with them, it's not really about like a lot of Godzilla films center around like one family. This is one like mass group of people, and it involves the government of Japan. And I could see why like certain people would think that would be boring because they're talking a lot of like political things. But this is a group of people trying to figure out a natural disaster, and
Eric,
it works.
So do they? You mentioned about how it was like the nuclear thing. So do they directly tie it to Fukushima?
They like nuclear waste in the ocean.
Remember Fukushima? It happened a couple years ago. It was like
yes, it's exactly how they don't mentions like it doesn't really mention it in direct like response because they don't want to, but they do mention like a little cool reference which I'll get into later about like certain like Easter eggs with this film. It has like this with the nuclear waste dumping, and the way this Godzilla comes is very different than the original. It's not a dinosaur. It's like an organism that builds and builds and grows and grows. And without giving a little too much away,
Godzilla is basically, he's kind of like the monster version of like Toxic Avenger.
Or like in particular words, like if you ever seen Godzilla versus Destroyer, he's kind of like Destroyer in this film.
Yeah. I mean, Godzilla was kind of based on eating nuclear waste and stuff like that. And, just when I watched the film, it kind of reminded me of watching, Toxic Avenger, not as silly, obviously, but just kind of similar. But,
like when the first time you see him, it won't look like Godzilla like we know and see Godzilla.
But this one's actually an accident. It's an accident.
Yeah, he goes through a lot of changes throughout the film. And it dwells into like a lot of like the cool like settings. Like the soundtrack, also done by Shiro Sagazi, is fucking amazing. Perversions of Eviction is amazing, like fucking piece of music. I probably posted it on my Facebook page numerous times. It's just very haunting and mesmerizing. It plays in a key scene. But unbeknownst, when I saw this film in theaters, they actually used music from Akira Hube, who is the famed composer of like all the original Godzilla films, and they use his music in key spots that is fucking mesmerizing and haunting when you hear them on the screen. Like in certain key scenes, like when Godzilla is coming ashore, we hear like the famous Godzilla theme, and it's fucking phenomenal.
Oh, really? Wow.
And another thing that they do that's really cool and interesting with this film is they actually use all the old sound effects from the Showa era Godzilla films. Like all the old roars are all from the Showa, like all the old 70s and early 60s and 50s ones. And they use like all the old like sound effects like tail swoops and the footsteps. They all use them from like the E.G. Tsuburaya library of sound effects.
You're just fucking saying words, bro. Like half the things you're saying, I don't even know what they're references to.
E.G. Tsuburaya is the original guy who created all the like suits and animation.
Okay,
and
let me ask you this.
He knows what he's talking about.
I care about. Okay, This is the only thing I care about, and I don't even think you mentioned it yet. How is Godzilla? Like, how are the effects?
Fucking outstanding. Godzilla
is it CG? Is it a guy in a suit?
What did I tell you? What did I say? I said this is probably the best looking Godzilla of all time.
It's a mixture of a puppet, like a puppetry, like in certain scenes, and not pseudomation, but stop motion suits. It's a guy. It's still an active performance, but it is CG. But it's really good CG.
Okay, that's
it's
all.
Not like,
if the point where it looks good,
it looks fucking real, man. Like the effects in this film are ridiculous.
And there's a lot of like
it's
different
top notch.
things.
It's some of the best shit I've ever seen in a film like this. It's amazing. Like when Godzilla is stomping the cities and roaming through and stuff, it looks so fucking good. It looks amazing.
And just knowing like all the small facts, like they use like the original scores and they use like the sound effects from the old films, it makes it really good because you can see that Ono and his team of specializes actually did a good job of observing what Godzilla really is and showing that he is still the true king of the monsters, of being like this pure like metaphor for this horror that happens with like nuclear energy and the uses and the disuses and how you would react to like this situation. And it's a very compelling with some great performances, like John Kinamara, who actually was in The Whale and was also in this film. He plays one of the generals. And we also get appearance by, I said this previous in another episode, famed director and actor Ashina Toshikomoto, who plays one of the scientists in this film. And this is a really good cast of like different like character actors that I've seen over the years and certain other films from Japan. And it all works for me, and it's a very phenomenal film. If you're a fan of Godzilla and you're a fan of like giant kaiju and monster films, this is definitely one that you have to see for yourself. I'm giving it a 10 out of 10. It's just a mesmerizing experience, and it's one of the best theater experiences I had all year.
It should be the best, not one of the best.
Nice.
Well,
yeah.
It was. You know what I mean.
I will admit, man, it's a really, really fucking good film. It really is, man. The effects are amazing. Like I was fucking thrown back at how good this movie looked. It looks so damn good.
So dark too, because
it is so dark, man. It's
that's
really
good.
It's
that I want out of a Godzilla film.
You know, theoretically, we're talking like spec speaking and things like that. It probably might even be the best Godzilla film ever actually made. If we're talking about film in general.
And it's the director's first feature-length film.
All right,
it's so good. It's so good. It's so fucking good.
No Matthew Broderick.
What do I got for number one here? We're gonna take this thing to South Korea.
Nice.
Of course, another foreign film, right? Foreign films ruled the top 10s this year. But JP will still argue that American films are so much better.
They are. They are better. Throughout history, they're better.
All right, man. This film right here legitimately blew my socks off. Fucking scared me at times. It was insane. It was just a great 2-hour ride, and that is Train to Busan. Loved this motherfucking. I love this movie so much, man. I couldn't believe it, man. It's such a simple story. It's another one of these family loving stories. Father taking his daughter to Busan. They hop aboard this train and shit goes crazy. Man, dude, it's frightening, dude. It's such a high energy, high paced film that I just couldn't look. I was so engulfed in it, man. It was so engulfed in this fucking film. And JP, when I laughed when you said Train to Busan was your number 10, this happened last year. The same damn.
You know what? I pretty much.
That's why I burst out laughing.
I pretty much thought that was going to happen again based on that little chuckle. I was like, So you kind of spoiled your list for me a little bit. At least I was assuming that you did.
I couldn't believe it, dude. Your number 10 last year was my number 1. It's like, what the fuck, man?
That's so funny.
No, wait. His number 10, your number 1 wasn't even on his top 10.
Huh?
No, my number 1 was his. Was number 10.
No. I didn't have the editor.
Brandon was at the editor at number 10.
Oh, okay, whatever. But same thing. Whatever. But the point is,
I'm the one who doesn't have your number 1 on his top 10.
Shit. Yeah, you didn't have it, did you? Train to Busan?
Did you see it, Derek?
I did. It's like I said, like that CGI deer scene in the beginning fucking ruined the whole movie for me.
Oh god damn, dude! There's so much more to get past that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that whole
I love
fucking
this movie, man. I love how the story develops and stuff, and how you learn things. And
I enjoyed it still.
It said exactly what I wanted to say. It was a fucking huge film. It was a massive, massive film, and it felt like that, but it still felt, almost confined at times, man. It was because you're in a train, right?
Yeah,
you're in this
100% great setting.
And it was one of those type of films. It still had heart in it. It was still family. It had this family, kind of element to it, and and I found, to me, the infected. I'm not going to say zombies. The infected people in this film were terrifying to me. It was so they were so fast and quick and brutal. And like I've stressed over the years so many times, even on the show, I'm not a big fan of like fucking sprinting zombies.
Yeah.
It's Dawn of the Dead remake, man. Kind of lost respect from me over the years. I liked it when it first came out, but watching that film, it doesn't really do anything for me anymore. This one right here kind of revamped that. This was actually frightening to me. It was crazy. I think it's probably the setting of it, but fuck, dude, I love this movie. The effects were really good. There's a lot of heartfelt moments in this one too, and just the storyline and stuff. It was really, really good. It blew my socks off. Watched it again, watched it twice, same feeling. I was like, damn, that's such a damn good movie. So good. It's so good. Loved it. Train to Busan, man. 9.5 out of 10.
No, Moods. All right, I'm going to play devil's advocate with your number one real quick, because I did also love the movie, but the reason that it was so low on my list was kind of what I was getting at with like the over-the-top action shit. Now, the main like frustrating things were like, okay, characters, like you said how the zombies were so threatening, right? And I would like to believe that, but the only problem is, the infected are so damn threatening. The only problem with that is you have literal characters dealing with train cars full of zombies or infected, and they're literally just pushing their way through, and like I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, how could they be doing this? And then to flip it on that, towards the end of the film, another character's dealing with one of them and can't deal with them, and I'm like, you just dealt with literal around like
9,000
3,000
infected
zombies throughout this entire thing, and you're telling me now all of a sudden this one you can't deal with when you literally dealt with other ones in a confined space. Like it seemed like a little too much like action hero oriented.
That was my other main beef was like what JP said.
Yeah, well, honestly, man, that point right there, I never really noticed it throughout the film, but come to think of it, that dealing with one infected person is like a little more than 1,000, whatever. But I don't know, man. It just came across to me as like,
it was so epic. It really was. Like, I couldn't believe the scope of it.
That's really how it was.
I was like, holy shit! Like, how did they get the money for this? Like,
I did like the characters too.
Film like this, man. Like I said, having the film such a wide spectrum. It was such a big film, and being so effective was like it was crazy, man. I really dug the ending too, man. It was good, and I don't know, man. It just really kind of gripped with me. The film just kind of latched onto me, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch it again, and kind of go from there and assess it from there. And when I did watch it again, it still had the same effect on me. It was a very intense film that had me involved for 2 hours, and I'm like, this is fucking amazing. It was just crazy, crazy. I thought for 100% Masks was my number one film ever since I saw it this year.
Yeah,
it was my number one. I watched Train to Busan again, and I was like, fuck, this movie is so crazy. 2 hour running time didn't affect me one bit. Didn't affect me. There is flaws in it a little bit, but I loved it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. And again, another film that the core of the story is about a family. The family love.
Yeah, like that. Father, when I mentioned that dynamic earlier, dude, I really meant it. Like Like most of my movies have that theme. Most of my top 10.
Yep. Train to Busan, man. Loved it.
All right.
I can't wait for that Blu-ray to come out so I can watch it again.
Me too. JP's got like 20 copies at his house. And he's like,
JP has like 35 copies.
Can I win one? Can I win one?
I got a review on iTunes. Come on.
Well, you're in the drawing.
Nice. I can win on air.
Have a legitimate chance of winning one. I can't. I am actually uneligible.
Matt, I should leave a voicemail too, and you just play it.
In 20.
All right. So, Andy, what you got for number one?
Okay, so my number one film, to keep some trends going here, since my number 2 was somebody else's number 10 film, it means my number one film is somebody's number 10 as well. And not to sound like a broken record and keep the train rolling in the Asian countries, my number one film is Train to Busan.
Really?
Nice.
Yes.
Wow. I thought we were all going to have different number ones. That's crazy.
Man, I know Moods touched on it earlier with the crying aspect in the movie. This movie actually literally made me cry at the end, even though I did know one of the two characters, some unfortunate fate would happen to him. But I definitely seen it coming, but it still effectively emotional me. And yeah, this movie is just a roller coaster of emotions. All the characters are likable. I know that doesn't really matter to JP as much as it does to other people, but that's a huge aspect to me. Drawing emotion from the characters always influences my views of it, and I just found all these characters likable and relatable. It seemed like everyday people like me. My only real problem with it is with the film is I don't really want to spoil it, but there's kind of like a reveal towards the end of the film about a certain character and his involvement in what's going on. I thought that wasn't really necessarily needed, but
it definitely wasn't necessary. I agree with you on that, but at the same time, like, it didn't bug me either.
Yeah, that I understand that. It didn't really bug me too much either. It's my only real complaint about it, and it's just a fantastic film. I was generally surprised. Usually, you guys know I'm not the biggest fan of like these Asian films and whatnot. I get known for shitting on them quite a bit.
You have no idea how surprised I am right now.
I just had a good time with this film, and like Lou said, the second viewing of this definitely influenced my choice for the number one pick. Man, it was just fantastic. It's a 9.5 in my book.
Nice.
Does this mean you're gonna give more Asian films a chance now?
Maybe. One Asian film a year. That's why I didn't watch The Wailing.
Oh, dude, The Wailing's really, really good, man.
I don't know if you'll like it though. You might not.
It's long.
That was the biggest attraction for me from watching it. I saw how long it was. I was like, damn, man, there's so many other films I could watch in this time.
Yeah, 2 hours, not even 2 hours and 30 minutes, 2 hours and 36 minutes. Like, you couldn't even at least get rid of the 6?
Yeah.
Granted, they're probably credits. So.
Oh, and one other little complaint I had about Train to Busan too. I didn't know if Moods mentioned it or not. It's that World War Z part where all the zombies or infected, whatever you want to call them, are grabbing onto the back of the train.
The back of the train. Yeah,
I definitely don't feel like I needed that, but
I actually
my only problem with that scene is how easy he got them off.
No, the big problem with that scene was how they caught the train. That was bullshit. All right, the way that they caught the train, and the train should have been long fucking gone by the time they were, that annoyed me.
I thought they were gonna form like a caboose, and it's gonna be like some hell driver shit.
I like the I like the rope zombie thing though. It's kind of cool. But I don't know, like when they were like trampling over each other and stuff, I was like, this is doing what World War Z did, but it actually looks good.
Way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that like two horror films in 1 year can kind of make me tear up a little bit, man. Yeah. It's crazy.
I literally had to hit pause and like go gather my thoughts.
I know.
Like, damn,
and there's a big character arc with the character too. That
I was all fucking balling at work because I rewatched it at work.
Feelings for a character and liking characters can really attribute to the end of the film, and your overall thoughts on a film is exactly this reason. I mean, I understand JB's like, when I'm watching slasher films, I need to care about anybody, blah, blah, blah. I just want to see some brutal deaths and stuff like that. But I'm like, it doesn't apply to all films. is a great example. You know, you get involved in characters, and then, you know, when things kind of go one way, you're like, oh fuck, man. You know, it's a good feeling. I like having that feeling when I watch films, because it's, you know, it's real. It fucking feels real. You know, everything is not always going to work out, you know?
Yeah.
So,
well, let me clarify my thing where I say you don't need to like characters in a film. All right?
please do, because this is,
listen,
I saw my press for so much.
I have never meant that it is not important to like characters in a film. It just fucking depends what kind of movie you're watching. If you're watching a movie where the characters have arcs and you don't feel anything for them, yes, that's dumb. But in a film like Kids, or a film like The Girl Next Door where you hate everybody, or you know, any film where you hate all the characters can be hated. You don't need to like them. Like I've always said, you need to feel an emotion towards somebody, but I don't need to like them. I don't have to have likable characters. I don't have to be able to relate to characters. It just depends what kind of movie it is. If you have a film like Hush and you don't like the characters, it's going to completely fail. That can't work. That type of movie can't work.
This is what I try to explain all the time.
The entire plot revolves around you caring for that character. Now, a film like fucking Bully or something, you know, Larry Clark again, he's the master at making films where you don't like anybody. You know what I mean? So those type of films, I don't need to like anybody. You know, fucking Martyrs or any other type of movie like that, I don't have to like anybody. Did you really like anybody in Gutterballs?
No. It's hard to like anybody in that film, man. Because everybody's just like that jock douchebag character. You know? It's hard to like people like that, man.
But yeah, I don't need
Dan Ellis was kind of funny in the film, you know, but
Dan.
You know.
Yeah.
But he plays different characters. Was okay. Doesn't he? So.
So moving along here, to round out the top 10 list for the year, my number one might surprise some people, but it is in fact a film that I had to watch twice. And I will say now, I did review this film earlier in the year, and I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have reviewed it because of the experience I had watching it. And that film is The Witch.
Clickety clackety.
The Witch turns out to be your number one.
The Witch does turn out to be my number one.
You rated that at like a 7.5 or something.
I did rate it at 7.5. So, one of the things, I watched that movie in a theater with a group of people and without subtitles, and I honestly had a hard time hearing what they were saying because it is such old-timey English where they're saying things that we don't say anymore. We don't say that they're in the shed, save mother, meaning accept mother, right? We don't say save mother to exclude mother. Like, it's just, we don't talk like that anymore. So I probably should not have reviewed it because of that reason. But I did. And then when I rewatched it with subtitles, I was able to hear every single line, and that bumped up my rating quite significantly. But then I listened to the commentary, and it opened up my eyes to certain other things that I didn't know about the film or missed, such as one scene involving a character who lost some things that she loved very much. And one of those things was kind of insignificant. It was a material thing. The other two things were not so materialistic. They were flesh and blood. And in a scene where she totally sort of gives up to the darkness, the devil, whatever you want to say, in the background of one of those scenes, there is that materialistic possession. Maybe it was a silver cup, and it's just in the background to signify that she has let go and completely given up to the devil or the dark spirits or whatever you want to say, to trade in what she had for what was valuable to her, to get it back in her sort of way. And to me, that was brilliant because it's in the background. Did you guys notice it?
Yeah, you bet, man.
I did. Yeah, I did, man.
Yeah, I didn't even notice it the first watch or the second watch. I noticed it in the commentary when the director points it out.
Yep.
And that upped my rating again. And you know, to me, this film has like the greatest atmosphere. The beginning of the movie, even in the theater when I seen it, the one thing that happens, characters playing peekaboo, and then when she opens her eyes, something traumatic happens. And then you see the outcome of what that was, what eventually happens. Like, I was like, yo, this movie is not holding back shit, dog. Like, straight up, they don't give a fuck. This is a mainstream, wide release. I'm watching it with a packed house, and they did that. Literally, I'm almost certain that people were like straight offended in the theater. You know what I mean? And I was like, good. They need to be offended. They need to be feeling this because that they need to do this more often. This is what I like. This is what I'm always talking about, man. I need a horror film that doesn't hold back. And this one was that. And also, there's just plenty of great moments in this film. One of the best things to me was the acting. Not only by the lead actress, but her father did a fantastic job, and her brother, the child actor. I couldn't believe the shit that this dude was saying. This little kid remembering all these lines in one take, this giant ass monologue, was insane. I was like, Jesus Christ, how's this kid doing this? Like, this kid got chops. You know what I mean? And then also just the way that the story progressed, and the way that you were sort of unsure about everything. And I did have questions revolving around, like, okay, why are these characters doing this right now? Why won't they snap out of it and quit playing? Like, why are they still going on with this when this character's like dying in front of them or something? And then, like, once I listened to the commentary and like paid attention a little bit more, those questions have answers. So that was a huge thing for me to change my rating. Also, the I guess what you would call the final scene, you guys were kind of down on it. That was one of my favorite parts of the movie. I loved how that
really
and how that
wow.
how that played out. It's the classic, like, you know, you call me a wolf, 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 I'm not a wolf, you're calling me a wolf. Okay, fuck it, I'm a fucking wolf, yo. You know what I mean? Like, it's the classic case of people just pushing shit down your throat to where, like, okay, I guess I'll just be this now. You know, it happens in today's society with, like, the inner city, right? Like, you know, when you're forced to be told this, that you're going to be this, you're going to be that, you're not, like, that's what you become. And, you know, I love that aspect about the film. Just the classic folklore mythology of America that just was handled brilliantly. I believe I read that all of the buildings were built with tools that would exist at the time and not the tools that we have. There's a few there's a few inconsistencies. The director points out the corn that they had stacked up, they didn't really stack it like that, but it looked good for atmosphere. Also, you know, a lot of this film was actually shot in Canada.
Was there worm placement in this?
No worm placement, but a lot of this film was shot in Canada instead of Massachusetts, just because it was cheaper.
Yeah.
But they do have a few shots of
it's not cheaper, man. Shooting in Canada, it's got great cinematography, man, or great locations, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boston.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, it was cheaper to get a similar location than to shoot in, you know, the actual locations.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, totally loved The Witch. Actually surprised that it's not higher on a lot of y'all's list, honestly. I expected this to be Moods' number one, this or The Neon Demon, before we went into this top 10. And I'm going to go ahead and give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Well, I mean, The Witch came at number 3, Neon Demon number 6. I mean, shit, man.
Still number 9 on
I also expected you maybe to have Eyes of My Mother and Under the Shadow on there, but you didn't see him. I mean,
it's just the way of the dice, man.
So, one thing that I will say before we exit out of the top 10 and go into honorable mentions is I believe only one film qualifies for the Hall of Fame, which is a bit surprising to me.
Yes.
And I didn't even notice it until now. I thought we didn't have any, and then I was going
Oh,
back
we have a
over.
Hall of Famer? Shit.
Yeah, we do.
I noticed it.
Oh, you did? What is it, Derek?
The Neon Demon. Fuck you, Zach.
Yeah, so the Neon Demon,
Did, man.
a rating of 9.5 from myself, a rating of 9.5 from Derek, and I believe a rating of 9 from Moods.
Yep.
That is exactly 28, I think.
Yep.
Right?
That's exactly 28.
So
Yep.
that makes the Hall of Fame.
Damn.
Exploding Heads had 4 Hall of Famers on their show.
What? Okay. I mean, I'd never listened to the show purposely because I didn't want any type of influence on my own top 10. I'm curious now. What the fuck made the Hall of Fame here, man?
Okay, so they had the Neon Demon,
Yeah.
the Witch.
Yeah.
One
That
film
was
that we
expected.
didn't have, so this could have gave us another Hall of Famer, is February.
Oh, fuck those guys and their goddamn fucking. They cheated. That's a cheater. That's a cheater.
We're gonna do a single review next year of that one.
And I believe they had the Invitation as well as a Hall of Famer.
Oh, wow. The Invitation. Wow.
Yeah, that was Brandon's number
Okay.
one. I think.
Brandon's
Yeah.
number 1 was the
He
Invitation.
was jerking off all over that film. He was like, "Yes, Logan Marshall."
Not in my top 10. It's just outside my top 10.
You know what's
Yeah,
not
same
in their
here.
top 10?
What's that?
Train to Busan.
Not one person had Train to Busan?
Not one.
That means we got it right.
Because it's Asian.
No one had
They're-
Autopsy of Jane Doe either. Well,
Yeah, no,
besides
Christian actually did have Autopsy of Jane Doe. After, like, retroactively, he went and changed his list after they recorded the show.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that wraps up the top 10.
Yes, man, it is about that time to get into the definitive list representing the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast Facebook page and everybody out there that you might not even be, part of that page or whatever. But the point of this list is that everybody sent in their top 10 lists, and JP compiled the list of this definitive top 10 list, and we're going to get into it, man.
Yes.
So what?
This list took a while to put together. We got way more submissions than last year, which I was very happy about. It makes it more definitive the more you have. A lot of podcasts gave their list, such as the Horror Cast and Horror Movie Podcast. Exploding Heads Crew gave their list. I was originally going to list off everybody, but guys, there's a lot, and it would just be me listing off names. So thank you to everybody who participated. A lot of the homies like Matt and Dylan participated, and a lot of new people who I'm not familiar with participated. Thank you very much. It took me so long to put this together, but I did. How I did it was I took everybody's top 10 list, and a film got 1 point for being number 10 and 10 points for being number 1. And then whoever had the most points at the end is number 1, and so on down the list. So coming in at number 10, we have 10 Cloverfield Lane, which
Wow.
was in the top 10 by 4 points. So for the longest time, Lights Out was actually at the number 10 spot. It was kind of there for a long time. It wasn't until like probably the last couple lists that didn't have Lights Out on it ended up bumping up Cloverfield Lane.
Pretty awesome shit, man. I mean, that film never fucking even topped our top 10 list at all.
Yeah.
Did it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Number 9 is The Wailing, which actually was my number 9, which is interesting. Number 8 is The Invitation. Number 7 is Train to Busan.
Nice.
And then number 6 is Hush. Number 5, and really these next 5 have all been in first place at one time or another when I was doing this list. It was pretty crazy. The top 2 films pulled away at the end, but it was only a couple of points. You figure if this would have appeared, on 3 more top 10 lists at number 1, it would have took the lead or whatever. But we have The Green Room at number 5. And then we have which I believe was The Green Room my number 5 too. It might have actually been.
It might have been. It's too far back.
Number 4 is The Neon Demon.
Ooh.
So
I thought
Andy's
that'd be number
prediction
one.
was this would be number 1 or 2.
Number 4, Neon Demon.
Yes.
Wow.
Number
Crazy.
3.
It's higher than I had it though. Ab.
Number 3 is Don't Breathe.
Mm.
Oh no.
Now, the number 2 and number 1 went back and forth and were tied so many times. Like, they kept getting tied, and then I would get another list submission. Actually, the number 2 place was actually leading until I got, like, the final, like, 6 submissions. And the number 2, believe it or not, is The Conjuring 2.
Nice.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
And the number 1 with nearly 200 points is The Witch.
Is the what?
The Witch.
The Witch.
The Witch?
The Witch.
Figures.
The Witch.
You know who sent in all those submissions was Dave.
The Exploding
Dave
Heads
sent
crew.
in all those.
The Exploding Heads crew was some of the last lists I added. And believe it or not, they single-handedly bumped up The Witch into the number 1 spot.
Dave had that plan, man. He had that plan.
So one thing that I will say is it was incredible seeing how these films just sort of hovered and went higher and lower and stuff as I would get lists. Because you're figuring number 10 spot or number 1 spot can instantly give you 10 points, right? If something's at 172 to 172, one gets a 10 and it's automatically at 182. Like, it within 2 submissions, something could completely change by 20 points. It was really interesting. And man, it was a lot of fun to see where this went out. There was a couple films on the list that actually I excluded, that none of them would have made the top 10 anyway, but 3 films that came up on people's list that I excluded was Clown, because it was last year's release. That had a total of 28 points. We Are the Flesh popped up on 2 lists. One of them was at number 1. That film don't count till next year. And then The Black Coat's Daughter, which had a total of 38 points. Most of which were from the Exploding Heads.
Of course.
Would have made my
Like
list.
I said, those guys are cheating bastards, man. Cheating bastards.
Surprisingly, the Black Coat's Daughter only popped up on 5 lists, I think, total. And Clown actually popped up on more people's lists, but it just went at a lower spot. Very interesting results. I'm happy to do that, even though it takes a ton of work. Everybody who submitted a list will be entered in the drawings that we do on episode 101 or 100, wherever we do them. So that is the definitive top 10 list.
Yes.
Nice. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool.
Very interesting. Very good stuff.
All right, guys, we're going to get into the 22 Shots Awards, and we're going to go
mentions?
no honorable mentions, man. Are we going to go round tree on this? I'll just, kind of.
Yeah, I could just name off like 3 that I really enjoy too. The Mind's Eye barely missed the list. Just didn't have time to rewatch it in time for the show. I did highly enjoy that film. Train to Busan, one that was on Moods and a lot of other people's lists. It's one that I had to rewatch and revisit. I only watched it by the end of the year. I need to revisit it again. And The Autopsy of Jane Doe, very amazing film that I would like to really revisit and rewatch. I highly enjoyed that film also.
What you got for honorable mentions, Andy?
Like Nowhere, a really cool throwback slasher.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Autopsy of Jane Doe just barely missed my top 10, and I'll say, I don't know, that's good enough. I'm not really sure. I don't have my ratings in front of me, but
my honorable mentions, for a while this one was in my top 10 until I seen Train to Busan, and that is Trash Fire. Absolutely loved Trash Fire, man. It was one of the highlights of my watching this year. The ending was just, man, loved that type of ending. And the second honorable mention, which was at my 12th spot, so just barely missed the top 10, And maybe, perhaps, if I had longer to sit on it, it could have even found its way into my top 10 because I just watched it last night, and that is Under the Shadow. So Moodsy wasn't far off. I did really love that film. It was great.
I'm really surprised, man. I'm really surprised. But yeah, man, just missing my top 11 was a film called Pet. I personally loved this fucking film, man. You know what bumped it out, man, was The Barn. And it really, The Barn went out from not existing to number 9. You know, I love Pet, man. I thought Pet was amazing. I thought the script was, you know, phenomenal.
Made my top 15. It was right at 15. I love that one, and The Monster, and I'm Not a Serial Killer. All those were kind of right there.
Yeah, and I'm Not a Serial Killer was good.
I love The Green Room.
I Am a Serial Killer was good too.
Yeah, The Green Room was another honorable mention. Darling. The Mind's Eye was another film that's really high up there for me. Love that movie. You know, Good Neighbors, Shin Godzilla, Winter Tape All was right there. And that's all my number 9s. You know, that kind of ended up at the number 9. So, but yeah.
All right.
Good year.
Let's get into them awards.
Okay.
Let's do it, man. So how are we gonna do this? Are we gonna go round tree, or are we gonna
just you announce what the award is? You announce your winner, and then it'll just go in a circle, and we'll announce our winner, and just move on to the next thing.
So you want me to start then? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So getting into the awards here, man. We got, I think, 22, 23 as usual. You know, lots of awards. First one up here, biggest surprise of the year. I'm gonna go with The Barn. Wasn't expecting a whole lot from this film. Blew my socks off, made my top 10. Check it out, peeps. It's amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
My biggest surprise of the year was Winners Tape All, the Henderson Brothers story, man. I fucking love this thing, dude. It was so cool. I knew right away that it was fake. A lot of people didn't know. Like, it was too obvious for me that they were just too fucking obscure. Like, they were just too out there. They couldn't be this fucking witty and, like, unintentionally funny. So I knew it was fake, but I mean this thing was so cool. Like, I loved every minute of it. It was the biggest surprise by far. I wish I could have had it on my top 10 because it deserves love and people need to see it. It's so much fun.
In the first half of the year, it literally was in my top 10, man.
It's such a cool movie,
so
dude.
It was so much fun.
It is awesome. Like, I couldn't be more happy with that watch. Go ahead,
Okay.
Derek.
My biggest surprise of the year is Night of the Living Dead. Just from the title alone, it just sounds like, ew. You know?
Yeah, it does.
And plus, it kind of has like the generic kind of like Shaun of the Dead cover art on the Blu-ray. It's a really fun film. I like the character of Deb, and the actress does an amazing job of performing, and the way she performs the character, very quirky, and she's kind of like very shy-ish, but she's very loud in her character in a way. And I just liked how the film progressed, and like the characters and Ray Wise.
She kills.
Yeah, really good stuff. Night of the Living Dead.
All right, what about you, Andy? Biggest surprise?
Mine is The Boy, the killer doll supposedly movie.
Oh, the killer doll one. Okay.
Yeah, I like that movie as well, Andy.
I thought it was going to be complete
surprise.
shit. But it was
I actually preferred the other Boy film, you know, the Scream Factory one. That's how we kind of call it, but
Let's hear it for the boy.
Yeah. All right, man. So the most disappointing film of the year has to go to The Abomination of Holidays. Horrible. I was looking forward to this film like no tomorrow, and it turned out to be a total shit fest. I hated it, and it was so disappointing because I had high hopes for it, man, and it sucked dick. It was terrible. It was shitty. So,
right.
Holidays.
My most disappointing film of the year is not Holidays because I actually enjoyed Holidays. Holidays had some pretty solid work in it, man. Like, I didn't mind it at all. The real disappointment this year, and it should be on everybody's list because of how much we expect from this man, and it is Robert Zombie. What are you doing with 31, son? That was a dagger to my heart. I couldn't take it. I was like, why? Why did
I
it
wasn't
suck?
as disappointed in 31 as I was with Holiday.
That's because you had a lot of the like, oh, dude, it's not good. Oh, dude, it's not good. And it lowered your expectations. I seen this in an advanced screening before most of the world. And I was
man,
like, no.
I guess it plays into it, right? I guess it plays into it.
All right,
I don't
go ahead.
Derek.
31.
Yes.
Really? Okay, right. Andy, what's up?
All right, to keep that train going, I have to say 31.
It is really the only answer, guys.
Asshole. No, all days. Because my love for anthology films, man, is so deep, and I was expecting a lot from Holidays.
But at least
Fucking
I
terrible.
knew Holidays could suck. There was no way in hell that I thought 31 would suck.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's
We
true.
eased the blow on you with 31 for sure.
All right, most original film of the year, Neon Demon.
I also have Neon Demon.
Me too.
And Andy's like, "Fuck you guys, man."
I honestly, I was struggling with this one until we started recording, and now Fender Bender made my choice. I didn't know what else to pick.
All right.
Not bad. That's not bad, actually, man.
Not bad.
All right.
Most overhyped film of the year.
Yes.
For myself, and just coming from, it's actually a film I really enjoyed too. But I just kept hearing such damn good things about it. Like, we're talking like number 1, number 2 things of the year, and I'm just gonna say The Invitation, man. The Invitation was the only film from myself that was so overhyped that I was like,
Same with me.
My most overhyped film is I did like this movie. I'm not gonna lie. Like it was. I think I gave it like a 7.5 on my thing, and I believe it is in my probably top 25 maybe. And it is Darling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
It's 'cause
it
of
didn't
me.
connect with me. Andy was hyping it hard. Him and Zach was like best film of the year, and I was like, all right. And I was just like, it was good.
It's my top 10, man. It was such a good. It was in my top 10 for so long, but
Yeah, it made Dave's top 10 too. Pretty high, I think.
it was in there forever.
It was
Sorry,
barely like in my top 10. Like,
All right. So what you got, Derek?
for most overhyped, The Witch.
Oh, it was.
Yeah,
Pretty hyped.
Still in my top 10.
It was pretty hyped. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
All right, Andy.
All right, I know you told us not to pick 2, but I'm going to
Andy?
pick 2. From a marketing standpoint, I picked The Blair Witch. From just a community thing, I picked Neon Demon.
Yeah, I figured Neon Demon would be your pick.
That figures. Biggest piece of shit of the year, and I'm gonna throw a shout out to my main motherfucking man from Exploding Heads, Brandon, and I'm gonna say fuck you. You actually recommended me this film, and I really don't understand how you could ever do this. I swear you watched this on drugs or something like that, but it's a film called She Was So Pretty. Apparently give this one like a 6.5. I give it like a 2 out of 10. It is fucking horrible. Worst piece of shit I've seen all year. It was horrible, man. It was horrible.
Damn.
It was horrible.
My biggest
I'm glad I
piece
watched
of shit of the year has shit in the title, and it's violent shit. Lowest rated film that I watched this year, I gave it a 3 out of 10. Just so uninteresting. Good.
Yeah. Because all the other films are so much better. They are.
Dolly Deadly from the Good Peeps at Legless Corpse.
I guess we can't have one without them on there.
Oh my god, this film is so jarring to watch, just the way it's shot, and like the acting is fucking terrible. It's like makes like anything else look Oscar worthy. Oh my god. 1.5 out of 10.
Jeez. Andy?
Okay. All right. Biggest piece of shit of the film goes to a slasher film called Playing with Dolls. Just imagine Halloween Resurrection set in the woods, done worse.
Who put that up?
I'm not even sure if it has a US DVD yet, but
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, I get you.
All right.
Yeah. Best foreign film of the year. Well, this is pretty damn obvious. Train to Busan is my number one of the
Pretty
year.
obvious. Also pretty obvious for me, it was my highest rated foreign film, and it was The Wailing.
Pretty obvious for me, Shin Godzilla.
Pretty obvious. Train to Busan.
All right, next.
Nice. Best indie film of the year. I got to give it up to Under the Shadow. Under the Shadow, by far. That's my shit, man. Love that movie.
All right, I gave it to The Witch. Whether it's indie or not was kind of debatable, but it did have a wide release, but I don't think it had a major studio attached, did it?
All I know is that Under the Shadow actually was 100% considered an indie film, and it was pretty high on my list, so I was like, got to go with it. So,
Right.
Yeah, The Witch, that was always kind of a...
Yeah, it was. I
didn't really know how to... Yeah.
It was iffy for me, so I just went with really good indie stuff. American Guinea Pig, Bloodshock.
All right.
Yep. Choice. Good choice.
Darling.
All right.
Darling. Yeah, nice. Best studio film of the year. Well, I went with Neon Demon. It's a studio film, right?
Yeah, that's...
Who produced Neon Demon?
Shit, man.
Amazon.
Is that a studio film? I don't think that's a studio film, bud.
I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't really know what was and
I
wasn't.
thought
So.
Neon Demon was kind of indie.
No, I don't think it is, man.
Because the definition is produced by a major studio.
Oh, like Paramount. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always fucking blurred with me in the indie.
No, I thought it was done by like a major studio, man. It just came across as, kind of an indie film, but it actually wasn't. But
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I
have no
really
idea.
don't know, but
All right, mine is Don't Breathe. I guess if Neon Demon's considered a studio film, it would be that, but
I thought it was, but yeah.
who knows? All right, Derek.
Mine would be probably The Conjuring 2.
Yeah, definitely a studio film.
Yeah.
Same with mine. Conjuring 2.
All right,
Oh, and best remake, I am going, man. The year
slim
remake,
pickings for remakes.
very, very slim pickings on the remakes, man. I got to go with vampires. Yeah, I'm going vampires, man.
Out of pure defaultness, I went with Cabin Fever. It's not a good remake, but
Did you not watch Vampires?
I never watched it. Nope. But
Oh,
even if
you
I
see
did, I
reviews
never
that
seen
stuff.
the original.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of sucks, man, because it's kind of it's a nice companion piece of the original. It's just not as good.
All right.
But
Yeah, that's what I have for best remake, Vampires.
What about
Yeah.
you, Andy?
the remix.
Yeah,
is-
mine's the same as yours. Cabin Fever,
All right.
which was actually a pretty good movie.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. They improved on certain aspects of the film, but its overallness just wasn't as good.
Best sequel of 2016, Conjuring 2.
Conjuring 2.
Yep, Conjuring 2.
It's unanimous.
All right.
Wow, interesting. Best film to start off a franchise, I gotta go with The Windmill Massacre or The Windmill if you're in Region 1.
Huh.
Interesting.
I went with Train to Busan since we're already seeing it start. It already got a sequel and a U.S. remake. That sounds like a franchise in the making to me, boys.
I Am Not a Serial Killer because it's based off a book series, so if they make more films.
That's smart.
All right. Mine is a film that nobody's even mentioned tonight about anything, and I'm going to go with Knucklebones. Real cool
Oh, yeah.
character.
Yeah, man. I was supposed to review that shit, but I never got the fucking film in the mail. So, but The Windmill, man. Honestly, have you guys seen it? Everyone seen the film?
I seen it.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
even want to.
But it sets it up for a fucking sequel, and I think it could actually make
It's actually the only slasher I saw today, so spoiler alert for ago.
shit. Best cinematography of the year, and my choice is John Blanke from The Witch. The Witch.
Oh, you actually went with the cinematographer's name?
I did.
Yeah. I'll just piggyback on Moods and say the same thing. I don't know his name, but I just wrote down The Witch, but I'll just go with what he said.
Well, mine's Francesca, Luciano, and Eddie.
All right.
All right.
Nice.
Mine might be a little controversial, but the Neon Demon.
Okay. There we go.
Dude, just because you say the Neon Demon doesn't mean you can't respect what you saw, right? You don't like the movie or whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah,
But
Nah, it's a beautifully shot film. It's
Yeah.
really well done.
best gore of 2016, in my opinion, Baskin. Loved it.
All right. I actually went with Bloodshock.
Bloodshot, yeah.
But now thinking about it, I guess I would still go with Bloodshock, but I didn't really consider Autopsy of Jane Doe, which I thought had like decent like gore effects, but it just wasn't. I was thinking more of like a gory movie. So
Mm-hmm.
I went with Bloodshot, Cook and Mills double teaming it.
yeah, I thought the gore was fantastic.
And I also went with Baskin.
Nice.
There you go.
All right.
Best soundtrack of 2016, man. This was a tough one, man. It really was.
So many.
I didn't even really know what to pick, man, but I ultimately settled on Francesca. Love the music. It's great.
All right. I went with Neon Demon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shin Godzilla.
Conjuring 2.
Wow, 4 different ones on that.
Nice.
Best horror comedy of the year, hands motherfucking down. This shit made me howl from the second I started watching to the second it ended. Is the funniest movie of the goddamn year. It's ridiculously funny, and it's The Greasy Strangler. I made a joke about this at the beginning, me being the greasy podcaster. Holy fuck, is this movie ever outrageously funny?
Dude, I couldn't even
Good.
find a goddamn horror comedy on my list. Like, I had to go way down to even find a horror comedy.
Night of the Living Dead.
It is, in fact, Night of the Living Dead, which I had at 34 on my list.
Oh,
So
dude, The
that
Greasy
is the
Strangler.
best comedy. I'd skip that movie 100%.
You
I'm
would
really
hate it with a
interested in
dude. It's so fucking funny, man. I loved it. So good, so good.
It's actually funny you say that, Moods, because I got The Greasy Strangler.
Oh my god, Eric, isn't it the dude, every
Bullshit
time
artist.
that's the jokes in the thing, man. I said bullshit artist how many times in this?
Andy.
Oh man,
Oh
my god, it's so good.
Mine would be Bunny the Killer Thing.
All right.
That was actually that actually was my choice until I saw Greasy Strangler. Yeah. Best slasher of the year. Me and Andy already talked about this on the show earlier, and I'm going to go with Fender Bender.
All right.
Big shout outs to Shout Factory. Scream Factory.
I went with Windmill, I guess.
That's what I went with too. So
Yeah.
I mean, unless you count Hush, but I think a lot of people don't count Hush.
No, not a slasher.
yeah, I gotta get some Defender.
And so Andy's is Fender Bender.
Yep.
Best TV show of the year, which is so fucking funny because
None of
me
us
and the
watch TV shows.
me and the hetero life mate JP, we don't generally watch a lot of TV. We buy a lot of TV shows. We don't watch them because we're fucked like that. But I did watch this one, and it was amazing. Stranger Things.
Absolutely, I got that as well.
American Horror Story.
All right.
Mine is Stranger Things.
Awesome. All right.
Best old school or throwback film
All right,
of the
now-
this is
What this is you guys. I hated calling it this because it doesn't represent what this is. What this is like the best watching experience out of a film that didn't come out this year. That it's the point to highlight, so like, you know, a film that came out whatever year, but not this year, that you really, really got a lot out of.
Uh-huh.
That's right, man. And you know, the funny thing is, man, mine's not going back too far. And we are going back to 2013 with a film called Lord of Tears. I reviewed this one on the
Nice.
31 Days of Horror, and it's like amazing. Directed by Laurie Brewster. Awesome.
All right,
Awesome film.
Mine is actually probably a bit surprising, but this is, I probably had out of the last, 365 days, I had all the films that I rated, all the films that I watched, and I thought about it, and I was like, what film did I have the best experience with? And it was actually Dahmer. When we did our 2002 show, like, I
Nice.
loved that movie. It was such a fantastic watch for me. I was into it so hardcore. So, Dahmer from 2002.
Nice. Mine is from the year 1981, and it's Suddenly in the Dark.
Wow.
I
Cool.
fucking loved it. South Korean goodness. Really amazing film.
Good shit.
So I kind of struggled with this one because I watched a lot of good films for the first time this year. But when it came down to it, and the experience that I had watching it, I had to go with Fight for Your Life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's
most
a good
racist movie ever made.
Yes.
I would have went with
one. Drew Bowman's favorite movie.
I probably
Yeah.
would have went with like Wake and Fright, but it wasn't really like a straight horror film, so I went with Dahmer.
Oh, Wake and Fright's so damn good. Best media release of the year. Honestly, man, there was a ton of really damn good ones this year, man. I mean, Arrow just phenomenally killed the fucking industry. And of course, my choice is coming from Arrow, and it's the Herschel Gordon Lewis box set, the serial box set, which I have. That's the one that I picked up. Phenomenal, amazing,
Nice.
love it.
Mine is, I don't have a huge palette to go off of on this one because there's only a few discs that I checked out all the special features for. And out of the ones that I did, I have to give it to the Hills Have Eyes release put out by Arrow. It's just complete. It's a complete release.
Yep, another Arrow release. Yep.
Mine is the Killer Dames box set from Arrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. My one is something not really because it's the best release, but what it represents is Chopping Mall.
Nice.
Nice.
He loves his
That's
slasher films, and I'm with Andy on it. It's a slasher film.
Me too.
I don't think it is.
Exactly. We can
Have
argue
a
this
nice
all day.
day.
It is, man. The robot's a slasher, man. Whatever. We're right. Best script of 2016. I'm going to give it up to Pet. Pet was a film that never even topped any of our top 10 lists, man. I loved this script, man. It was fantastic. It was great. Awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, it was definitely yeah, it was good. It was good. I did want it on my top 10.
I loved it. It actually got bumped out, man. It got bumped out. So.
Mine is For the Good Neighbor, based on the ending.
Nice.
Mine is Sergio Diabolical by Adrian Garcia Balgiano. Awesome script.
Mine is The Witch.
Nice. All right.
Sweet. Yeah. All right, where the fuck are we here, man?
Best director.
Best director. Yeah, best director. I'm going to give it to Robert Eggers for The Witch.
I also am giving it to Robert Eggers, The Witch. I can't wait to see what this guy has next. Here it's a Nosferatu, which he can probably kill.
Well, if it's as atmospheric as that film, man, fuck, it's gonna be nuts.
Mine is Adrian Garcia Balgiano.
All right.
Mine. All right. Mine is a kind of a cheating one because one of his films don't count for this year, but I'm going with Oz Perkins.
All right. Cool.
Cool. Biggest industry story of the year. I gotta say, man, just the fact that there were so many theatrical films that actually did well. I mean, in the previous couple years, man, the theatrical films have not done very well. There hasn't even been that many theatrical films. I think this year actually kind of stepped up its game for, having theatrical films not only in the theater, but actually doing really quite well. I thought that was kind of interesting in itself. So,
yeah, that's actually my biggest industry story as well, which is funny because we didn't even talk about it, and you didn't know for sure what to pick. So I guess once you thought about it, you really saw what the big story is this year. Me, I seen more films in the theater. Now, granted, I did see some old school releases too this year than I have in my entire any year of my entire life. I seen Blair Witch, I seen Don't Breathe, I seen 31, I seen 10 Cloverfield Lane, The Witch, The Purge, Conjuring, Shallows, like the list goes on and on. I've seen a lot of movies this year, and it's fantastic that horror is returning to the cinemas. Hopefully it continues, because that's always a good thing. What about you guys?
Mine is Well, the formation of the Vestron line from Lionsgate, just the little hints of it coming out here and there from Jim Warnowski when Chopping Mall was first. Like he hinted out that it's going to be released soon. It's going to be released soon. Then they announced this whole giant line of retro titles on Blu-ray with these nice slipcovers and very retroactive slips and covers and stuff on them. And it was just amazing, a new thing in the game of the retro media releases.
Awesome.
Nice.
Nice.
Mine's really not an industry story. It's more of just a community story, but it's kind of picking off what Derek said. Mine went with Blu-ray and DVD releases, announcements.
That's fine. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Moods.
Yeah. So second last one here, man. We got Best Actor and / Actress. I got to go with, man, kind of cheating again here, man, but I'm going to give two. I'm going to go with John Goodman from 10 Cloverfield Lane. Amazing. And the only reason why I'm doing this because I just recently saw Bloodshot, and I'm going to give it up to Dan Ellis too as a kind of a runner-up, for Best Actress.
Can never let it at one. Never.
I can't, man. You always have to have a runner-up. It's so hard to pick one.
Well, Moods, don't worry.
Best actresses, man. I'm going to give it up to Kika Magallanes, or I don't know how to say her name, man, from Eyes of My Mother, and Lauren Ashley Carter from Darling. In my opinion, they all deserve an award for this year. So,
double cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna go with
nothing wrong with a runner-up, man. Nothing wrong.
I did not cheat, and there's only one answer for the best actor, and it is John Goodman, Dan Tanner himself. Fantastic. Nobody even really comes close to that performance. Too bad the movie wasn't, good the whole way through. That would have been a highlight for sure. And best actress, I always have trouble with this one because I always feel like I more identify with.
He likes guys more.
But I went with Anna Taylor-Joy from The Witch.
Nice.
Okay, Best Actor, Dan Ellis, American Guinea Pig Bloodshot. Best Actress, Lauren Ashley Carter, Darling.
Okay, we're very similar. Those are both my runner-ups, but yeah.
Okay, my best actor goes to, I'm not even sure of the guy's name, so I apologize, but I'm going to pick the dad from The Witch.
Yeah, he was so good. He was close, for sure.
I can tell you his name.
And best actress is Ashley Lauren Carter for Darling.
Awesome.
Nice. I always get super excited about the awards when they end. I'm like, damn, they ended. So much fun. I love doing it, man. But what we're going to do now, man, we're going to take a look at 2017.
Well, you forgot the last final award.
Oh, before we get into that, Ralph Edmondson is the name of the actor that plays the father.
And a guy from Harry Potter.
That's the last award.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have it or no?
Best
borderline horror film. So something
dude, I totally have that here. Oh, my bad. So best borderline horror. Fuck me, man. Fuck, I'm retarded. Best borderline horror film. I'm going to give it up to Trash Fire. So fucking funny, man. I loved it.
See, I actually counted Trash Fire as horror for me.
See, I don't think it's a horror film.
I didn't even find it funny. I really didn't laugh
that
much in it.
That dark comedy, man, that just, it was so much fun. It was so much fun, man. I love that dick character kind of aspect to it, but Trash Fire is my choice.
That movie. That was definitely a highlight of the year for me.
Yeah, it was good.
My best borderline horror film. This actually would have made my top 10 it would have actually made my top 3 or 4 if we would have counted it as horror, but I didn't listen to anybody else. I made my own decisions on what I considered horror or not, and this one just barely missed it, and it is Kill Your Friends. Fucking fantastic movie. Amazing. It's like along the lines of American Psycho, but better. So, yeah. Kill Your Friends.
Nothing's better than American Psycho, man. But I did like that film, man. I sent a copy to Derek, man.
Yeah. And that's why it's also mine. Kill Your Friends.
Oh, there you go.
I actually don't have one, so Sorry.
No? All right, that's fine.
No.
Really?
All right.
Really?
So,
All right. So now we're gonna get into the look at 2017 here, the most anticipated films of 2017. The way I've anticipated 2017 so far, it's projected to be the year of the sequel, the franchise entry, and the fucking remake. There's so many damn films.
It's like a Star Wars episode,
Yeah.
Return of the Remake.
It's crazy.
which is good for me because that just means hype. Like, it seems like people talk about horror more when there's big movies that are identifiable. So hopefully this will be like a repeat of me for 2013, which is my favorite year since we've been doing this, even though I think this year is technically better in terms of ratings. 2013 had a lot of like familiarity, Texas Chainsaw, Evil Dead, Child's Play, like all these movies were coming out. So yeah, you're right. I totally see that theme, and probably, I don't know how you wanted to go down and do this, but do you want me to just start listing off some films that are coming out, or do you have your own list?
I can do that too, man. I mean, I'll just list off a bunch of names here, man. Maybe some, potential sequels and remakes and things like that. But what we got here, man, we got It coming out.
Yeah,
we got
that one's in post-production, so it should actually hit 17, because some of these films obviously listed might not come out. Usually a lot of them don't, because if you look back on any time we've done these previews, often it's like 2 years later that the movie actually comes out. We've actually been talking about the It remake since our first episode. Our first episode of the podcast, it was news.
Yes, you have.
Damn. Ridiculous, man. We got Creep 2.
Really excited about that. I hear it's supposed to be a trilogy, right?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Exactly.
I didn't even do that until now.
All right.
We got Deathgasm 2.
Yes.
Excited for that, man? Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that should be cool.
From what I've heard, it's gonna be like ultra gory, just amazing shit, man. We got the new TTM film.
Yeah, that should be coming out soon. And anybody who's been wanting us to cover TCM, that'll probably be when we do it. Once that film hits theatrically. Moods, I don't care how far you have to drive. You're gonna have to go see it.
I'm gonna. We also have potentially a new Halloween film happening.
Yeah, who knows if that'll happen? Seems like it's still very early in development. You might as well list off Friday the 13th as well, because those two films are
Friday.
They both have 2017 release dates, but whether they'll meet them is the question at hand.
Exactly.
At least
I'm safe to say that Friday 13th will come out this year.
Dave said he will quit podcasting if Friday the 13th comes out this year. So, and are you willing to quit podcasting as well?
Well, since I don't do it full time, sure.
I'm willing.
So
to
after
say...
TCM, man, Halloween, we got fucking Insidious 4.
I'm excited for that. I love the Insidious
franchise. Cool
franchise. I never thought that was going to go on this far. It's crazy. There's a part 4.
In my opinion, all of them have been good.
Yeah, me too.
Totally, 100%. We got Friday the 13th, what we just mentioned. I'll be surprised if it comes out this year too. I really hope it does.
They actually attached a really good director to it, so it might do well. Brett Eisner directed a few films under his book.
Who's doing it?
Brett Eisner. He directed the Crazies remake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good remake.
You guys can see a trend happening here. Sequels and remakes. We got potentially Jeepers Creepers 3. I doubt it's going to come out this year. Talk about this, but it is projected. It's coming out this year.
You know what? A teaser trailer hit like a couple weeks ago, and it was fake. It was not from the actual producers or anything like that. So, another one, Moods. I doubt it's on your list because this just kind of hit news like this week, and I might forget it, so I'm gonna say it now. The director / writer of the original Behind the Mask recently gave an update on Before the Mask, and he said he put out a Facebook post that said something along the lines of like 2017 might be the year or something like that. So
that's cool.
That would be huge for me. I loved Behind the Mask.
Me too.
Oh, really?
That'd be
That's
awesome.
fucking awesome.
That's totally awesome, man.
I love him.
We got the new King Kong film, Skull Island,
Which I'm
Super
actually
excited.
oddly interested in that.
Yeah, I like Neil
So
Marshall.
good.
Damn cool.
Neil
Marshall's
Marshall's directing it, and he's
Neil Marshall of The Descent and Dog Soldiers fame.
yes.
Yep.
Oh, sweet! I love that dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we got, of course, the final chapter of Resident Evil for the people out there that like that.
Thank
Another one
fucking
coming out.
God.
Resident Evil
That's right,
show?
the franchise. Fuck.
We should. I'll do it.
Film's coming out this year. It's insane. We
might
got
get some
Rings.
Hall of Painters in there.
Yeah, we got Rings. I mean,
That's definitely a Hall of Painter.
yeah, exactly.
Who knows?
We just saw the trailer for it.
Another remake I just couldn't believe was coming out, man, is the Invisible Man remake. Can't.
Is it gonna be like part of those Universal Monster Avenger movies?
Yeah,
I don't know, man,
The
but there's a
Mummy
few of
as
these
well.
coming out, man.
The Mummy's
Oh, that
coming out.
mummy.
Oh, God.
Mummy's
Awful.
definitely coming out. We got-
I did see that trailer. It looks fucking terrible.
it did look bad. It looked super bad. And of course, we got the new Soft film, which is another entry into the franchise.
I'm excited to see what they do with it after the last one.
Yeah,
I haven't seen a lot of the later Saws, but I'm a fan of them, so I'm down.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's
And
in
of course-
post-production, so
and of course, we got the famous Child's Play series with Cult of Chucky.
awesome. That actually has an October
Randy.
release date, so that one's probably most likely definitely coming. I believe they start filming tomorrow.
So
which
Andy
is
has to go
pretty
there
cool.
soon because he's
That's
Andy
supposed
Parkway.
to come out in 2017. It might be later 2017, but
It has an October release date.
I'm just astounded.
Cult of Chucky. Terrible title. It's
Better than
horrible.
Curse
Yes.
of Chucky. Better than
Matt-
Curse
No,
of Chucky.
way worse.
And of course, we
Imagine-
have
Oh, okay.
the majorly, I don't know, disputed and hated on Suspiria remake that's coming out.
I'm excited.
I'll
to see
put
what they
money
do with
that
it.
that one doesn't hit in 17.
It might not. It's projected for it. But this is
Hit girl.
I'm kind of curious about, which is Double X. It's an all-female directed anthology film.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I'm
we
looking forward to
reported
this
on
one.
that in like 2013.
That's right. We did. And I'm curious on this. It might be good. Bride of Frankenstein remake, which is
know if that'll
amazing.
hit.
It's amazing to me. They never came out before. But this is another one right here that is making our show obsolete again. And there's a brand new Children of the Corn film called Runaway.
Yep, that's
Wow.
definitely coming out. And also to pair that, you might as well drop Hellraiser Judgment, also coming out.
Hellraiser.
Exactly. Then, of course, the oddest thing in the world, we have a Day of the Dead remake happening, which is actually a remake of Day of the Dead. So,
Which has
is
a
already-
remake.
which is
Oh.
already a remake, which is so strange.
Yeah, this
I-
one's being
I
produced
might-
by the same people who did the Texas Chainsaw 3D.
Oh,
As long as it doesn't have Nick Cannon, I'm good.
or CGI flying
Agree with
spitting
that.
zombies.
I agree with that. Apparently, there's another Ghostbusters film, which they're calling Ghostbusters 4. So-
I don't know.
Don't understand, but we'll pass that. Maniac
I'm
Cop
confused.
remake. Maniac Cop remake is
Yeah, it probably should hit this year because they've been working on it for a while. They even released a teaser poster early this year. So
yeah.
Nice.
And then we got the one film that I've actually been pretty kind of stoked about, just based on the name alone, which is Killer Pinata.
Oh, it looks fucking terrible.
ugh.
I'm a little looking forward to it.
Isn't
man.
there
Like,
already a Killer Pinata from 2002?
there
It's
could
probably
be.
the same movie.
It's a remake.
Speaking on, but the one, honestly, man, the one film I'm looking forward to is Bye Bye Man. Bye Bye Man.
Oh,
it's like
that's the PG-13 one.
It's like a supernatural film, slasher film. It kind of looks decent.
It looks really good.
Quickly,
Keep
a
seeing the
little
trailer.
shout out here. Chris Lax, the homie who has followed the podcast for a long time, used to be a Body Bags member, stuff like that. He actually reached out to the production company behind the Bye Bye Man and said that he was, kind of affiliated with us and wanted to know if they had any swag to give that we could give away for our episode 100 to sponsor the show. And apparently they said yes. So that will also be part of the winnings. Thank you, Chris Lax.
Nice. So actually, JP, we were talking about, franchises that we could do next year to kind of keep up with date. Apparently, new Puppet Master film, The Reich,
Oh shit!
coming out. So there you go. So we'll have to kind of wait till that drops.
22 shots the year of the franchise.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Now, this one right here, I wasn't 100% sure exactly if this is a sequel or if this is like a remake, just in like titled something differently, but it's called Reanimator Evolution.
It's
Anybody know?
supposed
Is
to
it a
be
sequel?
remake, I think.
I was confused. Is it a remake
Yeah,
or is it like
we covered the news a little bit. I
Yeah.
remember the director or the writer saying something kind of snarky in his or the producer or something snarky towards like the original the director or something. I can't really remember what it was, but yeah, we covered this news.
Yeah. And of course, keeping along with that remake, thing, man, we got a remake of The Craft is projected.
Apparently, that's a sequel.
Oh yeah, well, that was our argument. Remember our thing with The Craft, but okay. So, The Entity, another film that we've covered on here. Apparently, there's a remake of The Entity coming out.
Ghost
I don't know.
They could improve on it, honestly, because the ending is trash.
Maybe.
Or it could be even worse, with, like really bad CGI.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure about this one, man, but it's called The Ice Cream Truck. It looked pretty interesting. I'm not sure if it's like a remake on anything to do with the Ice Cream Man, or I don't know. But the one that kind of got my attention here, was Trick or Treat 2.
Yeah, that's probably not moving forward by 7.
Who knows? Who knows? Troll, The Rise of Harry Potter Jr.
It's from the Troll movie from the 80s.
Exactly. Kind of a spin-off from there.
Yeah, it's an animated film, I think.
Yep, it is. And of course, we got Annabelle 2.
Moods' most anticipated film.
If there's any lovers of Annabelle 2, man, or Annabelle, my God. But the one, man, that kind of fucking caught my surprise a little bit, man, was Flatliners, the remake. You guys seen it?
I seen it.
Do we really need to remake Flatliners? Like, is that necessary?
Yeah, that's kind of
The movie's so relevant. It's so relevant. Like, enough.
Did you mention the Cujo one yet?
Not Cujo. No, yeah, Cujo remake, I guess, yeah.
I didn't
we got
know that was happening.
Yeah,
But-
it's a cyborg dog.
The one that kind of caught my attention, I was talking to Brandon, because he's a big fan of M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong, which is Split.
Yeah, which is coming out very soon. It's like I'm already seeing trailers for it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the big one, apparently in the festivals right now, which is The Girl with All the Gifts.
Yeah.
Looks pretty cool. So,
Yeah.
there's a little bit of hope for next year. I mean, it just seems like nothing but remakes.
Is that all that you have on your list?
Yeah,
Gerald's Game.
There's Gerald's Game, of course, and of course
who's directing Gerald's Game?
Popcorn
Mike Flanagan.
Geek.
Yeah,
Popcorn Geek sounds amazing.
Flanagan's doing Gerald's Game, which I believe is going to be a Netflix original.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds awesome. Flanagan hasn't done any bad yet. There's Death House, which is that huge slasher.
Expendables or horror.
Yeah, I believe that Gunnar Hansen, it was like one of the last things he did. Adrian Barbeau, Dee Wallace, Sid Haig, the list goes on and on. Tons of people involved in that one. Some festival films that didn't come out yet. Raw, which is supposed to be like a great cannibal film, made a bunch of in festival top 10s this year. Evolution is another one I think I heard of. The Devil's Candy, which obviously got a lot of praise. Jeremy actually seen it. He said it would have been his number 1 last year, I believe. Also, February, or The Black Coat's Daughter, which is a film that
The Exploding Heads jerked off.
Yeah. That film got a lot of love.
It's really good.
Mom and Dad, which I'm not sure exactly what that is.
Is that like an American remake of Mom and Dad from the UK or what?
This is like Parents.
I was kind of wondering about that, actually. but it's not mom and dad. It's actually mom and dad.
Yeah. There's a film called Sky Sharks coming out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we saw the trailer for that. Sky
Sharks in the sky, man.
with Nazi zombies flying.
I love it. It's good shit.
There's a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde coming out.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
There is apparently the Return to Nukem High, Volume 2.
Fingers
Return
crossed.
to Nukem High 2, or whatever the fuck it's called. It's finally coming out after all these years.
After like 10 years.
I forgot to note that, but yeah, apparently it actually is coming out for 100% sure in 2017. So
Fingers
I'm
crossed.
stoked. I'm stoked.
This one sounds like sort of a documentary or something. It's called Banned, Exploited, and Blacklisted: The Underground Works of Controversial Filmmaker Shane Ryan. Just
Wow.
kind of sounds a little interesting.
Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who that is.
I'm actually a little flabbergasted.
Apparently Hostel 4 has an announcement. Adam Green announced that he's going to be doing another film. It's just untitled right now, I believe.
Did you mention Alien Covenant?
Alien Covenant is another one.
Looks terrible.
That's right. I forgot.
It doesn't look terrible.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of it for the list that I have. You guys have any other ones that we didn't mention?
Well, you forgot the most important one.
Popcorn nerd.
I was a teenage
Popcorn Geek.
wereskunk.
I was Teenage Wereskunk.
Fucking nice, man. I actually written down and forgot to say it. That's hilarious. Popcorn Geek are gonna make the best double feature ever.
I guess we can go and end it on what our most anticipated of 2017 film is.
Okay.
Modes?
My most anticipated film of 2017, man. Jesus Christ, dude. It's so hard, man. There's so many sequels and so many remakes and shit. Like, I generally don't get that excited about it, man. But honest to God, man, right now is definitely Bye Bye Man. That's the one that I want to fucking see.
Even though it's PG-13?
I don't give a shit, man. It might be good. It might be good. It
really looks good.
I just didn't know everything as pure garbage under 13 or whatever the fuck he calls it. But but we learned PG-13 can be really good. You know, I mean, so.
So me personally, I mean, most anticipated is interesting because we obviously don't know. I mentioned this earlier. Like somebody said that, you know, 2017 doesn't look like there's anything besides sequels and remakes and franchises and stuff. But the thing is, guys, like, if you look at all the films we had in our top 10 list, like Sergio Diabolico or something like that, like, nobody knew about those films. Like, you don't know about the ones that are not connected to a franchise until it's out, right? You're not going to know about the weirdo sort of, indie films until they're out. So all you can go off of is names right now, right? And descriptions. So my most anticipated is probably, I have two, so I will cheat a little bit. My most anticipated is the new Texas Chainsaw film because I love this franchise. I honestly don't have high hopes on this one based on how quiet it's been. So I'm not good. Like, that's not my most anticipated just because I'm trying to reserve my feelings towards it a little bit. My real most anticipated is It. I'm just really excited to see what they do, and it could let me down, but it might not. So that's mine.
Okay, mine is probably going to be It.
Bullshit artist.
No, because I'm just really curious to see what they do with, like, if they make it like a darker version, like the novel, than the TV.
Yeah, because the TV was a TV version. You can't do certain things.
Yeah, I want to see like little George get his arm ripped off like he did in the book.
I want to see the gangbang. That's all I care about.
Yeah, that's who.
I'm changing my shit to It too, man. Fucking It is. I'm totally, man.
I want to see the loser squad fucking gangbang Beverly.
So what about you, Andy?
Well, since mine was It, I'm going to change it up so I could be like a hipster or something. I'm going to go with Cult of
Are you
Chucky.
calling me a fucking hipster because I changed it up?
No, no, I
Bullshit artist.
I just
Bullshit artist.
Andy's wearing fucking
I can't
VHS.
stop, man.
All right,
Short
Call to
pants now.
Chucky's cool. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one too.
All right, so that's it, guys. That's a hell of a show.
That was epic. I can't believe I
Yes.
survived it.
I think that is definitely it, man.
That's as long
I'm
as the
surprised how
Exploitation
early,
show.
how fucking early we ended, man. Jesus
it's like
Christ!
5 hours, bro.
I only got 12 beers drank. I apparently talked too much or something. I don't know.
I was hammered after fucking.
That's weird, man.
8.
I'm a bullshit artist. Bullshit. I can't stop it, man, because I just the Greasy Strangler was the funniest shit I've seen all year.
When he goes to that black guy.
Oh my god, that's the funniest shit I've ever seen. I can't stop, man. It's fucking ridiculous, but
Oh my god.
oh, fuck, it's funny.
Washing the car wash.
So anybody who's still with us now, we're not sure exactly when we're coming back, but our next episode 99 will be the Hatchet trilogy. So we're finally
Yes.
covering the Hatchet trilogy. Should be a lot of fun, and then after that will be episode 100. So send in them voicemails and stuff. And Moods, got anything else?
I don't, man, but for sure, you guys, episode 100 is coming in, man. Get your voicemails in if you want to be heard on the episode. Get them in there, and the reviews for if you guys want to win something, because that's what this shit's all about, man. We're all about giving you guys some shit. Some shit.
Yeah, I got
You know,
arrows.
so-
I got fucking art exploitations. I got Blu-rays of Phantasm and Phantasm Ravager, Train to Busan. I got a copy of The Wailing on Blu-ray. Tons of shit to give away, guys.
I don't even have a copy of The Wailing. It was in my top 10. What the fuck, man? Come on, man. But lo and behold, man, bring those reviews in, get them in. You guys can win some shit, and we will see you guys ASAP.
Yes.
Peace.
Take us out of here, man.
All right, that's it, guys. Not going to give you a long list of shit because you should already know it. And if you're into it this far, I applaud you. Thank you to Derek and Andy for coming on. If you want to check out Derek, you can
Thanks,
do
guys.
Bougier 95. And see you
86.
guys next time. Peace.
95.